Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Leading 7-0 after 2, and that'll do it. Kirby Yates with a 1-2-3 ninth inning. And the Angels win by the final score of 10-1 to even up the series at a game apiece.
Good morning, Houston. No Sean Pendergast today, but Brandon Scott here with you, rolling along with Seth Payne. And I just want to start with this, Seth. First of all, good morning. But also, dude, football season cannot get here soon enough.
Yeah, you didn't enjoy that baseball last night.
Bruh.
Is that what?
Come on. You mean I stayed up for this?
That felt like, you know what, that felt like baseball karma. That was, for those of you who didn't stay up for all 8.5 miserable innings of that game last night.
Right.
You know, the Astros at the mercy of the baseball gods won 2 nights ago because Jose Altuve was somehow was safe at home despite a perfect throw from the outfield, from the extended infield.
A perfect throw, horrible base running decision by Jose Altuve.
Yeah,
that he got to kind of wink, live to fight another day afterward.
Yeah, so karma got him immediately in the first and second innings because Kaiwei Tang couldn't find his sweeper, which is his go-to. And in the first 2 innings, multiple errors in the infield, just sloppy baseball. They angeled it up. They looked like a classic Angels team as they lost to the Angels last night because they tried to give the Angels every opportunity they could to allow that loss.
Yeah. So the frustrating part about it is, Seth, is that the Angels, never mind that they're the worst team in the division. They're the worst team in the American League. They've got a case,
which is the worst league in all of baseball.
Yeah, and so and all the National League has that's comparable to it really is the Rockies. But the American League is really bringing down the property value of all of Major League Baseball.
Yeah,
and the Angels are chief among those offenders, if you will. And somehow the Astros can go out there and embarrass themselves against that team and lose 10-1. I know it's just 1 of 162, but let's not act like we haven't been watching this entire Astros season. And like they're at this stage now where they're playing basically 500 baseball, Seth, where they're like good to win every other game or so. But, you know, you go up against the Angels and you're like, this is a chance to get right. If we're trying to feel good about the Astros season or feel like there's going to be a positive spin on it, it'd be good to kind of get right against, I don't know, the team in baseball. And they go out there, and this game was over, like you said, 2 innings into it, they're down 7-0, and you're like, I don't know if I want to go to bed or if I want to stay up and watch this disaster.
And this is a stretch of games where they've got a bunch of games in a very short amount of time, except they've got a bunch of games against sub-500 teams. And even though since we reset the season, they've been playing like a 90-plus win team, you got to capitalize on these opportunities versus teams like this. The Kaiwei Tang over the last 2 outings would be the thing I'm most concerned about based off of last night. You know, okay, Jeremy Payne is not an awful infielder, et cetera, et cetera. They got a bunch of guys on base, but they couldn't do anything with it. But
that's their thing. That's right. They got a kink for that, Seth.
Well, well, I think that's the problem is when they as a group say, all right, like we need to practice more judgment at the plate. We got to be more patient. They do a good job of it. But they've been neutered by that point, and they can't. It's like one or the other. They're either lambs or they're inefficient killers.
Yeah.
You know, they're just either hacking away or they're being patient at the plate. But Kaiwei Tang, who just had a miserable evening last night, couldn't find his sweeper, as we said. But we've fallen into this pattern of so many guys that either show up and you've never heard of them before, and boy, wow, look at the first few games. They look awesome. And Kaiwei Tang was great as a reliever, but then now as a starter, boy, all right, he's doing some promising things. I hope they can write the course on him that it just yet another Astros pitcher where he gets a pitch selection glow up and some of the analytics help him out and everything, but then ultimately teams catch up to him.
Yeah, so there were two things about the Astros this season that gave you a little bit of hope, right? And both of those things are a concerning part about how last night played out, and you're mentioning Kai Tang. He's part of this. A couple of the things that made you optimistic about the Astros have kind of lost their shine a little bit, if you will. One of those is the Kai Tang, Peter Lambert, and even I'll throw Spencer Arrighetti in there, who was pitching at an AL Cy Young caliber before his last outing, or at least before the Pittsburgh outing, right? And then, of course, they lose to the A's. But, like, these things were supposed to be some, like, a positive, hey, at least they've got this going. And so Hunter Brown's coming back, and Hunter Brown, by the way, is going to have his fourth minor league start today. It should be his fourth and final minor league start before he joins the team. We'll see how that goes. But it's like, okay, they've had some surprise performances from pitchers that can kind of stabilize them until Hunter Brown gets back and they kind of have their full staple of pitching. And the hitting, at the very least, in the beginning of the season was pretty solid. But then to the point that you're making, it's a lot of feast or famine with the bats. And I feel like with the pitching, it's sort of regressed to the mean now. Like, how much could you expect, or how long could you expect we're getting from Kai Tang? Peter Lambert's on the mound tonight. How long could you expect to get what you were getting from Peter Lambert? He hasn't necessarily looked as sharp. And then the Spencer Arrighetti thing, as well as he was pitching and as great of a story as it has been, you've got to feel like there's going to be some regression to the mean with that. And so it's like, I mean, I've been sitting here the last couple of days like, well, at least there's still Jordan, right? At least Jordan's for now, but he's making an MVP bid, and at least there's Hunter Brown coming back. But a lot of the other things that I felt good about in a season where you haven't had as much to feel good about with the Astros, a couple of the things that I felt good about or felt best about, I don't feel as good about anymore. Kai Tang being among those things, and then the bats being right there with it.
Well, and I think, with Arrighetti, too, I don't want to freak out after just two bad performances. He had allowed 7 earned runs in his last 2 appearances. There's 2 ways you could look at it. Is one, all right, look, he's still got a 2.21 ERA on the season. He's been magnificent. But at the same time, if you're being as objective as possible, he's a career 4.1 ERA pitcher, so there's it's somewhere, and you still see that ceiling to where, man, this guy has the potential to be a Cy Young caliber pitcher. But it also, you know what really annoys me about it? Sean and I have been whining about how he's not on the leaderboard yet because he doesn't have enough innings pitched, and now he has illustrated exactly why their minimum number of innings pitched. You're like, oh yeah, pitching takes some time to accumulate like a total body of work on all of this.
Sample size,
overrated. And yet he's still really good on the season. It's just it's a little bit of a reminder. You can't go out there and just you can't go out there and selectively pick a few games and say that's our pitcher.
So Kai Tang last night, this was his stat line. He went 4 innings, gave up 7 hits, walked 5, and that was a big thing too. You talk about him not being able to locate not being able to find his sweeper. His command issues were they were just unavoidable. That's basically what lost him the game in the first couple of innings. So he goes 4 innings, gives up 7 runs, 5 earned. You mentioned the errors earlier. Walked 3 and had 5 strikeouts. And then the bats, as I was talking about earlier, right, like the feast or famine nature of that, they left 11 runners on base and went 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. 1 for 8. So that just kind of goes to show you, like, not only was Kai Tang bad and didn't really give you much of a chance to win early, but even the chances that the Astros had, the few and far in between chances that they had, they weren't good at capitalizing on them. And as I mentioned before, this is kind of their thing, man. They got a weird kink for just teasing you a little bit, taking you right there up to the edge, and then saying, you know what, I'm good on that. That scoring runs thing, I'm good on that, dog.
The one really annoying thing about last night was that Trey Mancini continues his impress from 3 years in the minor leagues, where he's now this year, because he's only played in 2 games, both against the Astros, he's got a batting average of 500 with an OPS of 929.
To be fair to the Astros and to Trey Mancini's credit, comebacks is what he does.
Yeah.
Like he's a comeback kid, right? Beat cancer, beating retirement, beating the Astros, which apparently is not as hard as I would like for it to be. So shout out to
the most he's done on a baseball field that on the same team. If he's shared a field with the Astros, this is the most impressive he's been while sharing a field, either playing for the Astros or against the Astros.
The Astros just bring something out of this guy. World Series Astros World Series hero Trey Mancini, who we seemingly have not heard from since he became said Astros World Series hero, is back and in full effect. Thank you, Astros.
The other thing that's bothering me a little bit is that Pena just hasn't been magnificent in the fielding in the last week or so. I feel like I can count in my feeble noggin at least 3 errors or should have been errors.
Yeah. Well, he had that a couple of weeks ago. He had that one throw. He actually had one game where he had 2 really poor throws where I think Christian Walker picked him up on one, but then the other one just got away from him, and it was just such a routine, like not a difficult play at all. And it's weird because on the one hand, Jeremy Pena, prior to the last game against the A's, like 18 games or so, with Jeremy Pena coming back from the injured list, he had been, I'm not going to say tearing the cover off the baseball, but he was hitting pretty well, right? Like the redeeming qualities of the Astros. They were Yordan Alvarez, and then, of course, Christian Walker, and Isaac Paredes at some points, and then Jeremy Pena giving them a little bit of packing a little bit of a punch, a little extra punch coming back. Yeah. But, man, then the defense, that's really what his calling card is being a Gold Glove level shortstop, and it hasn't really felt that way for a little while now.
My feeble noggin was correct. He's had 3 errors since June 4th.
Yeah.
What's today, the 10th? Yeah, that's a week. 3 errors in the last week.
Yeah, man, get right.
All kind of weird, like little weird bounces, but not crazy bounces. Right there where the dirt and the grass meet. And then last night, Altuve, the ball drops out of his glove. That was the baseball gods right there. The ball dropping out of his glove on the toss from Pena, or when he was trying to turn the double.
You want to know what a real roller coaster ride, or what really illustrates properly this roller coaster ride with the Astros? How we went from, and I can remember listening to you and Sean specifically lament the whole idea of Tatsuya Imai. You remember when he was too tired to pitch or fatigued or needed to get his strength up? And it was like, man, this looks like it's going to be an awful signing. This looks like one of the worst Astros acquisitions outside of Jose Abreu that we can remember in a long time. It looked like it was headed. Now, obviously, it was really early on in the process, but that was just like maybe a month ago. And now, until Hunter Brown gets back, which is going to be soon, just to be clear, he's making his final minor league rehab appearance before it looks like he's going to join the major league team. Knock on wood, nothing goes wrong here. But now, man, Tatsuya Imai feels like their most reliable guy. Outside of the Spencer Arrighetti stuff, I don't want to take too much away. But, again, he's had 2 rough starts back-to-back. Mike Burrows is a disaster. All due respect, dude, it is just a disaster. He's out there throwing batting practice. That meatball four-seam fastball that he's got, that it seems like anybody that's just played baseball can hit and hit it out of the park. You got Mike Burrows still trying to figure it out. And then those 3 guys who surprised you for a little while and seem to be coming back down to earth. Tatsuya Imai, until Hunter Brown gets back, is like the proverbial ace, if you will. And that's a wild place to be considering where we were just like a month ago.
If I cherry pick to the extreme and excuse him for his first outing when he came back, where we felt like, okay, man, it's just more of the same here. Since he's stabilized and maybe adjusted a little bit and he feels more comfortable, he's got a 2.91 ERA in 4 games. So extreme cherry pick, small sample size. But the curve, the graph, if you look at it, it's headed in very much the right direction. And that's the one with Imai where I can right now say, look, it felt like he was just completely in over his head and he was lost and everything. And as much as his explanation felt excuses. Right now, they look very much like valid explanations for what was going on. And you can, like anybody who's ever had to move to a new city, and especially if you've lived in a city or traveled even and had to work in a foreign country, it's an all-out assault on everything you're comfortable with. So that part of it at least makes sense. And that's where I guess maybe I'm most optimistic, just because of what he is as a prospect and what they hope for him, and that if all those explanations or excuses or whatever you want to call them, they're all things that seem like you should be able to overcome them. You know, it wasn't like he had to change his mechanics dramatically or anything, or that he was battling injuries. Well, other than his fatigued arm. Okay. I'm okay feeling kind of sort of confident on that one.
Yeah, I gotta admit, man, this is why there's a benefit in going to the ballpark, because whenever I just kind of hear it on TV or read the quotes or see some of the videos on Twitter and the guys talking about being, and I'll be honest, actually, I was at I was basically in the dugout when he first gave that answer about fatigue. And we kind of just looked around. I remember looking around at all the beat writers like, have you ever heard anybody talk like that or say that or when he said that dinner was like on an off schedule?
Yeah.
Like, you ever heard somebody say dinner was too early or too late and that contributed to them not pitching well? Like, that's a very unique answer. I've never heard that before. And I kind of rolled my eyes at the time and thought it was excuse making. Really got me was when he came back and he talked about the difference between the mounds and just feeling a lot more comfortable and figuring out where he wants, like how he wants to leverage his weight on the mound.
Yeah.
And just not giving enough credit to how much the mounds are different or might be different or must be different in Japan versus here. And then even how different the mound is from ballpark to ballpark that he's going to go to, right? And this was of course, at Daikin when we were talking about it. But I'm like, man, some of these subtle things that you might not give enough credit for if you haven't done it, you know, if you haven't pitched at all, and then certainly if you haven't pitched in two different countries, you don't get the subtle differences between, like, how that can throw a guy off. Like, just not feeling like his body weight is properly situated on the mound. It's like he's not using proper leverage in his pitches, and it's like, you know what, that might matter a little bit.
No, and 100%. And, you know, I try to be cognizant of that when you're reading quotes or when you're listening to an interpreter. I mean, you always lose some context when you read something. But then if you're even watching an interpreter, you have no feel for whether how am I supposed to know if it's a good interpreter or not?
Yeah.
You know, like, I have no idea.
And it didn't help, Seth, that this guy had like 3 interpreters within the span of like a couple of months, maybe less than that.
Yeah.
I mean, how is
Brown
that?
And his I think that's where I felt like what the Astros need to spring for is get a really good actor, like a Japanese actor who speaks English and Japanese really well, and have him come up and do the. I don't know if George Takai speaks Japanese, or is he alive? If George Takai is still alive, and I don't know if he speaks Japanese or not, but I think he's first generation American. Like somebody like that, really deliver it the right way with accuracy, and don't make it sound like he's whining or complaining about something. We're making excuses.
We'll talk more Astros throughout the day. It's going to be a heavy Texans day, though, man. We got the end of OTAs, and we're full on into minicamp now. He is Seth Payne. I am Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast. And coming up next, Dalton Schultz said something about the Texans offensive line that really made me feel good and caught my attention. We'll talk about that on the other side, right here on Sports Radio 610.
Houston Powder Coaters, we just got done talking about small businesses.
Studio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast, rolling along with Seth Payne. And I was at Texans practice yesterday. It was the first day of mandatory minicamp, and we got a chance to talk to D'Amico Ryans, got a chance to talk to Derek Stingley Jr., and we got a chance to talk to Texans tight end Dalton Schultz. And he said something really interesting when I asked him about the offensive line, and it made me feel really good, right? One of the things that I've focused on when it comes to the Texans offense over the last couple of years is wanting them to get a little swarmier, to borrow a term, both from the show and born out of the catchphrase or slogan of the team. They want to have a swarm mentality, and over the last couple of years, you've really seen that manifest itself in the defense, but not so much necessarily with the offense, and most specifically with the offensive line, which is why, Seth, I was glad to hear Dalton Schultz talk about the Texans offensive line in this way.
I think first and foremost, run blocking is about mindset. Mindset and then technique. Are you willing to put your face in there? Are you willing to fire off the ball and honestly be willing to miss sometimes? Are you willing to just take off on it? And I think from the new faces that we have and the new guys that we brought in, that's the first thing that's jumped out to me is just the mindset. I think D'Amico threw a few clips on in the first week of pulling some of the O-line back saying hey, we can't, on pass blocking, we can't go clean out a DN who's just kind of sitting there holding up. We had, guys flying around trying to hit people. And so I think, just that, from that mindset, that's a problem that we hadn't necessarily had for the last couple years. And that's something that jumped out immediately, having to pull guys back and be hey, slow down, which is usually what he's saying to the defense. So to see it on the offensive side was nice. But yeah, man, I think at the end of the day, it's all here, and I think we got the guys for it.
So, Seth, this for me is the other side of the Will Anderson Jr. is wrecking practices, we got to pull him back narrative.
Yeah.
This is the other side of that I really like. I want the offense to wreck practice sometimes. I want them to push the defense the way that we already expect the defense to push the offense. That would be a positive sign to me, at least. That would be a positive sign for this team taking that next step.
No, it's 100%. And I'm really glad that Dalton Schultz said that's not something we've had before or in previous years, because realistically, okay, Dalton Schultz hasn't been there that long. He's talking about since he's been here. D'Amico hasn't had to dial back the nastiness on the offensive side of the ball. And it's Notepad's minicamp and everything. You could poke a million different holes in that. It's notable in that it's the first time that Dalton Schultz can remember D'Amico having to show clips of the offensive players saying, hey, we got to settle down a little bit. We got to slow down a little bit. Going back to, the difference from when CJ, after his rookie year, was being interviewed on the pivot and said that Laramie Tunsil's a vet. He's not doing nothing extra that he doesn't have to do. It was just a different mindset. He's one of the best offensive tackles in the league, but there was an absence of nastiness on that offensive line and on the offense in general that I feel like this year they might actually be able to, keep up with the defense in terms of attitude. I don't know if the performance will be there or not, but Wyatt Teller is that type of a player. Braden Smith, when I went back and I watched the Texans game, the first thing that I noticed from the first time the Colts played the Texans this year was, oh man, he got into it with a couple of defensive tackles and defensive linemen on run plays. He was driving them to the ground a little bit after the whistle was over, and there was just a certain tenacity to him that I think the offensive line as a unit has lacked. I think Ed Ingram has that. So that's a good sign. You got to follow through on it and do it in pads and do it against non-Texans football players, but it's a good sign.
Yeah, and this question was in the context of the run blocking, right? I asked Dalton Schultz.
The additions of the offensive line, additions on the offense and how it affect the run block.
Yeah, I asked him specifically about the additions, what his observations were about them, and what it would take from them as a group, right, as an offense to get better at run blocking, right? We know that they were dead last in football last year in run block win rate, which I think tracks with what you saw and what you watched. And they weren't much better in their pass block win rate. The thing that was worth celebrating about the offensive line was the fact that C.J. Stroud wasn't on his backside as much as we had seen the previous season, right? And so they did a much better job at protection, but didn't necessarily do a great job at, like, just winning their pass block reps.
Right.
And they did an awful job, really an awful job at both, but literally the worst in the league at the run blocking side of it. So it's good to hear him talk about this or talk like this, and specifically talking about the mentality. This is something that anybody can appreciate and understand without getting into the minutia of the X's and O's. He did mention technique there, but you can understand why technique matters. And so technique and mentality being like half or more than half the battle is something that I feel like we've been saying for a while. And it feels like, at the very least, the Texans have gotten the right cast of guys that fit that profile. Whether it works out or not remains to be seen. We got to actually watch them play football. But just from the mentality standpoint, he said, Dalton Schultz said that was the first thing that stood out to him, was like this group, not necessarily calling out one individual or another, but like this group as a whole, a complete different mentality. And we got good problems here now that we didn't necessarily have before, where we got to tell the offensive line to bring it back a little bit. We've never had to tell the offensive line to dial it back before, and now we do. Maybe that doesn't necessarily bode well in practice, right? You got to manage that in practice, but that'll be excellent once they actually get out there and play football.
One thing I've learned in the year 2026, Brandon, is that people still really have no appetite for me pointing out some of the positive things that happened offensively in the playoffs because and I don't know why. I don't know why, but I'm going to do it anyway. That Steelers game, honestly, one of the reasons, one of the less obvious reasons the Patriots game was such a huge shock to me was that in the Steelers game, the O-line actually did a really good job building throughout the game and getting more and more physical and moving some big-bodied, tough, physical defensive linemen. And that, that had been the thing that had bothered them at times last year, is you could look at a defense and say, okay, do they have a really big, strong, tough interior defensive lineman? If they do, we're probably screwed. And versus the Steelers, they handled those guys, and they did a really good job just being a moving wall as the game progressed. And that's why, I mean, Trent Brown getting injured was the big factor that changed against the Patriots, really, and it changed a lot of how they could operate as an offensive line, and you just were not able to move those guys when you really needed to run the ball. But that was, I think they had made some inroads in there, and I think Cole Popovich was a big part of it. But the Texans, by virtue of, you could see what they did in the offseason, Caserio and D'Amico realized, all right, we're headed in the right direction, but we need to bring in some hosses. So let's go out and get Wyatt Teller. Let's go out and get Braden Smith. Ed Ingram was playing the way they wanted him to play in the run game, and then draft a couple of hosses. The hoss factor increased, I would say, by at least 40% from last year to this year. Yeah.
So, and I've also had to leave open the possibility, just in my mind, that maybe it would take 2 off seasons to fully correct the offensive line. And you look at what they've done over the last 2 off seasons. They bring in Ed Ingram. They promote Cole Popovich to the offensive line coach. And then so that kind of set, and then of course they draft Ariante Ursary, sort of setting the stage for what they ended up doing this offseason, right? And we talk about Braden Smith, drafting Keelan Rutledge, and then Wyatt Teller. Of course, you talked about the mentality, there being a different mentality and that being a thing that stands out. And I think that's true to some degree. I also wonder about a more motivated Wyatt Teller. I think you and Sean have talked about this, but Wyatt Teller did an interview with SNL, Cody Stutes and Landry Locker over at SNL, and he talked about perhaps some complacency at his previous place in Cleveland. And I do wonder what a motivated Wyatt Teller is going to look like for the Texans. This was him talking about complacency and how things kind of went south in Cleveland?
So you got complacent. You get used to a city, you get used to your routine, everything like that. But at the same time, it kind of refired me up. End of the year last year, I'm not going to throw away 6 years that they treated me unbelievable for 6 months of indifference or whatever. So I still have no ill will to anybody there. But it felt like they kind of blamed it on the offensive line, which, don't get me wrong, did we play at our standard? We were the top 5 offensive line for so long, and then to kind of drop off. But there were so much issues, you can't point at one thing. But that being said, it kind of fired me up coming into this offseason, training as hard as I've trained in a long time. Kind of getting body fat down, getting weight up, getting back to strength. Coach Eubanks here is unbelievable. We had a great strength coach in Cleveland and Larry Jackson, but Mike Eubanks here is the real deal. And we've the way we practice, you kind of have to train extremely hard. Not only be strong, but also be in condition. I feel like there were some things that I did in the past that just wasn't in condition as well as I could. Trying to save, tread on the tires, but at the end of the day, you don't want to take anything for granted. You don't want to be like, hey, I'm saving it for next year, saving next year, when there could be no next year.
So I'm intrigued by a player who is accomplished, who is as accomplished as Wyatt Teller is, going to a new place and still feeling like he has something to prove.
Right, yeah, I think, and it's always dicey when you're open and honest about that, because you could easily just, you could listen to that quote and say, what's this guy, is he spoiled and lazy or something? I think it's people are self-critical, and they're always thinking, all right, okay, what could I have done better or differently? And when you get into a new place especially, you feel like, I got to prove myself all over again, And so whether it's like complacency for a guy like Wyatt Teller isn't the same as complacency for the average person. I think it was probably that he thinks, man, you know what? I used to have more of an edge, or I used to be desperate to do this or desperate to do that. And in having to prove yourself all over again, you can kind of recapture some of that. So I'm like, and this is a guy whose calling card was really physical play, pancakes galore all over the place. So that part of it, as long as he can stay healthy, I'm really excited about just what that means for setting the tone in the offensive line room.
He is Seth Payne. I am Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast. We got Astros. We got Minicamp. We got the Stanley Cup Finals. We got the NBA Finals. All of that is coming up next in Headlines.
But first, West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land. Want to talk about West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land. Ruben Mendoza, there's no frustration there at all. Ruben Mendoza and the folks over at West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land are amazing. They are going to get you into that new luxury ride, brand new Lincoln. The Lincolns are beautiful.
281-222-2222. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Leading 7-0 after 2, and that'll do it. Kirby Yates with a 1-2-3 ninth inning. And the Angels win by the final score of 10-1 to even up the series at a game apiece.
I wish the Astros headline was a better one, was a more positive one, but we got to give you the real. We're just here to deliver the news after all, people. And the Astros did lose 10-1 last night to the Angels. In your first headline, they were down 7-0 after 2. Wasn't ever really competitive in this game. We talked about this earlier, Seth. Kai Tang. The shine has worn off on Tang a little bit. I was giving credit. I can remember it wasn't even 2 weeks ago, Seth, where I was giving Dana Brown credit for all of the Mike Burrows and Tatsuya Imai criticism that you might have for his main pitching acquisitions. I was like, hey, well, you actually do have to give him credit for seeing something in Kai Tang, a reliever who you could turn into a starter, a la Ronel Blanco. You got to give him credit to some degree for Peter Lambert. But, man, after last night, I'm like, and this is aside from Dana Brown, I'm just like, man, some of these things that I wanted to be positive about, I don't feel so positive about it.
He's gone through the entire Christian Javier life cycle, career cycle, in just a few weeks. He's hey, reliever turned starter. Wow, he's good as a starter. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see exactly what happens after. But I think that last night the double whammy of it was that everything happened in the first 2 innings. Kai Tang just didn't have control of his sweeper, which is his go-to pitch. He finishes every at-bat with it, basically. But then you compound it with fielding errors. And it was an easy decision, I'm guessing, for a lot of people listening to just decide that this wasn't going to be the night that I'd stay up all night watching the Astros on the West Coast.
Yeah, no, definitely. And especially for me, having a morning show to do. And I actually did still stay up, funny enough. So you know this, Seth. I grew up an Astros fan. I actually am invested. I would have wanted to watch this whether I was doing the morning show or not. And so I felt like, well, I really want to watch it. It'd be helpful if I at least knew what was going on the night before if I'm going to be subbing in for the morning. But, man, this felt like I could have spent my time better. I don't know, sleeping, watching paint dry. I don't know anything.
They were, I guess the one thing is that made it still interesting was they were giving Urena, the pitcher, a hard time, and he's been having a really good year. They just couldn't capitalize on any of it. There was a lot of traffic, but they left 12 runners on base last night, and it was that was the miserable part of any chance of an actual comeback in this.
So Hunter Brown is going to start for Sugarland tonight. Is this like music to your ears or right now in terms of what kind of injection Hunter Brown can give the Astros with his return?
I'm still, because the AL is so miserable and because the Astros are within reach of the wild card and because, look, the division itself is trash as well. But I'm still at that spot where I remember these last couple of years you make these runs in June and July, and they're kind of, by win-loss, they've been on a nice run since May 15th. So, yeah, the return of Hunter Brown does excite me.
Yeah, rightfully so. So the Astros go down 10-1 to the Angels, the worst team in the American League, by the way. So not a great feeling. Kai Tang, like we mentioned, not very sharp, again, for a back-to-back start. Stat line honestly looked very similar to the previous one, so something to monitor there for as long as Kai Tang is in the rotation. The Texans had their second day, or they have their second day, I should say, of mandatory minicamp today. We got a chance to talk to D'Amico Ryans yesterday, Dalton Schultz, Derek Stingley Jr. Another one of the big sort of takeaways and talking points from there, and we were talking about this in the previous segment, was just like the praise that the offense is getting, right? And these are some of the questions that we're asking them about, right? I asked Dalton Schultz about the offensive line, asked Derek Stingley about the offense overall as an operation, and we're going to have some fun with Derek Stingley. I think, here's a teaser for later, I think I almost broke Derek Stingley at the press conference yesterday. I was worried about it because I thought he was glitching out, and I was really concerned. But a big thing from the practice was hey, the offense is really standing out to folks, their improvement, and maybe it's to be expected in year two. Maybe this is just natural progression. But that was a thing for me was, hey, they're talking about the offense a lot differently than they did last year. It's not just, oh, how great is the defense going to be? There's a lot of that, but there's also some acknowledging that the offense has made some strides.
Yeah, they've made strides. They're going against a really good defense. I think at no point during this training camp did I start to worry if, what if the defense has lost its edge? But I think by and large, efficient play in the passing game, but without the explosives that you're looking for. I guess the other side of that coin would be that the defense specifically has said from multiple different guys on the defense and the coaching staff, one thing we want to get better at is not allowing as many explosive plays. So they're doing a great job of it, but they're doing it against an offense that last year wasn't all that impressive with explosive plays. So that'll be the fun thing during training camp is knowing that the defense is as good as it is, that you can be 100% excited if C.J. Stroud connects a couple times with Nico Collins or Jaden Higgins or Jalen Knoll deep without worrying about the defense. I just want to see that at some point.
So since you mentioned explosives, I've been asking every Texans content creator that I can get a hold of this same question, so I figure I'll just ask it to you right now here on the air. If you had to guess now, having not seen them play football yet, where are the explosive plays from for the Texans?
Oh,
I've essentially asked this of everybody. Yeah, I just feel like we should do it.
Oh no, I think honestly, from the run game, and by that I mean the play action leading to explosive passes. You think about AJ Brown. AJ Brown, when he was at his most magnificent, was in Tennessee when they really did a great job setting up deep shots with the play action. And I think that's what they want to be on this offense. They want to have that opportunity to do it. So it'll be via Nico Collins. And if it ends up being a little bit of Tank Dell sprinkled in there too, cool. But I think the ground floor for all of it is that they've got to have a legitimate run game. And you don't have to have an awesome run game to set up the play action, but you have to have a legitimate play action. A legitimate run game.
Many headlines that you did just bring up his name, Tank Dell. Out there at least running around, and
he walked into practice with his helmet, which was notable.
Yeah, and he put the helmet on eventually.
Right.
He did put the helmet on, and not just to stand there and watch from the sideline, but he ran around a little bit, right? When they were doing their team installs and some team drills, you had on one side of the field, you had what was clearly like the twos on offense, right? And then on the other end of the field, and they're on the same field, right? But just like on the other 50, you've got the ones, you've got the receivers going up against the ones of the secondary, right? Just kind of running routes, taking passes from C.J. Stroud. So it was a glorified walkthrough, yeah. But even with that as the context, it's good to see Tank Dell out there moving around. Y'all talked to Nick Caserio, I guess it was last week, about him targeting training camp and potentially being ready for that. Based off of what I've seen from him so far, I don't have a reason to believe that he won't be ready for training camp.
No, I think that I think they're being as careful as possible. The average time it takes to come back from having multiple ligaments torn is over 600 days, I think, which puts, September is right around 600 days for him, give or take. So that's this is the timeline, and they're gonna be as careful as possible until September, I think.
Other headlines: the Carolina Hurricanes tie the Stanley Cup final with a 5-3 win over the Vegas Golden Knights in Game 4. That series again is now tied at 2 games apiece. And in the NBA Finals, Game 4 of the NBA Finals at Madison Square Garden tonight, Knicks lead that series against the Spurs 2-1. Spurs looking to tie that thing up as well. All right, so those are your headlines. He is Seth Payne. I am Brandon Scott, filling in for Sean Pendergast. And back on Texans minicamp, D'Amico Ryans had a few interesting things to say from practice yesterday. We're going to get into those next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Nick Caserio shared high praise for the Texans QB in his Houston, on Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans spoke yesterday. It might be the last time that we hear from him before training camp. I don't know. I'm going to actually go there once we wrap up here at 10 o'clock. I'm going to go over to NRG and see who is talking and see what we can hear. But it looks like this is going to be the last time we hear from himself until training camp.
Yeah, that's what they say. I believe one of the Texans releases said that this will be his last appearance. So I would imagine he'll show up on a podcast somewhere, just an interview with Rich Eisen or something at some point. But other than that, this will be the last time we hear from him officially, I'm guessing.
Yeah, definitely the last time that we get an open media availability. Now, you might catch him in an exclusive interview somewhere, whether it's a podcast or a network or whatever it may be. But we got a chance to hear from him. And one of the things that I'm really intrigued to watch from the Texans this year, Seth, and we were talking a little bit a while ago about explosive plays and where they're going to come from for the Texans. I'm really intrigued to see how the Texans are going to use their tight ends this season, especially if Brevin Jordan is actually going to be healthy this year. Foster Moreau, who I think is an underrated signing for the Texans, and if he adds something to the room, that'll be great. You get a healthy Kate Stover, perhaps, right? We'll see how that works out. I'm not really ready to give up on him either yet. And all of a sudden, like, the tight end room feels a little bit different. Of course, their offensive coordinator, Nick Caley, is a former tight ends coach. This is the effective Patriots offense that they're running. Newsflash, tight ends in the Patriots offense have been prolific in the past. Now, those specific tight ends that they had were different. But
also, Caley's coming from the Rams, where they led the league by a wide margin last year, and how often they have 3 tight ends out on the field.
Very, very, very good point. And so, with all of that in mind, DeMeco Ryans was asked what challenges the Texans tight ends might present to a defense, and really just an overall philosophical question about tight ends and the challenges for a defensive coach in facing different tight ends that can do different things.
Caley wants all the tight ends out, right? Put 4 of them out there. Now, it's the tight ends pose a matchup problem. And it's not just because it's the tight end, it's how the tight ends have evolved in our game. Now, you got more pass threat tight ends than we've had in the past. In 2006, you put 4 tight ends on the field and it's goal line. You're not doing that now. Now you have guys who are true receiving threats. So when you have that, are you matching up in base personnel? Are you matching up in nickel, dime personnel? Well, it really depends on who that tight end is, right? And you match up accordingly. So it's a chess match when you're going against defenses and you put 13 personnel out on the field, like having the ability to throw the ball in personnel. Those percentages have, skyrocketed over the past 10 years. So just having that flexibility by an offensive coordinator to have tight ends that we could put out, and not just last year we put a lot of extra O-lineman packages out on the field with you kind of throw your hand easier when you have the extra O-lineman. So now having the versatility and the depth of the group that we have now should open up a ton more options for us when it comes to being able to disguise some personnel.
Yeah, man, I'm just out there watching Brevin Jordan run around, watching him be healthy, and I'm just crossing my fingers on both hands like, man, just stay healthy. I don't think Brevin Jordan is the key between the Texans being what they are and going to the Super Bowl necessarily, but they absolutely have to be more dynamic at that position.
Honestly, Brevin Jordan has had some really huge moments, and they get emblazoned in people's memory. But I think if you ask the average person that gets really excited about Brevin Jordan or wishes that boy, I wish he could stay healthy because, man, like if you ask him what do you think the high he's had, the most receiving yards he's had in a season is, I'm guessing they think it's something more than 219 yards, which is what it was in 2023.
Yeah.
But we all see and know and understand what he could do. I think the intrigue about Brevin Jordan isn't as much about what his total production might end up being. It's that we've seen games like the Cleveland game or wherever in the past where it's just that one big play by Brevin Jordan makes a big difference. But when D'Amico's talking there about how you create matchup issues for a defense, in the past, the way defenses operate, you hear, okay, they've got such and such personnel on the field. The offense has this personnel on the field. We got to get either our nickel or our base or our dime out on the field. If you've got 4 or 5 tight ends that in your 13 personnel, 13 is where you've got 3 tight ends out on the field, then all of a sudden it's that, okay, well, they've got 3 tight ends on the field, but which tight ends? And is this more of a, do they have more receiving tight ends out there, or do they have more run blocking tight ends out there? And it just creates that much more complexity that defenses have to adjust to. And that's the exciting part about it. The things that you can do to put defenses in a bind, in theory, is really, really good. But then it's a matter of, okay, it's not just a numbers game. You got to have actually viable tight ends who can play good football.
Yeah, D'Amico's talking about there how whether you line up in your base package, nickel or dime, is going to depend on who the tight ends actually are that are out there, like which tight ends are you lining up against. And so that's part of the chess game. But one of the observations that I had at practice, and this is one that I think that I'm pretty sure that I can share, just, they're running a play and they line up. This is a small thing, right? And I can't remember if there was another tight end, so it could have been 12, it could have been 13. But I'm watching Cade Stover and Brevin Jordan line up next to each other in what was a run play. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, it just kind of occurred to me, Seth, and I feel like y'all talked about this too with the jumbo package, something that we've been talking about since last year, how heavy they were with the jumbo package
with
and
the
fact
offensive linemen,
with the 6 offensive linemen, and that they were still not good at run blocking even with the 6 offensive linemen out there. Like, think about how you almost have to do that on purpose of putting out a 6th offensive lineman and not be able to run block, which is really kind of slightly embarrassing.
It was a less worse solution,
yes,
to an issue they had, which is they couldn't get movement. You go back to the Patriots like a decade ago, and it was they played with 6 offensive linemen a lot, but it was when they did it, they were just steamrolling people.
Right.
That's when
idea.
you actually get excited about a jumbo offensive line. But that's not what it was last year. It was an imperfect solution. And, yeah, Kaylee brought up living in the jumbo world last year. He didn't say it in a way where he was like, yeah, we were thriving in the jumbo world last year. It was, we're in the jumbo world.
When they throw out a 6 offensive lineman, the response from the fan base is supposed to be, oh, man, we're about to run some people over. We're about to mash them.
Yeah.
And instead, for Texans fans, it was understanding that, oh, they're doing this to survive. Like, this is not to punish the other team. This is a survival tactic by your team. So to go from that, and we'll see. I'm not saying that Brevin Jordan and Cade Stover lined up next to each other means that it's going to be great for the run game necessarily.
Yeah, the rest of the league isn't peeing their pants when they hear that.
No, not at all. But it did, at least in real time, watching it, give me some insight into what perhaps their intentions are.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean,
and then just the
you're not
idea
giving anything away. That's not, they've done that before. They just haven't been effective with it.
But also now with just the added piece of Brevin Jordan, now it's not so obvious what the play is going to be.
Yeah.
So, might run it, they might pass it. They probably should pass it if Brevin Jordan is lined up, in there, But
right, and then that's where the defense has nickel on the field. And the nice thing as an offense is you get to see. So you're the offense, you roll out with 3 tight ends. The defense has to match up, and they're either going to keep an extra linebacker on the field or they're going to go to nickel and have extra defensive backs on the field. But then you as an offense get to say, oh, okay, so you're loaded up to stop the pass, and we check into a run play or vice versa. So that's and in theory, and the Rams did it with great effect, that's what you want to have. The Rams last year had 4, on average when they were healthy, they had 4 4 tight ends active on game day. So that's where you get to throw in those wrinkles of, Brevin Jordan's active. He might only get a few snaps, but if you throw him out there in 13 personnel every now and then, but then other times maybe you've got more of a run blocking type of group of tight ends, it gives you a lot of options.
The Texans admittedly are still figuring out what having all of these tight ends means and what they can actually do with those tight ends. Dalton Schultz was asked about that yesterday. This is what he had to say.
It's a good question. We're not quite there yet. Like, we'll see when the reins kind of come off everybody. But yeah, I'm excited. We have a very well-rounded room and a bunch of guys that do a lot of different stuff really well. I think, Foster's been a great addition for us, like just kind of bringing the energy, the juice. He's like classic Louisiana kid, chirping like everything all the time. And like we need that, especially on offense. Like we need that sort of thing. So yeah, I think our room has come together nicely, and we'll kind of work and to get better and show, that we can contribute in many different ways in this offense.
Seth, aside from just the bodies, they didn't really have the bodies in that room last year. I like hearing that the room's going to have a little bit of juice. Like Brevin Jordan, of course, brings that, has a wonderful personality, always smiling, always having a good time. And then Foster Moreau apparently is bringing in that Louisiana energy.
The Texans put out a clip yesterday where they had somebody filming from the sideline, one of the Texans media people, and Nico Collins caught a nice pass. And then from out of nowhere, Foster Moreau, you hear Foster Moreau, and he comes into the screen and he says, "Put that in your bleeping video." So I didn't know exactly what Dalton Schultz was talking about when he said he was chirping and everything. And then the Texans delivered that nice little example of him chirping. Yeah, little chirpiness. It's funny because he presents in interviews like a 45-year-old GM. Yeah. I wouldn't have expected that out of him.
And his name's Foster. Like, not to name shame or anything. I ain't got nothing against his name being, but you're not expecting somebody named Foster. Like, you're expecting somebody named Foster to be like presidential or like stately. I don't know, like for him to be. I don't know, from to feel like
Foster Moreau. My family,
a 20th century
lived in this town for seven generations.
Exactly, like a 19th century legislator or something like that. I don't know, Foster Moreau.
Sir, I'm not so sure. I just I don't approve of your tactics. Yeah, that's no. You're right. That's a really, really good point.
Yeah, I love it. Another thing that's kind of observing practice yesterday, early on in some of the position drills, I saw D'Amico Ryans, of course, as you know, former teammate of yours, linebacker fame here with the Texans, has a heart for linebackers, right? Was a linebacker himself, linebacker coach. So, of course, he's pulling Jamal Hill aside and giving him some tidbits. Looks like he was giving him some notes on technique and some things like that. And it made me think we could really get, potentially, a break. That's what this part of the season is for, right? When you're in the off season, you're in minicamp, you're waiting for training camp. But I do believe this: we could get a breakout season from a lesser known linebacker, I think, this season. And when I say breakout, I don't mean that he's going to be a Pro Bowler or an All Pro. I'm just talking about maybe someone that we're discussing differently a year from now. It's set up perfectly for it, I think.
Christian Harris, and midway through his first year with D'Amico, all of a sudden things just clicked for him. And he had already showed a lot of promise, but midway through that first season with D'Amico, he really took off. And then he had a mysterious lower leg injury, and we've barely seen him since. Yeah,
that'll be one of the great mysteries I say great mysteries. It'll be actually a deep cut mystery now in hindsight, since Christian Harris turned out to be, at least for the Texans, more of a flash in the pan. But that'll be a deep cut of like, remember when Christian Harris was really good and it looked like he was like on a Pro Bowl trajectory, perhaps just completely fell off the map. That'll be a classic deep cut. What if this guy turned out to be what he looked like he was going to be?
It's almost like it's a different flavor, but kind of the same category as Camus Grugier-Hill.
Oh.
Where there was, Camus Grugier-Hill was, he would show up and he would show flashes, and he was on a bad team at the time, but you thought like, oh, there really might be something with this guy.
Undersized,
he's had himself
fast.
a career and everything, but it was just classic, okay, he had some flashy plays on a really miserable football team, so you overvalued exactly maybe what his potential was.
Yeah, I hadn't never thought about that comparison, but you're talking about an undersized, speedy linebacker who did have some moments, but ultimately, and the issue really with Christian Harris turned out to be injury more than anything.
Yeah, because he wasn't. I mean, he was prototype in a lot of ways. It was just he just couldn't run anymore.
But I just think it's set up perfectly for it. You got a season-ending injury to a key player at that position in E.J. Speed, and then you got young guys who DeMeco Ryans, I think, is clearly interested in coaching and molding into real players. I'm not predicting who it's going to be, but it wouldn't surprise me if someone from that room emerged in a way that we're talking about them differently a year from now. This was DeMeco Ryans when I asked him about just what his observations are in that linebacker room where he's going to need somebody to step up in a way.
The linebacker group is a really competitive room, probably the most competitive it's been in a while. We have a lot of young players, which I like, a lot of young players in that room. They can play. That's the exciting part about it. A lot of great athletes in that position. Jamal is one of those guys. He shined and flashed a couple plays on special teams for us last year. I remember a play versus the Cardinals. One of our special teams goals was to go take the football away, and Jamal goes down first play kickoff, first play of the game, and he puts his hat on the football. We get a huge turnover. He really set the tone for us, and I'm just still pouring into him, right, to not only get it done on the special teams aspect, but also grow as a player to where, man, can you go out and play true first, second, third down for us? And he's growing. He's gotten better. Being a safety who's converted to the linebacker position, he's done a really good job of that. So the more I can pour into those guys, I'm always close to those linebackers. Those are my babies. So I love working with the linebackers, and they're a fun group. They're a really, really smart group. So I would say Coach Billy Davis done an outstanding job of working with those guys to get them caught up to speed. Our rookies are probably some of the smartest rookies that I've had the chance to work with. So that's encouraging to me.
It's just an intriguing group to me, Seth. You got Jamal Hill, who we're referencing there, Wade Woodaz, who is one of the rookies that they've brought in. I don't know if there's a linebacker that intrigues you the most, but I'm intrigued by the room overall.
Marte Mapu, and I've talked about him a bunch, who the Texans traded for early in the offseason with the Patriots. Like when you see him, you notice him. He's kind of like him, and Wade Woodaz are the guys that just physically stand out.
Yes.
They're just long and rangy, and they can go sideline to sideline, so jump out at you. Jamal Hill is interesting because I think I don't know if he's as rangy as those two guys I just mentioned, but he's more of a thumper. Like I could see DeMeco having an affection for Jamal Hill because he might see a little bit of himself in him. That, okay, there's a guy that he's kind of old school, and if he can come up and just take on guards and everything, that you can see the potential for him. But they do, like Aiden Fisher, we don't even really talk about Aiden Fisher because he's a 7th-round draft pick, but he was also one of the best players on a national championship defense and one of the best defenses in college football last year, who could be the classic, all right, he's not fast, but he's just got instincts and football IQ and all that other stuff. And, DeMeco calling it the most competitive room that he's ever had, I agree with him. I think there have been times in the last few years where I felt like, including last year, even though Jamal Hill was on the roster, I felt like, all right, boy, man, if E.J. Speed and Henry To'oTo'o were injured, they're going to be in something deep here. Even with Azeez Elshire out there, I don't know exactly how they'll handle it if they've only got Azeez and no other linebackers out there. And we saw in the Raiders game, it wasn't so pretty when Azeez was out of there. That was Henry To'oTo'o's worst game of the season probably last year. They didn't do a good job versus the Raiders rushing attack. So that part of it, I'm pretty optimistic about. Even though I wish EJ Speed were healthy, obviously.
Yeah.
They're as well suited to fill in that gap, and especially with a competition that a couple of those guys will rise to the top.
Yeah, Jamal Hill, old school in the sense that he's a thumper, as you mentioned, but also a new school linebacker in the sense of being a converted safety.
Yeah,
because you like that the athleticism and the ranginess that he would show being converted as a safety, but also having, I guess, the mentality and the the thumper profile of a linebacker. It seems to fit perfectly in that way.
And I started to say that with I don't know whether his measurables were or anything, like his combine stats, but he doesn't move the same way that some of those other guys do move athletically. I was kind of shocked to see that he had been a safety. I know he's probably a lot lighter when he came into college.
Yeah.
And I can see why they moved him to linebacker. But he does have, he's got a real willingness and an appetite for the physical part of the game. He only played a few snaps last year, so it was a real quick film study on him from last year. But he was trying to get involved in every single pile there was. He was sticking his nose in there and really going after it. So I think that's the part that D'Amico probably appreciates.
Yeah, and Wade Woodaz, man, look, the guy looks like a shot blocker out there. I mean, he is a couple of workouts. I was talking with Mark Vandermeer about this kind of on the sidelines. Just, man, that guy's a couple of workouts away from being a defensive lineman, a defensive end potentially. Like because he's tall, but then shoulder to shoulder, like he just has the build of somebody that could potentially even be a defensive end if he wanted.
When I first saw him, I remember I had just seen that he was a converted to linebacker, and my first thought was, did he convert from defensive end? Because that's rare. It's rare to get. And then if you go, I'll send you a couple of his highlight reels later. It's funny because he played at Clemson, so when you're watching him and you see him defend in pass defense, he's wearing this all orange uniform, and it looks like the old Jim Boeheim Syracuse defenses, where they were just so it was just a sea of arms and legs and everything because they were so good with his own defense. And I think that's exactly what Matt Burke and D'Amico Ryan see in him, is that, man, he can get into passing lanes. He's got that length. Matt Burke mentioned length specifically and brought up Marte Mapu and Wade Woodaz earlier this offseason. And he does a really good job of it for a guy especially that's still kind of raw at playing linebacker. So I think there's that. I wouldn't forecast it at this point, but it seems like in terms of traits and the fact that Burke referenced, wanting to add length this year, I think Woodaz and Marte Mapu are probably the leaders in the clubhouse right now to replace EJ Speed or to maybe compete with Henry To'oTo'o.
So D'Amico Ryans was asked about first-round pick Keelan Rutledge, who has been taking some first-team and second-team snaps at center at camp so far. And I want to play this. Then I've got a Keelan Rutledge question for you, Seth, that I want the audience to get in on as well. This is what D'Amico Ryans had to say when he was asked about how Keelan Rutledge has looked so far.
Keelan's done a great job. Keelan's moved around from guard to center. He's done a great job with both. Really great communicator as a young player, aggressive, intense, just like the tape you saw at Georgia Tech. So it's looked great so far, in OTAs. I'm excited to see him as another guy. With all the rookies, I'm just excited to see the guys put the pads on in training camp and truly compete, get the opportunity to play in some preseason games.
Seth, I'm asking you this, and I want the audience to answer the question as well. How much do you care? Okay, how much do you truly care right now as we sit here whether Keelan Rutledge is getting first-team reps at center right now?
I don't care much about – I really try hard not to read into first- and second-team stuff this time of year because it really is just the experimental phase of getting guys reps as much as possible. That you're out there, it's more about – It's completely about getting the mental part of it and the technique part of it done because you can only do so much. It's just not that competitive on the interior offensive line. You fit up and then guys you kind of just chop your legs after that because anybody that's trying to bull rush or an offensive lineman's trying to drive block, you just got to be really careful not to end up, with a pile on the ground. So I think just the fact that he's getting a bunch of reps at center is what matters. I don't think they're not rejiggering the depth chart at this point of the year.
Yeah, and look, there are notes from Keelan Rutledge at camp or at practice of some of the struggles that he's having. The expected learning curve. That's the thing that I want to sort of point out here.
Well, the struggles are mostly just about getting the actual snap right.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is obviously very, very important. But the things that he's struggling with are things that I feel like are supposed to or need to struggle with or make your adjustments to right now. Like this, that's what messing up is what right now is for, I feel like.
Oh, yeah.
Get all of that
100%.
out of your system, so maybe by the time you get to camp and certainly by the time the season starts, you've sort of corrected all of these things that ail you.
One of the biggest things that happens to offensive linemen their first year in the NFL is immediately they realize, oh wow, I got to be way better with my hands, because these defensive linemen are on you and they've got your hands swiped away before, where you're using your old college technique and you're barely even getting started, and those guys have already kung fu fought you to being an armless football player. So if you think about playing center especially, it's that much harder when you're facing guys who are really good with their hands for the first time in your life. Like, the size and speed is one thing, but really it's that you got to get your hands going, and you're also learning how to play center at the same time. It's a lot. It's a simple process, but it's a lot, and it's going to be challenging to anybody that is learning how to play center, because he didn't do it other than the Senior Bowl much at all in his career. That's the part I wouldn't worry about right now. Now, if it's like week 2 or week 3 at training camp and dicey whether or not C.J. Stroud's going to get the ball, then you start wondering, like, okay, even if he hems it up by the end of training camp, then he's got to figure it out in the regular season. I'd start getting nervous about that. I don't know if you remember the Pittsburgh game, Brandon. When you've got issues with the snap, whether it's the center's fault or the quarterback's fault or whomever, it's really, really hard to operate.
Yeah, it's funny that the center position was so underwhelming last year that we just kind of bypassed the Pittsburgh game and just – like, everybody understands that this is the position that needs to be addressed, but we don't even fixate on that the way we do, say, like the quarterback turning the ball over, or even Woody Marks fumbling that football in New England, right? It's just like we just kind of out of sight, out of mind, forgot about it, and just said, hey, you know what? They just need to replace this guy.
I think honestly, when I've had conversations with people about the New England game, people completely forget that Woody Marks fumbled the ball. Like, it's almost in their mind there were 4 turnovers in that game, and it was the 4 interceptions. No. It was actually worse than that. They actually turned the ball over 5 times. Yeah, and in a really wet and sloppy football game. But it's hard enough. It's really, really hard to win a game when you turn the ball over 5 times. Yeah, if you turn it over 5 times in a game that's wet and sloppy and cold and nasty, I'd love to see the stats on that, because it's less than 20% win when you turn the ball over 5 times, and I'm gonna imagine if it's wet and sloppy conditions, it's way worse.
Yeah, do that on the road with a lot of your best injured. Yeah, that's not a recipe for success at all. I think the urgency with Keelan Rutledge and maybe a little bit of the anxiousness comes from the Texans' own aggressiveness to get him, and just I don't want to call it a dire need at center, but just an obvious need to upgrade that position. Like, they've addressed everything else, bringing back Ed Ingram, bringing in Braden Smith and Wyatt Teller, drafting Ariante Ursery last year, and then you're just looking at this spot in the middle where you're like, it's been a bit of we talk a lot about left guard, and we do kind of a catch-all thing with the interior offensive line. But, man, it's really been a turnstile at center ever since C.J. Stroud got here. Yeah. Whether it was Michael Dieter or Juice Scruggs or Jared Patterson or, who you name it, Jake Andrews now, like, you name it. It doesn't seem like he's had any kind of consistency or continuity at that position, and this might be his shot at it. And the team was aggressive in getting a guy who it looks like they're going to have to train up a little bit just to get him up to speed, him having not played that position at the collegiate level.
And I think first and foremost, too, that they drafted him probably based on their evaluation of him as a guard with the hopes that he can play center, but it's not. Wyatt Teller is only going to be in the league so much longer, and I think especially for how much you're going to have to pay him, they'd love to have a guy at some point there, whether it's Keelan Rutledge or somebody, maybe Keelan Rutledge plays center and they find another replacement. Like, Wyatt Teller's not a long-term, probably going to be a long here. Maybe he is, but I think that goes back to really the one thing that still bothers me about the way they handled CJ's rookie year was that the plan was to have a rookie second-rounder in Juice Scruggs snapping the ball to a rookie quarterback who's taking play calls from a rookie offensive coordinator. Yeah. It felt, why? I had flashbacks to I had flashback, and now it's ironic that was the most promising year for C.J. Stroud, but I had flashbacks to the first year of the franchise's existence in 2002 when we had a rookie quarterback and 5 other rookies starting on offense, and a bunch of them on the offensive line. I can't remember how many rookies started on the offensive line. It was Chester Pitts, who ended up being a really good football player, but he was a rookie, and all these other guys. It was not a recipe for success. And I think, again, he might end up with a rookie at center, but at least he's a first-round rookie that you could hopefully get some really good play out of.
Yeah, well, they played a rookie at left tackle last year, and we had a texter ask about Ariante Ursary. He mentioned you guys haven't heard you guys talk much about Ariante Ursary since OTAs and minicamp started. Is that a good thing? Well, I'm glad you asked, because D'Amico Ryans was asked about Ariante Ursary and how he seems to be adjusting in year 2. Here's what the head coach had to say.
Tay has done a really great job of preparing himself this offseason. Year 2 for him, he's definitely hit it in the weight room pretty hard. He's playing. He's looking more stronger. He's playing aggressive. He's smart, knowing where he needs to be. It's not new to him, so you can see a guy who's really calm what he's asked to do. He's calm with the position and things that we're asking him to do. He's doing a really good job of it.
Yeah, I think it's a positive thing where you can go into a season where your left tackle he's a second-year guy, and he's not really somebody that you feel like you got to talk a lot about. Now, that's not to say that he was perfect by any stretch. He definitely had his ups and downs and some rookie moments last year, but I felt like by the end of it, we came away from it feeling pretty decent about Ariante Ursary as their left tackle, about Ariante Ursary as a second-round pick by them last year. Where do you stand right now with Ariante Ursary going into year 2?
Sean and I have put him in the Rockets young core category, which is, you got to remember
that's dicey. That's dicey.
Yeah, that's like as a reminder that, man, he did a lot of good things his rookie year, but he still was a rookie. He was a promising rookie. He didn't play like an established veteran, and so the trajectory is good, but he's got to show that he can do it. And I think by just the way he conducts himself, the improvements that he made during the year, all of those things, D'Amico saying that he's gotten stronger in the weight room and his body composition, those are all really, really good signs. It's just more of a reminder to ourselves, okay, let's not pretend Ariante Ursary was Offensive Rookie of the Year last year or something. He's got to keep improving. And I think they've done a good job of identifying guys that are actually going to work at it and take it seriously. And all the reports about Ariante Ursary are that he's that guy. And to address the texter's question, there's a reason I don't know a lot about the offensive and defensive linemen and how they're doing it at minicamp, just because you really can't tell too much. There's no pads on. And look, Will Anderson's going to win a bunch of pass reps, whether it's Ariante Ursary or Laramie Tunsil out there. So that part of it, you kind of wait until training camp and the pads come on.
Yeah, and that's why Cody Stutes' observation that he put in his notes about Keelan Rutledge and having some struggles just with snapping the ball, that's why even that is both interesting and also something that you got to take with a grain of salt, because he's cross-training, he's a rookie, he's just getting out there, and this was the first time the full team was out there. I think you were mentioning this either earlier in the show or during the break, but he's getting his first look at Sheldon Rankins and just like the full complement of what is the Texans' defensive line. Yeah. But then at the same time, they're not really out there full go. So, all of it within context and with a grain of salt. But even yesterday was like a glorified walkthrough, man.
I'll tell you what, the really interesting thing will be if Keelan Rutledge is starting in his first week. Okay, he'll have spent a training camp going against some really good defensive tackles, but the Texans don't usually, unless they change it up a lot this year, they don't usually have a guy right over the center playing nose tackle, so the center is uncovered. They're going to be going against the Bills, who are changing their defense this year to most likely more of a 3-4, where you've got a guy over the center a lot, and that's a big adjustment for a rookie center, because that's where I was talking about earlier with the hands. That's where the nose tackle's right on you, and he knows that he can attack that snap arm where you're defenseless for a moment really quick. So I hope that Keelan gets enough experience in practicing in the preseason games going against actual nose tackles, because that's a big adjustment.
100%. He is Seth Payne. I am Brandon Scott, filling in for Sean Pendergast. And coming up next, the Astros continue to test my patience. Are they testing yours? We'll talk about that on the other side right here on Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, if you run a small business, you know that
Sports Radio 610 presents from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast. And look, man, I want to have a positive outlook on this thing with the Astros. I really want to. I don't have a reason not to at least want to be positive. Now, whether they're giving me positive things to talk about is its own thing. But look, I know they've been better since this show, Payne and Pendergast, reset the season. Yes, and very nice of you guys to do that. I appreciate y'all doing that for my favorite baseball team. But I hate to break it to you, Seth, it's still pretty low vibrations over there with the Astros right now. The pitching once looked like it was stabilizing. Now it's looking a little unstable again. I'm not there. They are testing my patience. I kind of pulled back on the, hey, these guys are going to have to be sellers at the deadline. It's time to tear this thing down. It's time to start all over. They even might need to have a Jordan conversation. I threw all of that in the garbage, right? Because it's just absolute garbage, especially considering the success that Astros fans have become used to over the years. But, man, they're testing my patience for how long. Even I, the guy that wants to have the glass be half full, they're testing my patience on even how long I can be that way. That's
what I'm trying to get a feel for. I think if you had to poll Astros fans in general, like if you ended up in the same spot where you are now, few games out of the wild card, but it's approaching the trade deadline, I think still the vast majority of people would say, no way in hell do you trade Yordan Alvarez. I feel like I don't know if people have just grown calloused about it or what, but I feel like there's more of a tolerance for discussion about Jeremy Pena. Is that a fair way to say it? And especially Jeremy Pena, because Scott Boras is his agent. All right, he's almost definitely going to play this thing out to free agency, and then he's going to be gone. And that if you're not in the playoffs or if you're just a fringe playoff team at this point, I feel like the fan base has changed a lot in the last few years since the golden era, where it might feel like it's time to do it.
Yeah. So
they won't. If there are a few games out of the wild card, they flat out won't. Now, if it was just a flat out disaster between now and then, I think there would actually be a drumbeat for it, if anything else.
Yeah, so the main difference between these two guys, aside from the obvious, of course, of Jordan being an MVP type of candidate, a guy that could lead the league in home runs, and Jeremy Pena just being a really good Gold Glove level, potential All-Star level shortstop, and somebody that's definitely going to get paid. Like, aside from that, is that Jordan actually has been paid by the Astros. He did the thing that all of these other guys, with all due respect to Jordan, but the thing that all these other guys were too smart to do, because they knew that bigger payday was around the corner. The grass would be greener on the other side, like literally greener. Never mind what the team looks like, but they'll get paid more money, closer to market value somewhere else. The Kyle Tuckers and Alex Bregmans and even Carlos Correa before that, George Springers of the world, all of these guys. Yordan Alvarez did the Altuve thing and signed the sweetheart, seemingly discount deal. And so there's the team control and the feeling of, hey, there's just no reason to move off of this guy or to not have him around until you absolutely have to. Whereas with Jeremy Pena and Hunter Brown to a similar extent, it does seem like the writing is on the wall. You almost don't want to think about it. You just want to enjoy having them while you do. But with Boras being their agent and just kind of knowing the Astros pattern, it does seem like you'd be better off getting what you can for guys like that. I'm not saying to trade Hunter Brown, but why Jeremy Pena might be somebody that you could float out there because you'd rather get something for him rather than lose him for nothing. And you're talking about a team that notoriously does not have a great farm system.
Yeah. No, I know that's the problem. And this is where I'm starting to test my patience with Dana Brown, is that he steps into a difficult situation, which is a team that's coming off of its golden era or, just starting to slip out of it. And you've used up and through some really aggressive trades throughout that golden era and everything, and having low draft picks, it's just the pipeline isn't there, and yet it's still years in one of the worst pipelines in baseball. And these are the things that just the war of attrition against all of these trades at the deadline each year that end up being for naught, or the trades along the way. That's where I don't know what the answer is that doesn't involve some sort of pain at some point. Yeah. If the farm system just doesn't all of a sudden really start ascending in the next few years, you're going to be stuck in this purgatory of just hoping that every now and then you pull off what the Brewers did or somebody else like that.
So the pain that I've decided I'm not willing to tolerate, and not that I have a choice here, but the pain that I have decided personally that I'm not willing to tolerate, Seth, as we have in the past, or at least it's been out there, the Yordan Alvarez conversation. I ain't trading Yordan Alvarez, man.
No.
Even if you can sell me on it, and I think you can sell me on that being the best path of finding that farm system or finding that next generation of Astros baseball, you could sell me on the idea that that's the best path forward or the best way to do it, and I still wouldn't want to do it, man, for a couple of reasons. Number one, there's no guarantee that the prospects you get back for Yordan are going to ultimately turn into this great young core of, again, this next generation of Astros baseball that's going to be so great. There's no guarantee in the return on that investment to begin with. And also, man, I think I would just rather hold Yordan hostage and watch him play baseball. He is the one guarantee. Now, his health has been an issue in the past, but he's been healthy this year. And if he's out there, he is the one single guarantee on this baseball team right now. Like, if I can't count on them to be competitive, I can't count on this or that. I know I can count on Yordan Alvarez at bats. I know that he is box office. And at the very least, there's one thing aside from my own personal affinity for the baseball team, like the actual baseball product itself. There's the one thing that I know that's going to draw me in. You want to talk about either ticket sales or viewership or just general interest in the team. That's one guy that's going to do it. I wouldn't trade him for that reason alone.
So they're 2.5 games out of the wild card right now, and what do I need to talk to you, other than the fact that they've been playing like a much better baseball team since Sean and I reset the season? What do I need to tell you do I need to remind you of their ability to really turn things around in June and July, and that Hunter Brown is still coming back? That, look, Kaiwei Tang's had a couple of rough outings, but who knows exactly what it is. Kaiwei Tang and Spencer Arrighetti. I think Kaiwei Tang and Spencer Arrighetti, those two guys alone, have done a whole lot to dampen some of the enthusiasm that might have started to bubble up, just because those guys have both had rough outings their last couple of times. So you got 4 games in the last couple of times through the rotation where the very guys that you were really starting to feel good about have let you down. But it's a very small sample size. So just talking about the pitching staff at this point, between Hunter Brown, Spencer Arrighetti, Kaiwei Tang, and then the fact that Imai hasn't given you any reason in the last 4 games to feel bad about or to not be excited about, all of a sudden I feel like that's one time through the starting pitching rotation to where you might come in here next week and sound like a total hypocrite.
Yeah, you know what? You can get me there on that. Here's the counter argument. The bats not playing true to what their stated goal was of being more patient at the plate and just the feast or famine nature of their bats that we were talking about earlier in the show.
Yeah.
That part of it does have me a little bit unsettled. Now, that could correct itself as well. Like that, there's an ebb and flow to that, but I haven't felt good about it in a while. And then I would point out as well, like, I think we were hoping that by this point, when I talk about patience being tested, I think we were hoping that at this point, Mike Burrows would have figured things out.
Yeah.
And instead, Seth, he is next to the major league lead in home runs given up. Right?
That was,
only one guy in the majors has given up more home runs than this guy.
That was the one guy that was conspicuously absent as I was talking about these pitchers who might turn around.
He's still got to come up in the rotation every 5 days or so, Seth.
That was one of the things that when Chandler Rome wrote, I think it was a couple days ago, about just six things about the Astros right now, about where they are and how they're moving forward. He had said he's probably got a long runway here because they brought him in as a starter. He's Dana Brown's guy, and he does provide innings. He eats up some innings, which Espada acts sometimes like that's all he wants out of his pitchers. A guy will let up 7 runs and be like, "Hey, he went 6 2/3 innings." So that's what we're looking for. Yeah. I don't have to think so hard about how I'm going to manage all the relievers. Yeah. But
the game was over midway through his start, but never mind that.
Right. Yeah. But he 8 innings. Yeah. There you go. I think that's probably a reality until they get more guys back healthy. That Burrows, we're gonna have to live with Burrows for a little while, And maybe I can't find a single person in Houston that's optimistic about Javier, but there you go. You still got that to look forward to too.
Yeah, we'll have to see, man. But they're definitely testing my patience right now. He's Seth Payne. I'm Brandon Scott, filling in for Sean Pendergast. Coming up next, we heard some more from the Texans about C.J. Stroud. We're getting a lot of positive press on the Texans quarterback from Texans OTAs, from Minicamp. Want to have a conversation about Stroud. We'll do that right here on the other side.
But first I want to tell you about West Point Lincoln.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A lot of positive press for the Texans quarterback coming out of OTAs, coming out of minicamp. And look, I want to be clear about this. I think this is going to be a good year for C.J. Stroud. It really kind of has to be for the Texans' sake, for C.J. Stroud's sake. We'll see what ends up happening with the contract. But that part of it aside, the Texans have an opportunity to do something really special this year. They had an opportunity to do something special last year, and turnovers ended up doing them in toward the end of the season, and no one is really letting C.J. Stroud forget about it. No one's letting Texans fans certainly aren't going to forget about it. But Stroud, if we're just being fair about it, way more good than bad. I would say he's been mostly good in his 3 seasons for the Texans. It has been an overwhelming success. Lest we not forget what things looked like before that guy got here, before DeMeco Ryans took over as the head coach. Things used to not look so good. They haven't always been so pretty around here. But look, the recency of it all, I think, is what kind of contributes to the salt in the wound, makes it sting a little bit more. So of course, naturally, everyone's being asked about the quarterback, which I think would happen at any camp, any OTA, any mini camp. But especially coming off the way that the season ended, we all want to hear what everybody has to say about C.J. Stroud. So, of course, Dalton Schultz, one of the leaders of the team, and a pretty decent relationship with the quarterback, with C.J. Stroud, was asked what he's seeing from Stroud so far early on in camp, and this is what he had to say.
Yeah, I mean, he's been working. Like, since the season was over, I think he got to work straight away. I mean, we met up before, OTAs even started, and, he already looked like he'd been training for months. So I think just coming into OTAs, with that mindset, with that mindset of getting back to work and really starting from basics, fundamentals, throwing mechanics, footwork, he's been looking really good out there. He's looked a lot smoother. Anytime you're in year 2 of an offense, that's going to happen. But I think so too. He's done a good job of just leading the group, and leading the group kind of clearly helps with the operation and everything. So he's done a really good job.
So my question set to you is, what do we make of all of the positive things that we're hearing about Stroud from Texans camp? Is it just a season of positivity, or do we actually feel good about Stroud shaking off that playoff performance and being closer to the QB that he's been when he's at his best rather than when he's at his worst?
I think that there's only so many things that you can take as just bona fide, genuine signs of progress that you can lean into, but there's no limit on the number of negative things that could be happening right now with your quarterback. So the fact that there's an absence of negative, the continuum of what you could hope to see from your quarterback at this time of the year following a really bad playoff performance, including the Steelers game, would be anywhere from, oh man, it seems like he hates the Texans, he's unfollowed him on social media, he's agitating for this or agitating for that. That would be the bad thing. And then it goes all the way up to where we are right now, which is, okay, he's checking off all the boxes on how you hope your starting quarterback operates. And is there anything he could have done in minicamp better? Sure. If he was just blowing the doors out off of the best defense in the league during minicamp somehow, that would be better. But it's also not very likely. Even if he could be Matt Stafford back there, and he's probably not going to really be tearing up the Texans' defense in minicamp practices. So I think right now it's about as good as you could have hoped for, especially given that there doesn't really seem to be any or drama or anything when it comes to the contract side of things, that he's doing all the right things, and that you just got to hope, okay, this is a sign of things to come. Other than that, though, yeah, you can't necessarily say, wow, because of the absence of these issues, then he's going to be a completely different guy next year.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. The absence of a negative does not necessarily equal a positive, right? It does not necessarily mean that things are going in the right direction. But I do like this sort of correction that's happening, right? Like there seems to be a proper least in my view, a proper level of accountability, scrutiny, and criticism for what the playoff performance was, because I think you can go overboard, but I also think you got to call the spade. Like, we can't just shrug our shoulders and be like, oh, well, the quarterback turned it over 100 times, it felt like, in a playoff game, and we're just going to go on and about our merry way and be happy about everything. Like, it doesn't work that way. But we also got to keep everything in its context, the entirety of his run here so far, and what that game, all of the challenges that presented the Texans in that game, but also to say how uncharacteristic outside of those two games, because we should point out that the Pittsburgh game was a problem as well, even though they won the game. It was turnover prone. Outside of those games, they have been very antithetical to what C.J. Stroud has been in his career, right? A big part of the charm of what he was doing in his rookie year wasn't just the plays that he was making, but the bad he was not making, right? Yeah. The fact that he wasn't giving the ball away. And then one of the more boring parts of this past season was sort of that cat and mouse game or that they were playing of, ball control, time of possession, keeping, not turning the ball over. They were elite at that. They were elite at possessing the ball and not giving the ball away. But when it came to, scoring points or converting on third down or making stuff happen in the red zone, at one stretch, even just getting in the red zone was an issue for this offense. Those were the things where they fell short. And so, look, I think that a proper conversation sort of includes both the things that he's done well and some of the things that he needs to improve at. But I'm just curious on what it's going to look like after having heard from Stroud a couple of weeks ago. Like we talked about explosives earlier. I want to know if we're going to get the C.J. Stroud deep ball back. Right. Just something as subtle as that. I don't want to oversimplify that, but that's just an example. Like, when does that show itself again? Something that we got used to seeing from him that now I fear we're getting used to not seeing from him.
Well, I think that's where, again, just going back to the fundamentals of the way the offense operates, CJ's never had an actually good rushing attack since he's been here. And sometimes when I bring that up, people say, well, Joe Mixon had over 1,000 yards. If you watch those games, there were games where Joe Mixon had 150 yards, but they ran the ball like crap. Yeah. He had a few nice breakouts, but the rest of the game he was dodging defenders in the backfield. Starting with the first game of Joe Mixon's Texans career. I can remember after that Indy game like it was yesterday that all of us wanted to give the offensive line some credit for what Joe Mixon did that game, and then we went back and looked at what he was doing after contact or how much the offensive line actually contributed to his 100-plus yard game that day, and it was like, damn, Joe Mixon's really good because he wasn't working with a lot, and that became a theme throughout the season for him. Yeah, and it's really hard when defenses don't have to respect the run at all. It's really hard to take the top off of a defense that's sitting on their heels, and that's what it's really been the entire time, especially after teams adjusted to what CJ and Bobby Slowick could not do in those first couple of years. It became easier to game plan for the Texans because of the complete absence of a viable rushing attack. So that's where I don't want to overly simplify it, but if they can credibly run the ball, they don't have to be incredible, just credible. That'll open up some opportunities for the deep ball. They'll just be a harder team to defend. And I think you'll see that. And, and it's funny, I was thinking for a little while after the playoffs, when none of us were in our right minds, it felt like, man, CJ's not going to be able to redeem himself until the playoffs next year. That's what it felt like. Kind of like in a James Harden type. James Harden being an MVP, but it just didn't matter. The difference is that I think the difference with CJ is that he also was a slightly above average quarterback, as objectively as possible. I'm not trying to use my own bias or anything. Just by the various quarterback metrics, he was a slightly above average quarterback. Somewhere between the 12th and 17th perhaps quarterback in all the various different rankings. Yeah. If he's better than that, and it's because the offense is functioning better, then I'm going to feel better about him going into the playoffs, and I'm not going to worry about some kind of, just some kind of mental block or anything. He's not, and in some ways I feel like I'd rather have that problem than, say, James Harden, who was incredible in the regular season and really good in the playoffs at times until it really, really mattered.
Yes.
But going back to Peyton Manning in his career, I mean, you know who had 4 interceptions in New England in the playoffs once upon a time? Peyton Manning in an AFC championship game. It was disgusting. He was notorious for sucking in the playoffs, but he was also having MVP caliber regular seasons. So you take that, You think, okay, great, he's great in the playoffs, but the Colts, they had issues with the defense and the way they operated and everything too. But you just weren't quite sure about it. With CJ's already had good performances in the playoffs. If he comes in and in the first 5 or 6 games of the regular season, he looks a lot more like the guy that we were promised after his rookie season, I'll feel legitimately better about him. I won't be thinking, I won't be thinking just wait until the playoffs. I'll be thinking more like, wait until the playoffs even. Wow, this could end up being really fun in the playoffs.
Yeah, so you mentioned us not being in our right minds after the game. I can remember saying explicitly, I don't remember if it was on the radio or if it was on my podcast, the B Block with B Scott. I don't know where it was that I said this, but I literally said, I don't care what CJ Stroud does in preseason, camp, regular season. I don't give a damn what we talking about until we get right back to this very moment again, to the playoffs, the places that they've been, to their credit, by the way, the place that they've been literally every year of his career until we get right. Because I've already seen it. I already know that he can have a Pro Bowl season. He did that his rookie year. I already know he can give you a lot of highlight plays. He's done that a time or two throughout his career. I already know that the Texans can make the playoffs. They've done that the entire time. I know that they can win a playoff game. I know that they can win a playoff game on the road. They've checked off a lot of boxes, but now they need to get right back to this here moment, because this is the sting. This is the nasty taste in your mouth that's left over that I need them to atone for. So I was right there with you. But I'll say this, you've already hit on one of these things. I wrote down 3 things, just jotted these things down that I think can help C.J. Stroud, and you mentioned the first one off top. These are mine. Better run game, healthy playmakers in year 2. Better run game, healthy playmakers, and a year 2 jump from the rookies from last year, the Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel. Let's just call it the Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, Woody Marks trio. Mm-hmm. Of course, Ariante Ursary is left tackle, is a second-year guy as well. But just specifically with the playmakers themselves. Healthy playmakers, so like guys that were injured, like Revan Jordan, Tank Dell, having guys like that available, if he's going to have guys like that available, on top of the run game. And, of course, these year 2 jumps that I'm hoping – I don't know if expectation is the right word, but certainly hoping to get from Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, and Woody Marks.
Yeah, Jalen Noel's the exciting one, just to watch him out at OTAs. I mean, it's nothing that you haven't seen already in his rookie year. You know, the play against the Chargers especially, that one I felt like you could really just – there was something about the TV broadcast angle in that one, where it just looked like Jalen Noel was shot out of a rocket across the field. Dude. Yeah, it did. He looked like a tracer bullet or something. And that's what you could see right there. Oh, wow. If they can really get him polished up enough that the quarterback trusts him and that he's integrated into the offense and everything, like he might end up being, you asked me earlier, okay, where the explosive play is going to come from, and I gave you the easiest answer in the world, which was Nico Collins. But
and the run game. You mentioned the run game.
Yeah, in the run game. Yeah, but I'm not even talking about explosive runs as more as like the run game setting up Nico Collins.
Right.
But Jalen Noel would be the one that, man, because it's not just his speed, it's that he's strong as hell for a guy who's a smaller. His ability to break tackles, if he can catch the ball at full speed, 1 or 2 defenders, 1 or 2 tiny defensive backs especially, are going to have a hard time taking him down. So that's potentially the kind of the breakout star that nobody around the league would be talking about, but that has a lot more juice in him that people might realize.
The Chargers game that you're talking about, I just remember thinking, and I still feel this way, like, where's that been at?
Yeah.
Where and even to this day,
You had to get
I
Christian
ask the
Kirk
question.
his targets.
Well,
man.
there we go. Because I to this day I go, what am I missing here? What am I missing? What's he missing? What is missing? There is something amiss, and I just don't know what it is.
There were times last year, especially early in the season, where, so much of it with a receiver, and Jaden Higgins has talked about this, is about, how important it is to not just, learn the physical side of it, but how precise you have to be with the timing of a play, and that you need to be exactly where you're supposed to be, right at the right. And that's where running crisp routes and consistent routes and everything comes into it, is that there were times last year where it looked like, man, boy, I'm looking at CJ wondering why he didn't throw it to Jaden Higgins or didn't throw it to Jalen Noel, and then you realize, all right, it's because they weren't exactly where he needed them to be. And as a quarterback, when you're just checking things out of your peripheral or whatever, and he can't trust that you're going to be exactly in that lane, in that passing lane when he needs you to be. It's tough for him. It's tough for him to trust you. And I think with Jalen Noel, especially when you're playing slot a bunch, that's where you really need to be on the same page with a quarterback, and it's a steep learning curve. So what you hope is that Jalen Noel learned all those lessons his rookie year, and that by this year he can be a guy that CJ trusts, basically.
We got a couple of interesting texts on the text line, and of course I probably should have mentioned this earlier. You can text the show 713-572-4610, but just to go to show you how differently people are on the CJ Stroud conversation. From the 713, this is probably not a popular opinion, but I believe in Stroud. And then literally the next text message from the 281, it's starting to feel forced. Talking about the positive Stroud stuff that we're hearing. Also from the 281, this is an interesting text. I don't know if I agree with this, but it's an interesting thought. CJ's trust in the offense affected his accuracy. I don't know how you would know that, especially if he doesn't tell you that explicitly, but it is an interesting thought of having to adjust and maybe his comfort level not being there and maybe that having an impact on his accuracy possibly.
Well, and I think some of that might come back to, you could that person might be talking about Nick Haley, or it might be talking about just that same dynamic that I was just talking about with just your receivers needing to be, is they're adjusting their routes and then they're on option routes and everything, like exactly, do I trust that we're going to be able to make this throw and execute this play properly? I think as far as the feeling forced part, yeah. I think that's partly because it's been just an onslaught of it now, of a lot of people saying the exact same compliment over and over again. Like maybe they all got together and said, hey guys, we need to be sure CJ has our support. Let's tell everybody how great he is at the pre-snap operation, okay? Because even yesterday, we're going to play some audio from you from yesterday, where that's where I started to suspect that these guys have been given notes about what to say about CJ to be sure they build up his confidence enough.
I'm so glad you mentioned it. There's another comment in here, or another text from the 832. We need a year or two jump from Nick Haley as well. I want to get into that later on in the hour, but coming up next, to your point, I think I almost broke Derek Stingley yesterday, asking him about the Texans' offense. He's almost like he was going to glitch out for a second there, and I felt really, really bad about it. But Stingley, funny enough, had some really interesting things to say. So we'll talk about that next on the other side.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I have drank the CJ Kool-Aid.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
So the local media has been accused of being too soft on C.J. Stroud. In fact, Seth, our very own teammate Paul Gallant has had this criticism of the local media that we're just a little bit too soft, a little bit of kid gloves with the Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud. And I respect the opinion. That's fine. You know, maybe we should be harder on the quarterback, even though I do think that Stroud has faced way more scrutiny and way more criticism in this offseason than he had his first 2 seasons combined. I think we need to be even softer on Derek Stingley Jr., man. I think we were definitely too hard, I would say, on Stingley. Yes, poor guy just wants to play football and feel the vibes. And we know he's not much here for chit-chat or anything like that. But this was awkwardly funny yesterday, Seth. I know you watched the press conference. I don't know what it was like for you watching from afar, but I can tell you as somebody who was there that, man, it was incredibly awkward but also unintentionally funny because Stingley's a good sport about it. He's polite. There's nothing rude about it. He's not trying to rush his way out of there. He just doesn't have a whole lot to say, and he clearly is not trying to be there.
No, that's where I was actually going to tweet something about it, but I had a hard time framing it. I didn't want to phrase it in such a way that people who didn't know what I was talking about would think I was describing like a jerk athlete that doesn't like press conferences. You usually hear about an athlete who hates press conferences, and you start thinking of somebody that's just up there and just dismissive or rude or whatever. And he's the exact opposite. He's incredibly polite. It's just very obvious that as people they say, he's our shy king, and he's very shy and bashful up in those environments. It looks like there's anywhere he'd rather be. Especially, he probably wants to be out there working with the rookie wide receivers or something. That you start to feel, you feel like, oh God, I just don't make him do this any longer. Just let him go. Why don't you guys just stop asking questions? Yeah,
I don't want to pretend to know the guy better than I actually do, but it does seem like his people raised him right. Right, it seems like Derek Stingley and the Stingley family did a good job. It seems like a well-mannered, albeit mild-mannered young man, okay? But with that being said, man, he's also a father for the first time, a new father for the first time. And we were, as a general press corps, going into this knowing we were about to talk to Derek Stingley. First, we were having fun with over-unders on how long we thought we were going to actually be able to talk to him or how long we'd be able to hold a conversation, because it's always fun and interesting to see how long that's going to actually last. So we were doing that. But then, of course, we're trying to figure out, what do we want to ask the guy? What do we think he'll actually want to talk about? And us knowing that he had a kid over the summer, or over the off season, figured, we'll ask how fatherhood has changed him. So we did attempt to do that. And these were some of the unintentionally. Well, the first one was just this is exactly the Stingley I'm talking about, just awkward, but very to the point where you feel sympathy for him. Yeah, but I think both of them show you his personality. Awkward on the front end, and then very humble and just kind on the back end. No, he hit it out of the park on the second one. Yeah, 100%. So this was him asking about how fatherhood and having a son this offseason has changed him.
I mean, it's. I know I'm playing for my son. Like it's crazy. Like I don't know how to explain it. It's just crazy. I don't know. Yeah. It's great. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know what to say, but I'm happy about having a son. It's pretty cool. And it's his smile. It's his smile as he's saying it, too, where he's just got this look on his eyes like, I don't know. He's beaming. He's always beaming. I was so, honestly, you talk about defensive backs having short memories. So he probably, didn't give a real eloquent answer on that one or anything. But then Jonathan Alexander asks him, what do you hope your son grows up to learn about you? That I'm somewhat as good as my dad, like in the sense of being a dad. That's it.
That was good.
Hit it out of the park.
Yo.
This is a hit that brought a tear to my eye, man.
Dude,
that was awesome.
Might be the best non-football question and answer that we've gotten since OTAs and minicamp started. I was like, who knew? Who was expecting that?
Yeah, that was really, really well, and it's especially because he's got a really close relationship with his dad.
Yeah,
to the point where people that was a reported concern about him, at least from the anonymous scouts or whatever coming out of college, was that he had this super close relationship with his dad. Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes that's a bad thing. And I think it's been a really, really good thing for Derek Stingley because he and his dad have had a good working relationship, obviously.
Yeah, and again, like I said, I don't want to pretend to know the guy better than I do, but something tells me that maybe he and his dad don't necessarily talk that. Like if I compare it to a lot of the male dynamics that I know, like father-son dynamics that I'm familiar with, and I could be projecting here, but something tells me he doesn't necessarily say that or talk. They probably don't talk like that to each other, but then to drop that somewhat casually in a press conference, like if I was, imagine you almost shed a tear, not necessarily knowing them from a can of paint, their family dynamic. Imagine actually being his dad. I say that to say I really hope his dad was watching and heard that question and answer to that question, because that was a really special moment. I think.
Oh right, yeah, no, you never want to directly talk to another man about anything with substance. That's the worst thing. It's what we're all trying to desperately avoid. Yeah, so you do it by proxy through sports or press conferences, basically, and then that's the way you tell people how you really feel.
Yeah. That's definitely.
Don't let me get up in my feelings with this man unless my health insurance company is paying him because the court made me go to a therapist. Yeah.
What are all these damn onions in here, man? Because I damn sure don't cry. But so that was cool, right? Listening to Derek Stingley talk about becoming a father, and then with that, mentioning the impact that his own father has had on him, and good job on you on pointing out how that father-son dynamic was a concern about Stingley going into the league, and turns out to be much more of a benefit or a positive than a negative when it comes to Stingley and his entire makeup. He's also asked about the offense. Matter of fact, I was the one who asked him about the offense because I was curious, man, right? Like, this is the big story for me of the offseason and offshoots of that, right? C.J. Stroud, the offensive line, Nick Caley, who I want to talk about shortly. But I just asked Derek Stingley, what is different? What's new? What stands out to you about this offense that you're facing now as opposed to Texans offenses that you've practiced against in the past? And this is what Stingley had to say.
They're moving like pre-snap. They're moving faster and quicker. Like they look like all the motions or correct, I would say, or they break the huddle and then they get into the line. Everybody kind of know what to do. But yeah, I think they're gonna be good.
So Seth, a lot of people didn't know what to make of this answer because it was like, is he struggling to come up with a nice thing to say, or is this just more so of his delivery and personality and lack of comfort up there public speaking?
Yeah, because it felt a little bit almost like when
dude, that pause was an eternity.
Well, yeah, and I actually edited out a certain part of the pause, and he's kind of doing his thing where he's like rubbing his face and everything, like, man, I don't want to be here. And then I thought he gave a really good answer. Yeah. But it's the answer that every single person is given about how the offense looks better, and I think said that it sounds like it's forced at this point, all the nice things that everybody on the team is saying about C.J. Stroud. I mean, I personally 100% appreciate that they needed to improve in the pre-snap process and the communication and all that. So I get excited about it. And yet, it's not the same as saying, wow, CJ is throwing the ball better than I've ever seen him throw, or oh my gosh, they're tearing apart the defense or whatever.
No one can catch Jalen Noel.
Yeah.
Jaden Higgins' catch radius seems to have expanded.
It feels a little bit like when somebody tells you they're a novelist or something, and you're like, oh, what books have you published? You're like, oh, none yet, but I'm working really hard. And you're like, okay, all right.
Yeah, it's still in my notes. I still got this notepad.
process. He writes for 8 hours a day. That's cool. But at some point, I got to see a finished product. All right. That's great that you got your Master of Fine Arts from University of Iowa or whatever. Just show me the novel.
Am I a weasel or a schmuck for thinking that it could be both? Like maybe this is just a convenient talking point, but also a reality manifesting itself for the Texans offense? I feel like it could be both. Maybe.
No, I think it's one of those things where D'Amico does a really good job of simplifying things down to the core, most important things, and I think that's been his message to the team this entire offseason has been about the pre-snap communication and all of that on offense and on defense. It's just obviously, the offense is the remedial student that we're most concerned about. So I think players are hearing a lot in meetings. There might be a couple of posters up somewhere along the way too, so that when guys are asked about, what are you working on? What looks better? All of this. It's probably been talked about a lot in meetings, and that in film and everything, D'Amico's showing good examples of it and bad examples of it. So it's natural that that's what they would talk about when asked the question.
Since we're on the topic of the Texans' operation pre-snap, a texter says that we need to see a year 2 jump from Nick Caley.
Yeah,
I think that's an interesting thought. What does that look like exactly? We'll talk about that here on the other side. I'm Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. We'll do that right here on Sports Radio 610.
If you are not happy about your communication, maybe with
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Need to see a year two jump from Texans offensive coordinator Nick Caley. But what exactly does that look like? I'm Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast here with Seth Payne. This was an interesting comment from a texter that we got earlier in the show, and I felt like we could give it a little breathing room and talk through it here in this segment, as we were just talking about the Texans offense and Derek Stingley's observations from going up against them early on in OTAs and in minicamp. He was talking about the pre-snap stuff, and that is related to, it's not just on Nick Caley, but related to the job that Nick Caley does as the offensive coordinator and as the play caller. And, of course, the quarterback is a big part of that. But I'm curious from you, Seth, and I'd love to hear from the audience as well. Like, what does it look like to you, a Nick Caley jump, a Nick Caley improvement in year two? What does that look like to you exactly?
I think, well, for one, it's interesting. If you ask what does he need to change, it's his willingness to change. I think that's okay. The adaptability of understanding, okay, what's working, what's not working. And it's hard. And we saw this with Bobby Slowick in his first year. One of the hardest things about being an offensive coordinator is realizing that every year is going to be different, and that you can't, back in the day, I feel like there's a philosophy that's still rooted, or like that people want to have, which is back in the day you ran your scheme and that's what we're going to do, and we don't even care if they know what's coming because we're going to be really, really good at these several things. And I think over time, because of free agency more than anything else, you've just had to become way more adaptable. And a lot of the best coaches are ones that realize, okay, it might take a full half season to really figure out what the strengths of our team are, like what the strengths of our offense are, what do we need to lean into, how do we do all of that. And Caley mentioned this himself in his press conference a couple weeks ago, was that you gotta stick to your core principles, but at the same time understand, man, all right, we're not just gonna keep beating a dead horse if these plays aren't working in the first quarter and the second quarter. We got to tweak the game plan, or we got to adjust our play selection, or play the hot hand, or whatever you want to call it. So I think just the willingness to make changes more aggressively and quicker, and not be so slow to adapt to what your team is showing you. And I think by virtue of him bringing that up himself, I think he'll probably be better at it this year, or at least more proactive in it.
So after hearing from C.J. Stroud and having a chance to talk with Nick Caley, I was there for that press conference that you're mentioning with Caley. Didn't get to be there for Stroud, but, of course, went back and listened and was there for Caley. I don't know if this was an overreaction on my. I can definitely appreciate the self-awareness and the introspection, if that's what you want to call it. But I was a little bothered by when C.J. Stroud mentions that, like they're talking about the relationship and year 2 with Nick Caley, and he mentions introducing things that he's more comfortable doing and things that he's had more success with in the past. And Caley, to his credit, gets credit for being a collaborator. And so there was a disconnect for me in that answer and what we saw last year and what we've come to understand this offense to be of like, why isn't there more of that or whatever collaboration there is? Why do we not see it come to fruition? Why do we not see that on the field? Where was all of that last year, the stuff that C.J. Stroud was comfortable with or the stuff that he feels like he's been successful with? Why is it, and maybe I'm just asking too much, I could be tripping, but why would it take that long to get there?
This is where I see, after I was kind of criticizing some of the caveman old school mentalities, this is where I am a little bit of caveman old school. There is a part of me with CJ sometimes where I have a feeling where I just want to say, listen, man, you actually really don't know all that much. You're a young quarterback.
I can take that.
You've been dealing now with people who have been in the league a long time, and whether they're good coordinators or bad coordinators or whatever else, like, they're not idiots, and you really don't know all that much. And this is the hazard of sometimes guys having a promising rookie year is that you really don't have it all figured out. There's a lot you don't know. And I've always worried and wondered, all right, like how much of Nick Caley's offense is C.J. Stroud actually embracing and executing? Because last year in the first half of the season, man, he really, every time he talked about, taking the easy yardage and checking down and all that stuff, it seemed like he was doing it through gritted teeth.
Yeah, it looked like a hostage video.
In the second half of the season, it felt like he was more embracing it, and then everything fell apart in the playoffs. So I think I don't know whether it's an inability of two successive offensive coordinators to really have an awesome working relationship with him or to be on the same page, or if it's an issue that comes more from a stubbornness by CJ. But generally, young quarterbacks really, even the really good ones, they just don't know. Like Tom Brady in his first 3 years in the NFL was not a particularly smart quarterback. He wasn't a smart quarterback until he really went through the first 5-6 years of his career and then started to become what he ended up becoming. So I don't know. But not knowing exactly what it's like in the room or how smart or unintelligent Caley is, I just have no idea what the actual dynamic is.
On the text line from the 832 says, I want to see his creativity and feel of the game get better. And again, 735724610 is the number to text in. The 832 says, I want to see his creativity and feel of the game get better. Seth, what do you think about that?
We did see, and it was out of necessity, I think, that they started they used some gadgetry down in the red zone and on the goal line, sometimes effectively and sometimes disastrously.
Yes.
I think part of that, though, too, is it's kind of like trying to practice sleight of hand when you've got carpal tunnel syndrome. There's only so much you can do if you don't have the basic functioning down. They averaged 1.8 yards per carry on red zone runs. They didn't have the foundation of doing the simple things right to be able to add some complexity or ingenuity. It involves misdirection, and that always starts first and foremost with being threatening in some regard. Like whether you can actually run the football in the red zone, then all of a sudden you can add some wrinkles to it and take advantage of people that are being too aggressive versus the run. But when you've got misdirection in there and nobody's biting, it'd be like if you were like robbing a bank and you were going to have an explosion as a diversion. You're going to set off an explosion down the block so that all the police will be diverted and will rush in and will rob the bank. but it's you forget to bring the dynamite and you just have that's what their run game was last year. It was a whippersnapper, and nobody gives a damn about a whippersnapper. Once you learn that they're not going to hurt you, you throw them at anything and everybody. Do they still make whippersnappers?
I don't think that. I don't even know if they make them. I remember they used to be called that when I was a young man, but I ain't young no more. So I
haven't seen a whippersnapper in forever.
I don't even get called a young whippersnapper no more, man. Just had a birthday, and now I don't even get called that anymore. So I guess that part is over.
Hey, any of you Gen Z, tell me whether or not you know what a whippersnapper is and whether you can still find them.
Where are the whippersnappers, and can the Texans bring the damn dynamite to this offense?
Gemini doesn't even know what a whippersnapper is. Says that it's an old-fashioned term for a young, inexperienced person, which is true. But just also, like, what about the actual damn whippersnapper?
See, even the folks who program AI don't know
that's true,
what
yeah,
a whippersnapper
that's the problem there.
That's how old and deep the reference is. We also had a text that mentioned that last year, and of course the texts go away as soon as you want to read them, from the 281. Remember, all the tight ends were gone last year, basically, and your starting running back was a no-show. I don't know what Hughley really is. Do you feel like that's a fair excuse, or is that just kind of proper context for Hughley's first year's offense?
Yeah. I feel like we don't necessarily know who he is. I think we got a glimpse into the work that he did with Davis Mills, because I think Dave a lot of credit, and I don't think people give enough credit to the fact that Nick Hughley was operating with a quarterback who at no point, other than some spectacular fourth quarters that Davis Mills had in those games, like all credit to Davis Mills on a lot of that, was that it's not like Mills looked accurate or anything in those games.
Right.
But he was getting rid of the ball really quickly, and he had options and open receivers to throw to. And he's still, if you look at the leaderboard for release time, I think he's still, in 2025, he ended up the quickest to get rid of the ball based on the games that he played this year. Because guys were open and he was just boom, 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 getting rid of the football. If he had to go on to the second or third read in the progression, it wasn't nearly as good. And I think I give Hughley a lot of credit for that. But I also wonder, too, again, man, CJ just seemed to be a very grudging participant in the philosophy of Nick Hughley and where they wanted to go with the offense. And I don't know if it took CJ that long to really just embrace it by the end of the season. And he certainly didn't embrace it in the postseason.
No.
In the postseason, he threw everything he had shown in the regular season completely out the window and was doing his own weird stuff.
Yeah, he abandoned it completely.
It's like if you get a kid that's rehearsed for the talent show.
Oh, I've been there.
And then all of a sudden they freak out and they get on stage and they decide instead of playing the oboe, they're going to do interpretive dance.
Oh, yes, I've definitely been there. Definitely been there 100%. But you know what would really help C.J. Stroud and Nick Hughley is a better – try to address that in the offseason. We're going to ask the question, is the offensive line getting swarmier? We'll do that next right here on Payne and Pendergast.
The Yordan Alvarez Experience just
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Is the Texans' offensive line getting swarmier? Somewhat of a theme of today's show is a lot of the positive press that we're hearing out of NRG lately. And I guess they're not calling it NRG right now, but y'all understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's annoying me. Yeah. It's not official until August 1st or something.
Yeah,
it's like
a couple of things. It's not officially back to Reliant until a certain date, but then also we got this World Cup stuff happening too, and so we're not supposed to call it that. And I'm like, look, man, I understand the world really to work one way, and y'all is confusing me, man.
You're not Prince, okay?
Yeah, come on now.
Stadium, you don't get to just change it whenever you feel like it. Seriously. Yeah, sorry, I misspoke. It's gonna go back to Reliant on August 1st.
Yeah,
or somewhere thereabouts.
But that's no less than 2 changes within a couple of months, you know what I mean, of trying to figure out what the hell to call the stadium. But either way, a lot of positive press coming out of the building, coming out of the facility, if you will, whether it be C.J. Stroud, whether it be the offense as a whole, the offensive operation as a whole, even Nick Caley, we've talked about him. But the offensive line is one that really piqued my interest, and that's really because I asked Dalton Schultz a question about him, him being a tight end, an extension of the offensive line and all of that. And I've said for a while, Seth, that I want the offense to take the attitude of the defense. I feel like that's the next step for them, for us to talk about them in a simple, warm kind of way as we do with the defense. And we just have not been able to do that over the last couple of years, which is why I enjoyed hearing this answer from Dalton Schultz when I asked about his observations on the new guys on the Texans offensive line.
I think first and foremost, run blocking is about mindset, and then technique. Are you willing to put your face in there? Are you willing to fire off the ball and honestly be willing to miss sometimes? Are you willing to just take off and run through a guy? And I think from the new faces that we have and the new guys that we brought in, that's the first thing that's jumped out to me is just the mindset. I think D'Amico threw a few clips on in the first week of pulling some of the O-line back saying hey, we can't, on pass blocking, we can't go clean out a D-end who's just kind of sitting there holding up. We had, guys flying around trying to hit people. And so I think, just that, from that mindset, that's a problem that we hadn't necessarily had for the last couple years. And that's something that jumped out immediately, having to pull guys back and be hey, slow down, which is usually what he's saying to the defense. So to see it on the offensive side was nice. But yeah, man, I think at the end of the day, it's all here, and I think we got the guys for it.
This is a good problem to have, Seth. What say you?
Yeah, you know what it sounds like? It sounds like the offense is going through puberty. It's they don't. All of a sudden, they got some testosterone coursing through their veins, and you wonder why your kid's acting up, or you got a fight at the bus stop or something. Oh yeah, he doesn't know how to handle. He doesn't know how to handle all of these this aggression and these feelings that he's having, so he's lashing out, and that's what it sounds like with the offense. The offense is just they're starting to get violent tendencies for the first time in their life. It's a critical moment, and D'Amico understands this. He's stepping in and he's being sure, hey, violence is good, but within the rules, okay? Don't be doing this during OTAs. And from a defensive lineman's perspective, what Schultz was talking about there was okay, guard doesn't have any to block. He sees that the offensive tackle is occupied with the defensive end. So in no pads, he goes out and hits the defensive end in the ribs. That's dirty pool, man. That's dirty pool. D'Amico is right to call it out, but I respect that I respect your gangsta. You're at least showing some violence or so. Before if you didn't have anybody to block, you were just sitting there thinking about what you're going to post on Instagram later in the day.
It's nice to see the Texans offensive line finally had a nuts drop, if I'm allowed to say something like that. It did, because that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. The edge, right? That is kind of to Dalton Schultz's point here. The offensive line has always lacked a certain edge to it, even when it had competent guys or when they had Pro Bowl guys or whatever the case, well-paid guys, highly drafted guys. What it did not have, felt like at least, was a certain edge to it. And even if that is dirty pool as you described it, something about that I'm kind of really do that to their own guys, really. But if they can just have a little bit more of an edge to them, if I can see a little bit more of a twinkle in that eye to feel like, man, something ain't right about these guys, but in the rightest of ways, right?
Yeah, it's the equivalent of like a defensive back that you got to really work with them on not leading with the helmet. You know, it just not you gotta make everything clean and legal. But it's better to have that problem than to have a Ferdinand the Bull type of character that just wants to pick flowers all day. I feel like they had a lot of they had a lot of dudes on the offense in previous years that would have rather been sitting in a field staring at daisies more so than just wreaking havoc on people.
Yeah, just having that lack of. We just had a text right as you said that from the 346. Come a long way from skinny jeans. Look, as a skin. Look, I'm obviously not an offensive lineman. As an actual skinny guy himself who wears skinny jeans, I can even say that I can appreciate the skinny jeans era feeling like it's officially over here in Houston for the offensive line, at least.
There's something about a fashion-forward offensive lineman that really pisses people off, and with good reason. Part of it is because you're like, man, you're only getting away with that because you're rich. Like, you don't walk in here looking like some broke-ass James Corden and act like, all of a sudden you're a fashionista. You're just rich, okay? Let go of it and just get back to just they used to call them big uglies, okay? The exact opposite of that. Trying too hard.
I also feel like there is a fair gap between stylish and looking good and being, let's say, a fat guy or a bigger guy wearing skinny jeans. Or honestly, what some of fashion looks like today, or what the cutting edge of fashion looks like.
Right, because even now it's getting back towards super baggy. But likewise, I don't want to see obnoxiously baggy jeans on my offensive lineman either. I just want you to wear. I want you to look like you're a mannequin at Target. Okay,
yes, exactly.
That's all I need out of you.
We're a regular ass outfit.
Yeah,
I want your outfit.
It could be nice clothes, but a regular ass. It could be a $5,000 suit, but just like make it look like you're my banker or something.
Yeah. Or if your outfit costs $32, $35, I'm not mad at
better.
you.
No, that's better. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm good with it. So I can definitely appreciate that. Taking a look
go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, taking a look at the offensive line, man. Really, from end to end, you can see where that nastiness shows up, right? Like Ariante Ursary, even with all of his struggles or ups and downs, I want to say struggles because he actually had a decent year, but the up and down nature of being a rookie offensive lineman, even with that, the one thing I didn't question with Old Buddy was the attitude, the mentality, and the approach. That seemed true to this guy, that if he's not a road grader yet, he definitely seems to have the spirit of one, like he could be a road grader in the making.
You know who the ideal is in this draft class, and it was on the defensive side of the ball? Ruben Bain. Whenever you saw an interview with Ruben Bain, his hair was all just out of control. He looked like a guy that spends his entire life trying to exact vengeance on people who have said his arms are too short. It looks like he doesn't care about anything in the world except playing football. And there's certain on the offensive line, it goes double or triple that. And the Texans haven't had that.
Yeah, not at all. But again, like what they did in bringing back Ed, and you know what they said?
No, Ingram's nasty.
They said, hey, look, the one. We obviously drafted a guy that we like in Ariante Ursary. Let's put him to the side for a second. He's, of course, coming back. Outside of that, the one guy who is, and of course they bring back Trent Brown as well, but we want to bring back our swarmiest guys, okay? Either we're going to trade or release or do whatever we need to do with the rest of the guys, kind of the excess that we have around here at this point. But what we really want to do is bring back our swarmiest guys and bring in guys who are at least as swarmy, if not more so. And that's what we got. They bring in Braden Smith. They bring in Wyatt Teller. And they bring back, I should say, Ed Ingram, and now all of a sudden it feels like you've got that good problem of, hey, there's a little off out these guys, and you didn't always feel that way before.
Yeah, the Jalen Petrie Guardian cap is a good he just looks a little bit off, you know. I think then the next step, and really for the offensive line, one of the pre-snap things that D'Amico's been talking about is just the pre-snap penalties. I think we've been thinking about it in the context of CJ and the play clock and getting all of the motions and everything set. But for me, I usually, as a quarterback becomes a veteran quarterback, ultimately the quarterback's the guy that's got to be sure that they have a clean operation pre-snap. So when it comes to false starts on the offensive line or guys lining up illegally, like all of those types of things. I was talking about this the other day, and somebody said, well, how come, are you blaming CJ for Laramie Tunsil and his pre-snap issues? No, because CJ was a young quarterback. But if it were now and later and Laramie Tunsil were still doing that, yeah, I would say, look, man, that's on the quarterback. Like, you got pre-snap operations, that's on the quarterback. He's got to be the absolute conductor of everything that goes on in the offense. And the pre-snap communication, the play clock, all of that, it creates an environment, and you got to have expectations from your quarterback that you're not going to screw this stuff up. None of these 10 other guys are going to screw it up, and be in command and in control of it.
Talk about Keelan Rutledge. That's one guy who looks like he doesn't give a damn about what it looks like or what his hair looks like. Somebody pointed out on the text line from the 832. Rutledge said that he barely even has clothes.
Right, yeah.
The guy has just enough clothes to not get in trouble.
He's got one pair of khakis, I think. Because they were talking, he doesn't own a suit. When the Texans did the video of him arriving, in a private jet, in the Texans' private jet, he's got one or two pairs of khakis. He wore, what did he wear? She said he wore something to their wedding. I can't remember. Jeans at his wedding, I think.
Dude.
No, he's 100% like that. When Joel Bitonio retired yesterday, I just saw a couple little clips of it, and I'm like, oh yeah, look at that big fat sloppy bastard. Good for him. That's an offensive lineman. That's a you know what that is? That's a dog.
Yeah.
Laramie used to call people dogs. Every single person he talked about was a dog. Davis Mills is a dog. This guy's a dog. That guy's a dog. No, on the offensive line, it's a no. That dude right there, where he looks like he doesn't care about anything except maybe his family and football. That's a dog on the offensive line.
You want your offensive linemen to be good. You want them to be talented. But from a mentality standpoint, you do want the offensive linemen who, if they get a stain on their shirt, they don't notice it. And certainly they're not going to change their shirt because they have a stain on it because, again, they don't know that it's there. If they get food in their beard, if they have beards, if they get food in the beard, they don't notice that either. Or are they bothered by that? Like, just little small stuff like that. Like, this guy is okay with having a day-old Cheeto on the side of the T, and that's not going to bother him.
The guy that when you get away with it, you got to be a guy like Trent Williams. Because every time I see Trent Williams, he's pretty well put together. He's but he looks like in a way that you want your offensive lineman to.
But an actual dog.
He's got like a badass big sweater, and his shoulders look like they're 3 kilometers wide. And he's also one of the most effective and violent guys in the NFL. So okay, that's good. That's what I want out of my offensive lineman.
Yeah. Now people are pointing out that the one thing that Keelan Rutledge does care about apparently is his fade and his edge up, and I just attribute that to spending some time in the Atlanta area. I think that's part of it. I think, and there's nothing wrong with that. I can appreciate a good fade and just not caring about the rest of the stuff, but. A good lineup. I went to the barbershop yesterday. A good lineup ain't never hurt nobody.
There's a little bit, though, too, of just kind of also the assimilation that happens between just that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I thought when Derek Stingley answered about Reed Blankenship, they asked how it was going, and he said, yeah, and then, he's cool hanging out. He doesn't seem awkward or anything. And I'm like, yep. It's like, he's cool. He'll be just fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
No, sometimes So I thought immediately to when I tried to interview those guys, I was going to interview just Kamari Lassiter but at the Pro Bowl, but Kalen Bullock and Stingley and him and who else? We're all out there in one group. And I was like, all of you at once. And I was like, man, I never felt more like a boomer. They gave me a pause at least on my first two questions, and I felt awkward.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, meeting Caden McDonald, man, I'm not even 40 yet, but I'm meeting Caden McDonald, realizing that, man, this kid was born when I was in high school. Like I was in the 10th grade. I remember where I was when the kid was born. I was at Yates High School. Causing up all kind of ruckus.
Now he seems like a big kid. Caden McDonald seems like a big kid, doesn't he?
Yeah,
not like a kid, not a large kid. Just he's a big kid.
No, when I met him, we were at a memorabilia place, a coins and card trading type of thing, and they had all kind of cool little artifacts in there, signed memorabilia, and there was like a $10,000 bill, and he and I both, and he's much younger than I am, but both felt like kids in a candy store. Like, oh, wow, look at all these shiny, cool things. So that was a pretty cool thing. But, yes, a swarmier Texans offensive line. Put that on my offseason wish list, and it looks like we're getting a chance to see that. He is Seth Payne. I am Brandon Scott filling in for Sean Pendergast. And on the other side, I want to know from y'all, is this the burn that this one wide receiver thinks it is for his team? Brandon Ayuk is losing his mind out there in San Francisco. We'll talk about it on the other side right here on Payne and Pendergast.
Father's Day, it's coming up. Your dad deserves more than just the standard.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, Payne and Pendergast.
So I don't know how closely y'all have been following the drama out in the Bay Area between the San Francisco 49ers and their wide receiver, Brandon Ayuk, but it's been, let's say, there's been static there for so long now that I can't even pinpoint the origin of these issues, of this back and forth between the team and the receiver. Like it's been that bad for that long at this point to me.
Right. I guess when it got really weird was when the 49ers seemed willing to trade him and they basically had a deal all ready to go in Pittsburgh. And then Ayuk shut that deal down. And then he gets injured and just everything. It just got super, super dysfunctional. And to the point where the 49ers just weren't even able to get a hold of him to figure out how to handle any situation.
So, of course, the 49ers did pay Brandon Ayuk, which is what makes this all the more frustrating over in Niners Nation, if you will. But I'm trying to think about this from Brandon Ayuk's perspective. Like, the guy has got to be, based off of this audio that I'm about to play for you, and he's been going on social media tangents for a little bit of a while now.
Yeah.
But the guy, I don't want to make light of mental health for a second here, but it does sound like he's got to either be manic or slow or somewhere in between based off of what he's saying. The guy got paid, and then he's basically criticizing him a little bit for paying him or calling the team dumb for paying him, which personally, if I want to get paid again, like if I like my most recent payday and I want to replicate it or get as close to it again, I want somebody to make this quote-unquote mistake again, I'm not going to go out publicly and call it a mistake or call it stupid the way that Brandon Ayuk does right here on his own social media.
And another thing, you want to know why they really mad, though? They mad because they stupid. They dumb. They mad that they paid me $50 million in 8 months. And they avoided my guarantees for 2027. And I'm about to be on a new team in 2027. They mad at they selves for real. Acting like they mad at me, but they stupid ass mad at they self.
That look, true or not, beside the point, that is not the burn or the flex that I think that Brandon Ayuk intends for it to be.
Yeah. It's just, what do you think? Okay, do you think he's saying they're stupid because they paid him all that money, but now they're just willing to let him go? Or is it that is he genuinely just saying they were stupid that they paid me all that money and now look at where they are?
I think it's the first part that you said, but either way, the implication is still the same. They spent all of this money, don't feel like they got their money's worth. Voided my guarantees, and I'm about to be on another team. Like, even if that does make them stupid, the thing that makes them stupid, though, still comes back to you.
It's still all that you're a mess.
All roads lead back to your failure. Like, think about it. They go out there and get Mike Evans, right?
Yeah.
You don't go get Mike Evans and pay him a bunch of money if the guy that you just paid a bunch of money plays like a guy who just got a bunch of money.
I think,
you don't do that.
Yeah.
So, and maybe if they don't have to go get, maybe if they don't feel like they got to go get Mike Evans, they could have been in the Myles Garrett sweepstakes. Now, they didn't have a Jared Verse to throw into the deal the way the Rams did, but similar to how they played keep away with Christian McCaffrey when he was on the market and the Rams wanted him, and the 49ers wanted to get him. They wanted to keep him away from the Rams just as much as they wanted to bring him into their building, which made total sense.
Yeah.
Maybe they could have done something like that with Myles Garrett, but no, they got to they got all kind of other fires to put out, not the smallest of which is Brandon Ayuk kind of losing it here.
I think the part about voiding the guarantees is interesting because, again, I don't think he quite gets it. It's that he thinks that because they voided his guarantees and now they don't have any leverage over him, that now they're going to lose him or something. Like, no, again, going back to your point, right, they voided the guarantees because they don't want any to do with you. That's the it all comes back to, man, you're a mess right now. I haven't seen a single sane person say that it's a good idea to sign Brandon Ayuk right now.
No,
because nobody knows what the hell's going on with Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, and shoot, it's not a good idea to sign him for the minimum, much less, like, in my mind, I'm thinking, has he accepted that $50 million that he's talking about in 8 months, is it like that's it?
Well, and I think this is where Ayuk might misunderstand the way the voids work and everything, because I wanted to be sure there wasn't any like special language or anything, but they still have control of him. They just don't have to pay him the money, and it just doesn't, like, he's still under contract. It doesn't make him a free agent. It's just that he doesn't get that money that had been guaranteed to him.
Yeah. And his future doesn't look all that bright, whether he stays or goes, because they seem to be through with him, and kind of to your point, they can hold on to his rights for as long as they feel like they need to, and then wherever he goes next, they're going to just be taking a flyer out on him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They did. I mean, the 49ers probably do feel stupid that they paid him $48 million to get 7 games out of him.
Yeah, no.
Can you imagine paying Sean was talking about those people that, he couldn't believe there's people that pay tens of thousands of dollars to go to a basketball game. Well, meanwhile, the 49ers are out there paying $48 million for 7 games.
To be clear, Brandon Ayuk is correct. It was a stupid move, clearly, to give him all of that money, but it's supposed to be the pundits, the media, the fans, the outside world that's pointing that out, not the very guy who is the reason why this thing is stupid.
I do.
Kind of ironic.
I do. Whenever Brandy's upset with me for something that for failing in my many ways, I just tell her, "You're the stupid one." You signed on for this. This was, can't believe how stupid you are, that you expected that I was going to remember to do all the things I said I was going to do.
Yeah. 100%. Let's see what Larry in Stafford has to say. What you got, Larry, for us on this Texans mini camp week, man? What stand out to you, man?
What's up, B. Scott, Seth, man? It's good to hear you boys on the air this morning, man, talking some real good talk, man. And I'm going to hit on a couple of subjects before I get to them boys on Kirby, man. Number one, if they let that fool that bet on his own squad play football for Texas Tech this year, I am going to actually just lose my mind. And let me explain to you why. If you're gambling on your own squad and you're betting against them, how in the hell do you think that I should line up behind you and play with you? And if I'm not mistaken, back in the day, Art Schlichter, when he was at Ohio State, did the same thing, and they banned his ass, and his football career in the NFL was shot. They cannot allow this to happen, man, because then if you're allowing this dude to do that, you're just telling everybody that watches these games that it doesn't matter about how you feel about your team or whatever, and there's no integrity. There's no way in hell the NCAA or whoever should allow this to happen, man, because it's privacy. And that's what's going on in this society about they're just starting to let anything go, and it's making me sick to my stomach. Now, Astros, I don't know what the hell that was last night, but y'all ass better figure out real quick how to get to the All-Star break and get back in this thing before everybody abandon y'all ass. Now, B. Scott, you and Seth was talking about them boys on Kirby, man, and here's the thing. If people are thinking that what the players are saying about C.J. Stroud is unauthentic and they really are just getting together and colluding and trying to put out this positive message for C.J. Stroud so that he'd feel better about himself, C.J. Stroud is not that weak, man. He's been playing quarterback his whole life. And the thing about it is, here's the nuts of it. He went through some struggles, and that's what life is about. Those playoff games were struggles for him, and he has to recognize how bad he played in those games and what it cost his team. And so, of course, he went out there and worked his ass off to get better and go out there and really show the world that he is an elite quarterback, which I still believe. And all these fools talking about bringing in Baker Mayfield and bringing in another quarterback and all that, Y'all asking miss me with that because C.J. Stroud is exactly what this team needs. He's a young quarterback that is developing going into year 4 and has the potential to finally have a solid offensive line that can keep him upright and let him make the kind of throws in him before. And I also think this is a big season for Nick Caley, as like Seth said, because here's the thing. You're going to have all your weapons. And you can be as creative as you want. You can go Jalen Noel and Tank Dell, and then you can put Nico, and then you can put Higgins out there and 4 wide receiver set and cause all kind of problems. And you got 2 running backs in the backfield that can go out there and tote that pill the way that we need them to tote it. This is going to be a fun season, and D'Amico and all them boys over there know that C.J. Stroud is the key to make this engine run, man. And I'm looking forward to it, and I can't wait to training camp because all them boys, it's about to be real hot out there, and they're going to really see what H-Town is about. B. Scott, it's imperative that we're all ambassadors for this World Cup because we need to show the world how Houston really get down, and I got some locations I need to tell them folks about in our hall.
Yo.
Reach out to Larry and Stafford on social media for recommendations.
That was a whirlwind of ground cover. Like, Larry covered so much ground. He hit Sorsby. He hit Astros. He hit
Art
Texans.
Schlichter.
Yeah. Art. He comes back. I wasn't expecting the World Cup dismount. Like that, I'm trying to process all of that. That was, that was a lot.
Sorsby's worse than Schlichter because Schlichter never bet on his own team.
Yeah,
or at least he wasn't. They never uncovered any evidence of that. He was just a problem gambler, and that kind of derailed his career. But Sorsby betting the under on his own teammates. That almost rises above the like gambling scandal or ethics of it or anything, more so to just bro, what do you
like it's like, really, dude?
I almost wish you had tried to fix the game more so than like actually just vote. That's a vote of non-confidence on individual players. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, from the insider trading aspect of it, he's like, man, nobody knows how bad these guys are like I do.
Yeah.
And boy, let me tell you, I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is. Really an unprecedented. It goes without saying that this is an unprecedented situation with Sorsby, just in terms of the injunction that he got. But just I'm not super offended by all of this. I don't clutch pearls on this type of stuff. But it does feel like a Pandora's box that is just very Pandora's box, slippery slope. All of it just feels like we're kind of opening the door for something that we don't really want to see what's on the other side.
That's what college football has felt like for the past 5 to 7 years, though, right? I mean, it's all this stuff is happening so fast. It's an extreme amount of change all at once, and you're just trying to. It feels like you're trying to absorb everything, and then all of a sudden there's some other new development, and you can't figure out exactly how everything works.
Coming up next, we'll find out what's happening on In the Loop. And I've got a few underrated Texans acquisitions this offseason that I want to run by Seth. We'll do all of that on the other side right here on Sports Radio 610.
I want to acknowledge Bex Prime. Hey, Ben, can I acknowledge Bex Prime real quick for their delicious
HD2. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Final segment here on this edition of Payne and Pendergast. Of course, I am not Sean Pendergast. I am Brandon Scott, filling in for Sean here with Seth Payne. It has been really fun so far. Coming up in this segment, we're going to find out what the guys on In the Loop have in store for you. But last thing I really want to get to here is a handful of Texans acquisitions that I feel like are underrated. And in fact, all these, the three most underrated Texans acquisitions of the offseason. And this was just highlighted for me after going to practice yesterday, after hearing how folks around the building, around the facility are talking about these guys.
Yeah.
I felt this way already before yesterday, but this was just sort of reinforced by talking around the facility, right? So I'm going to start, Seth, and I want to get your thoughts on these because, well, two of these guys play in the position that you are very familiar with, and one of them is on the offensive side. But I want to start with Logan Hall, Seth. I feel like Logan Hall is somebody who is seemingly like out of sight, out of mind. There are enough like problems or things to improve with the team that we don't really fixate on where they might have a surplus or where the issues might not be as pronounced.
Mm-hmm.
But Logan Hall, to me, as the sort of quasi-Danico Autry replacement of inside-outside flexibility, but really, really good player, solid player in this league for a while, of course, has the U of H background. I don't feel like people are, and probably rightfully so, not necessarily the sexiest of signings, but I think this is somebody that's going to definitely add to their depth tremendously, and somebody that we're going to talk about a lot more once the season goes along.
No, I'm really glad you brought him up because honestly, after the Texans drafted Caden McDonald, it almost became that the Texans had already signed a free agent defensive lineman in Logan Hall, who D'Amico said he's going to start off playing defensive tackle for him, but he can play anywhere on the offensive line. But the really intriguing thing about him is that he's a guy that comes from a system where they are more, their defensive tackles are a little bit more in the soaking up blocks mode. They're not just firing off the ball in attack mode the way the Texans are. And we've seen this time and time again. When defensive tackles come into the Texans' defensive system, a lot of them end up being way more productive than they had been previously in their career just because of the style of play. So Logan Hall's a guy that, he's got 10 sacks in 4 years. You don't think of him as a great pass rusher or anything, but he gets pushed in the pocket and he can stop the run. He can play anywhere along the offensive line. And I think there's a really good chance that he ends up having a breakout year statistically, even if he's not a starter at any point during the season. And they didn't spend a whole bunch of money to get him. That's a really good one, and I'm glad you brought him up. I think the fact that he hasn't participated in OTAs is probably part of that, why he hasn't maybe been talked about as much. But really, it's that Caden McDonald ended up sucking up all the oxygen in the room when it came to talking about interior defensive line additions.
Yeah, but to your point, Matt Burke actually, when he spoke last week, and he was actually asked about Caden McDonald, but he talked about exactly what you're mentioning there in terms of their technique and their style and their approach, it being different from where a lot of places do it. They don't ask them to think a lot. They're not reading. They're not reading and reacting. They're just straight up attacking, right? Mm-hmm. They're not eating up blocks. It's a little bit of a different, their stance, their techniques, a lot of it is different, and you kind of have to unlearn some things and either learn for the first time or relearn other things. But I think it is more so natural for you guys as defensive linemen, especially on the interior, or really all of you, to just go out there and attack, try to just run through the next guy. So that's just going to be like a cool and interesting adjustment, but they also seemingly have the personnel between drafting Caden McDonald and bringing in Logan Hall. That might be an underrated two-piece, if you will, right?
Yeah.
Both the signing and the draft, all of a sudden you're much better in that spot than you were before, and even than you realized after you first brought those guys in.
Right. Well, and I think people forget, too, that they had a lot of injuries at defensive tackle last year.
Yeah.
I can't remember how many. Was it 3 guys ended up on IR or 4 defensive?
Tim Settle, Foley Fatakasi wasn't out there.
Heinisch.
Kurt Heinisch. Yeah, I mean, that's 3 right there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you just kind of do the math. You don't have a ton of them to begin with.
Oh, no, did you say Mario Edwards, too?
Mario Edwards. I didn't say him. Didn't say him.
Yeah, those guys all ended up on IR, and that was one of the things, man, like you're going to lose some of those guys or, you don't bring them back. And they just had to restock the pantry. But also Logan Hall can, especially in run-stopping situations, he can play defensive end. And it's going to be an avenue, I think, in some ways. We've talked about, all right, it seems like they're not as solid at backup defensive end as they were last year with Derek Barnett and Denico Autry. But I think they've got more numbers than it feels like sometimes because some of those guys can play both inside and outside.
Number 2 on my list of most underrated Texans acquisitions of the offseason. And I'm picking this guy because there are other folks at his position that take the shine or take the attention away from him. You got Dalton Schultz, who had arguably his best season as a Texan last year. You got the feel-good story and the hope that is Brevin Jordan coming back from injury, and so you're fixated on that. And then you got Marlon Klein, a rookie that they just drafted, and you're trying to get a feel for what is his role and contribution going to exactly be to the team, which leaves old Foster Moreau just out there in the wilderness. I don't know if he's an attention-seeking guy at all or if he cares about any of the limelight. From what I can tell, the way they talk about him, he brings plenty of juice and energy to practice. But I just think Foster Moreau, Seth, as primarily considered a blocking tight end, right? Primarily considered that, but also somebody that can make some plays for you. Now you've got, to me, Foster Moreau is going to essentially be what I think a lot of folks were hoping Cade Stover would be like instantly. And not that you got to give up on that dream yet either. But this, to me, is a more reliable option to be that guy, and it will allow, I believe at least, Brevin Jordan and Dalton Schultz to star and shine in what is more of their suitable roles as pass-catching tight ends as opposed to blocking tight ends.
No, and Foster Moreau's an interesting one, too, because the way Caserio talked about him, that like there were some times where they felt like he was an extremely underrated tight end in the league. And then he got cancer, came back from cancer, and he hasn't had a smooth path necessarily. But I think that they look at Foster Moreau in kind of the same way that teams like the Jaguars and the Texans quote unquote reached for tight ends in the draft. They're looking at tight ends differently. They're looking at this world where I think a lot of the league is starting to use more tight ends. I mean, there were the most tight ends drafted in a couple decades in this draft, and they all went in that big flurry in the second and third round. That they like his ability to block and grade it and value it higher than maybe what teams have been doing for the last 10 or 20 years. That's a big part of it. So I think between Marlon Klein and Foster Moreau, those guys, Marlon Klein has to first prove that he can actually play NFL football, or practice consistently.
How about
in OTAs.
practice? I'll start with practice.
Yeah. How about I have a healthy hamstring or two? And but that's a really good one. Foster Moreau might end up being one of those guys who I don't expect him to break any records in receiving or anything, but he might be one of those guys that ends up being a really pivotal guy in a few key games, either with a reception or with a really impressive run block at some point on a key first down. He's something that they didn't have in their toolbox last year.
So I cheated on my last one, okay? My last one is Sheldon Rankins, because that technically was, he's a free agent, right? I know he's on the team last year, but they didn't sign him to an extension or anything. He's technically a free agent, could have gone somewhere else, and they brought him back. And look, I cheated with this one because
you cheated because they signed him before free agency began.
Yeah.
So he never even actually made it to free agency technically. But I get where you're going.
But he could have, though. Had they not done it, he was going to be a free agent, right?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be honest. This is on the heels of them talking about Sheldon Rankins and building him up. But I just think that he is the best of the interior defensive linemen that they've had in a huge conglomerate of interior defensive linemen over the last few years. He's the best of them, and they bring him back to help tutor and mentor the guy that they just drafted in the second round in Caden McDonald. So I think he's going to have a tangible and intangible impact on the team that is somewhat underrated to me. So I did cheat with the third one, but Sheldon Rankins, he could have not been here. They decided to bring him back. So that's my third.
Boy, you had the moment earlier where you felt old because of I can't remember which player it was that he was born whenever.
Caden McDonald.
Yeah, I'm looking at Foster Moreau, who's a veteran in the NFL, been in the league a while, and I'm just thinking about before the draft in 19, I was working out in New Orleans, and right around the time that Foster Moreau was being born in New Orleans.
Yeah.
It's messed up, man.
Bro, life comes at you fast, man. Life comes at you way too fast.
I in the infancy of my career, and Foster Moreau in his literal infancy there in New Orleans in 1997.
The fellas from In the Loop are here with us. Reginald Atatula, John Lopez. I'm sure Figgy Fig is going to be on the ones and twos pretty shortly. Fellas, how y'all living, man? How y'all feeling?
Speaking of old, how'd you like to be me? Watching Dylan Harper, and the first year I covered the NBA was Ron Harper's rookie year.
Yeah, I could see that. So the first time that happened to me was literally like feeling that way.
Yeah.
Was KJ Martin, Kenyon Martin. I'm like, what do you mean? Kenyon Martin's son.
Yes.
Right? Because I remember Kenyon Martin being drafted out of Cincinnati in 2000. This was like my era of starting to like basketball. And you mean his son is out there dunking on people?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, the life comes at you very, very
Ron
fast.
Harper was a rookie when I first started covering the NBA.
Ron Harper was a bad boy. Man.
He was a bad boy.
People forget before some of the injuries, man. He was one of them ones. So what y'all got coming up on the show today, man? Question of the day. Anything else that y'all got coming up?
Well, we will get to that. I just looked at the text line and realized I'm slacking on my pimping because from the 832, happy 610 day, y'all. And wow, completely forgot that was the case.
Damn.
Yeah.
It is 610 day.
Yeah.
I'm old enough to remember when we made 610 day a thing. Didn't do it today, apparently.
Yeah, feeling kind of bad about that one.
Yeah.
For our 30th?
It was. You know, it's funny, though. I don't know why it wasn't on front of mine because I should have pulled this audio. There was a point last night in the Astros game, guys, because, it got out of hand really early, where, and, of course, yesterday was June 9th.
Yes.
6-9.
Nice.
Right? And there were a lot of 6-9 references between Blummer and Todd Callis in the booth. There was like, there were just a lot of 6-9 stats that they were able to give to you. And then AJ Blueball was on the mound.
That's right. And he was 69 himself.
And they pointed it out. And I'm like, man, these guys are doing this with such class and such grace. And it's funny as hell.
Never calling attention to it necessarily.
It was
just going right around about their business.
They deserve an Emmy for it.
I was still recovering from the brand new 6-7 day.
Yeah.
I was kind of immune to anything. Yeah.
No, that's funny because Callis, Blummer maybe a little bit less so, but Callis tends to play like real buttoned up.
Yeah.
Like buttoned up with an actual bow tie, right, is the way that he tends to play it. And so the idea that like he was leaning into a little bit of the wink, wink, nod, nod was kind of, it was odd, even though he did keep it relatively professional.
He did that. Well, that was the charm of it. Because like if you're into immature jokes, you know what the immature joke is. And then if you're not, you can't tell the difference because he's handled it in such a professional way. It's like, oh, this is just regular baseball commentary. I can assure you it was not.
I didn't watch the second half of the game. I quit.
Can't blame you.
Was there ever any chance for them to, where somebody dove the ball going face down on the turf or anything like that? Was there any, like Blum must have just been hoping for so many weird scenarios.
Yeah, I don't remember, but I got a hard time believing that if there was, they would have passed up on that moment. They would have seized it.
Yes.
So anyways, happy 610 day.
Yes.
I felt like I should say.
So to you and all those who celebrate.
That's right. That's right. The question of the day, though, inspired by, have y'all been on social media seeing the Knicks fans go extra Knick fan?
Yeah.
We knew that these were insane people. I don't know that I thought it would manifest itself in this way. And clearly, like, they're just, it's an insane fan base. And some would call it just a flat-out bad fan base. And so that led to the question of the day, what's the worst fan base that you've ever crossed paths with?
Or even just an incident. Like, what's your worst experience with a fan base?
The Colts fans. I hated every single one of those. Weirdos up there in Indianapolis. Yeah, I just didn't like it. You know what it is? In the old stadium, the benches were really close to the fans. So by and large, most of the 70,000 people in there were probably pretty cool. But the most obnoxious of them would always be like close enough that you can't ignore what they're saying. It's the most closest I ever felt to like being an NBA player. And it wasn't ever even directed at me, but it would just annoy me to the point where sometimes I would turn around and just start insulting the invariably really sloppy, half her teeth having overweight woman who is drunk with her 3 kids, like drunk as hell in front of her 3 kids. And it was like every year was a different one. I don't know if it was a family of mother or something, but yeah, that was by far it for me.
It's always very specific. Like one of mine is Ole Miss. I had a really bad couple of experiences with Ole Miss fans, and you wouldn't think that.
Never heard that before.
They were.
You mean mild-mannered Ole Miss?
Lopez?
Man.
I can't imagine.
Not the Rebels.
Like following people out of the stadium and stuff. Very Knicks-like. What about you?
Yeah, so mine is, I don't have like a specific experience, but I just hate all the AFC South opponent fan bases for different reasons. But every one I hate. I would reiterate what Seth said about the Colts, even though he's played and kind of got a little bit more of an experience with them, but don't like Colts fans. Only up until recently, like I didn't like the Titans, but didn't start hating their fans until recently, and we started having this back and forth about the uniforms and the history of the team, and now I'm just completely done with them.
It does feel like they're leaning into the uniform thing, and I don't even think they actually care about it.
They don't.
They're doing it just to antagonize.
Yeah, they don't know nothing about nothing. They're just talking. And then speaking of just talking, Jags fans, look, I respect the gangster. I respect the energy toward their team. I do not like how much they talk. Yeah. They talk way too much. And speaking of talking too much, I probably did too much because I should have mentioned that you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. But as I was saying, I cannot stand Jags fans. Also, all of the AFC South.
I respect it. Like that.
That's good. That feels a little NFC East-ish.
Yes, very much so.
I've always been amazed that the best way to get a bunch of hurl at you is to say something nice about any player in the NFC East, because the other 3 teams will just pounce on you. You say something like, say something nice about, let's see.
Those Giants fans.
Yeah, I was about to say Jackson Dart, but then that's a whole different world right now.
Yeah,
say something nice about Jalen Hurts, and boom, you got people from all over telling you how stupid you are because you think Jalen Hurts is a swell fella.
Yeah,
like it's a requirement for them. They've made this as not only do you have to like your team, you have to hate those other teams in order to be a part of this.
Yeah. There is. It's a non-negotiable.
I'm not gonna lie.
There's no other way.
It hasn't felt like that's been the case in the AFC South until like very recently.
Yes. No, I can admit to you, it's just my own personal experience and feeling about it. Like I was kind of just indifferent, shrugged my shoulders at both the Titans and the Jags have always talked a lot.
Yeah,
they're not a large fan base, but it's a mouthy.
They got a chip on their shoulder because they always feel like they're ignored. So like even when they're good, they feel like they're not getting enough attention.
Yeah, that's exactly. Well, that's exciting. I can't wait to hear how much of the hating that's going to bring out of our audience, right?
We got stories. We got stories.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
I already see some answers that are going to be great when we throw them up to Lopez himself. Yeah. So that'll be fun.
Well, look, that is going to be a really good time. I am actually going to get out of here and head over to the back end of Texans practice.
Please,
see what we got going on. So I'm going to leave y'all to it. This was fun filling in for Sean Pendergast. Seth, had a good time, man?
Yes, antibodies and a fat offensive lineman and a moo-moo to you.
Indeed. Indeed. Well, and on that note, I'll leave it to Reginald Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig behind the glass. They have you for the next 4 hours. They are in the loop, and they start right now.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's a Wednesday in a great city of Houston. The sky is out. You can see the sun shining, clouds, and football is being at least practiced at the Houston Methodist Training Camp.
Keep asking
Center.
Those great questions.
That's right. B is headed out there right now for what might be the last practice. It's not on the schedule. However, we know how this goes sometimes.
Yeah, here to serve, man. However I can help.
Yeah.
We appreciate that, brother. This might be the last one that they get because, the history is that last day.
Y'all did great. Take tomorrow off.
It's the weirdest carrot because it's one that we know it's going to get got.
It's coming.
Hey, this is the justifiable 1, 2, 3 Cancun. Yeah. Don't do it in the playoffs. Yeah. Do it right before training camp is about to start.
That's
like,
right.
Hey, 1, 2, 3 Cancun. 1, 2, 3 Vegas. Whatever you got to do.
Right. Go get you guys some rest. I did appreciate that yesterday. D'Amico Ryans in his final conversation with the media before we get to training camp did mention that when it comes to like this time period that's about to be off,
get away.
Actually get off your feet, get some rest. Don't lose the games that you had all season. But get off your feet. Like that is fair.
He said he couldn't wait for his vacation.
He did.
Which I can't blame him because
he said he been working nonstop.
We don't think about it like that in the realm of sports because when we're out of season, we just go, you're out of season.
Yeah.
They really do be working, right? They immediately go from postseason to figuring out what they want to do for the next season, evaluating players, getting into the draft,
coaching staff.
All of that. Yep. All of that is imminently on his mind. So, yeah, I actually am excited for D'Amico Ryans to get him
Where's
a little
D'Amico
bit of
going?
rest.
Is it Disney World? He said it?
Yeah. Okay, he said specifically Disney World. Yeah. But it makes sense. Like, D'Amico Ryans is just aggressively dad at this point.
Yeah, man. And he's like, he's got 4 kids. All his kids are young. The youngest one he just had right as he was the first season he was the head coach. So he's got daddy duties, on top of all of this.
So Disney World.
He did mention like
Godspeed, man.
One of the things in
it's gonna be jam packed.
Godspeed.
It might have been like the second or the third thing he said was like excited to be able to take the kids to school, and I was like, that's not vacation, but I understand. Like it's good. You appreciate being able to be there for.
I want to see D'Amico in like an hour.
Right?
I want to see D'Amico in like an hour and a half line for a ride. Like just
drop off
with his hands crossed.
Oh, ain't no way D'Amico ain't saying something to somebody.
Oh no, D'Amico gets there early before the line gets long.
I don't know, man.
But I do that, and he's definitely a more
but that's good for
disciplined.
That's good for your first ride.
Yeah.
After that. I know they sell those passes to the.
Oh no, I thought you meant in the car. Look at me being a dad.
No.
I thought you meant in the car line at school.
No, in the ride.
Yeah, yeah. No, I just got to connect.
Looking at the line, like, dang, man.
Yeah.
D'Amico does not strike me as, do you know who I am? However, D'Amico does strike me as, I know somebody who can get something done here.
Yeah.
Like I should be able to get something done here. Let's be efficient with our Disney World experience.
Like he would do the research on the front end. Like, who can I find? Who can I find that can help me avoid some of these lines?
That's
right.
awesome.
There's got to be someone that he knows to get that done. All right, let's get going here on this Wednesday. Get involved with the program on the text line. As you already had question of the day, the text line number is 713-572-4610. Also, appreciation to the Mo-Carey Minji Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube channel is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. All sorts of fantastic 610 listeners in there on, I guess, a 610 day, which I guess I will impromptu. If you feel like chatting on the text line or amongst everybody what your favorite 610 moment is, you can go ahead and do that. Let's jump in, though, and talk a little bit more about these texts in a more serious manner, not in a Disney World manner, if you don't mind.
That's tomorrow.
Yeah, yes, that is tomorrow once actual vacation kicks in. Maybe, who knows? Maybe this thing does not go in the way where D'Amico Ryans like, we want to make sure that we get all the work in. We'll see what that looks like after today. But Dalton Schultz talked yesterday, tight end 1 of your Houston Texans, and I thought that there were some things that were very interesting. Obviously, one of the first things that he's going to be asked is the question du jour, which is, what's happening with C.J. Stroud? So we'll start there. This was question 1 for Dalton Schultz. What are you seeing from your experienced position on the offense from quarterback C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, I mean, he's been working. Like, since the season was over, I think he got to work straight away. We met up before, OTAs even started, and, he already looked like he'd been training for months. So I think just coming into OTAs, with that mindset, of getting back to work and really starting from basics, fundamentals, throwing mechanics, footwork, he's been looking really good out there. He's looked a lot smoother. Anytime you're in year 2 of an offense, that's going to happen. But I think so, too. He's done a good job of just leading the group, and leading the group kind of clearly helps with the operation and everything. So he's done a really.
And here we go again, right? What is it? Maybe close to 8 or 10 times, a dozen maybe, that we've had someone talking about C.J. Stroud, and it's like, boy, he's really different. And that's kind of what he's saying right now, the way he's operating cleanly, and just sensing that there's a new C.J. Stroud out there. And I guess there is, there's no reason not to believe these guys, but it does make you think, man, it must have been pretty interesting, back in last year.
Oh, you're going to the, hey, man, what does this say?
Absolutely.
What are the things?
It's everyone.
The negatives of this, right?
They're all saying variations of the same thing.
That he's coming in. He's clearly gotten back to
see
basics.
him now. Okay, that's good. No, it's excellent. But it just makes you go, okay, maybe that explains a little bit. You know?
You think so?
No,
like
for
that's
sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Maybe so. Maybe
Yeah.
so. Like, it is odd, though, that everything is just like, hey, man, the simple things are so much better of this. Because it's not like they're going to the crazy high levels of just like everything is night and day. He's out here just slinging. I don't think that's the tone or the tenor of the conversation. It ends up just being like, hey, the details seem to be finer. They seem to be better. Like he got into the lab and clearly worked on it. And I really and truly still don't know what to actually make of that.
I'm wondering what made the details more cleaner. Like, did he do some training with somebody special, or is it the quarterback coach?
Well, it definitely seems
making
like
a difference.
Oh, Shaplinsky. I don't know if Shaplinsky is making the difference because there hasn't been actual work with Shaplinsky
Very much,
until recently.
Yeah.
We do know that he went and worked with and I forget what the name of the quarterback coaching company is worked with, but it's the same trainer that trains Matt Stafford in the offseason, right? And I know that he did some work where Matt Stafford was there at the same time. I can't say specifically that they worked out together.
So was this his first time working with this?
I believe so.
think so,
I believe
yeah.
this summer was the first time working with these.
It kind of makes sense then, because it looked like he went through a whole, nutrition type of change.
That one is notable. Yeah.
And
Nutrition, the working out with the quarterback,
somebody different.
Yeah.
Because if he was coming in looking the same, doing the same thing, then I probably wouldn't understand it. But it seemed like he did make the change in the offseason.
Which leads to, okay, why? We know why in a large sense. He had a really bad end of the season. But I think he also had just that moment of enlightenment, he whether it was financially driven or pride or whatever, or the Texans, which I think, clearly had to be part of it. They have their meetings with each player, at the end of the season. They might have just said, listen, it's got to be different. It's got to be different next year.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
The only thing that I find interesting is I'm glad that all the conversations are about relatively smaller kind of conversations within the changes, because I always feel weird about, and we've seen this a number of times in sports, particularly in football, when a quarterback goes, and usually it's when they're talking about, he made a big change in his mechanics.
Right.
Or even in basketball, we'll say, he made a big change in his shooting mechanics. And a thing that I believe so vehemently within myself is big shifts don't happen and aren't sustained easily. Because you're telling me that this person has played the sport from pee-wee, grade school, all the way through college, all the way through a certain level of professional play, and it's going to take one summer and they're going to be able to abandon all the muscle memory that they've developed over this time.
Right.
Usually I feel like small tweaks are things that you can make and sustain. Big changes are things that I have a hard time thinking stand.
I agree.
So the idea that I have not heard a lot about these big sweeping changes that it's really in the relatively
totally different
small.
guy.
Right.
They're just talking about, boy, it's really nice to see these changes. And his approach being as big as anything.
We'll talk more about that as we go. I do want to get some more of the Dalton Schultz, and really, obviously, from his vantage point, the quarterback is something that comes up, but the tight end room specifically. I still go back to when he sat down with the drive at Super Bowl, and he was talking about it's when I really considered it, talked about the injuries that they sustained and the ways in which they had put so much time on task with multiple tight ends in training camp that they weren't ultimately able to use in the season. And so I was like, I'm very interested into how he's looking at this tight end room. So this is a question that he was asked. Are you guys able to do new things with the tight end room with this year versus last year?
It's a good question. We're not quite there yet. Like, we'll see when the reins kind of come off everybody. But yeah, I'm excited. We have a very well-rounded room and a bunch of guys that do a lot of different stuff really well. I think, Foster's been a great addition for us, like just kind of bringing the energy, the juice. He's like classic Louisiana kid, chirping like everything all the time. And like we need that, especially on offense. Like we need that sort of thing. So yeah, I think our room has come together nicely, and we'll continue to kind of to work and to get better and show, that we can contribute in many different ways in this offense.
I'm really excited about this tight end room. Not necessarily, I think they're going to be awesome. We'll see just how they deploy them. It just every little. We're talking about all the little different hints we're getting about C.J. Stroud. We've been getting the same thing with the tight ends, whether it's Nick Caley or D'Amico or some of the players. Clearly, Dalton Schultz now talking about how they're going to go 12 and 13, and I say excited. I mean, it's clearly going to be a testament to the type of offense they're running because they've put so many resources in getting the tight end room filled.
Yeah, and it's funny. I mean, obviously, he kind of alludes to a lot of the tight end room, right? The different skill sets is something that he's talked about before. He talks about again here, and we've heard from other folks within the system or within the team about that. I kind of like, so he's mentioning, I immediately think of when we talk about different varieties of talents, Brevin Jordan, like having that ability, obviously bringing in a Foster Moreau with some of the blocking, but he does specifically talk about Foster Moreau. And he talks about energy.
Yeah.
And it's something that I had not thought about specifically when it comes to this tight end room outside of like when we kind of heard Foster Moreau. Hey, they did not really have leader guy within the tight end room. Like, Dalton Schultz is not leader guy, with all due respect.
Ooh, he's pretty intense, man. Last 2 years, he's been in the middle of 2 fights.
He's intense, but I don't think that intensity necessarily means that you're a leader per se. And I'm trying to kind of straddle this line carefully because I don't want to disparage Dalton Schultz and what he brings to the tight end room. But the way that he talks about Foster Moreau, I do wonder, like, is there a force multiplier in that tight end room with a Foster Moreau and not only the energy, but kind of the quote-unquote, lack of a better way of saying it, that he brings in a similar way as, like, something that B. Scott was talking about just before we crossed in, which was the way that Sheldon Rankins is on the defensive line room, right? It's not just that he plays well and he brings a particular skill set. It's that you can hear both on the ground level with the various other players he's talking with the coaches, that he makes an impact in the way other guys play. And I wonder if Foster Moreau doesn't bring that in addition to what we've talked about, which is an ability to block on the line in a way that's tangible, which is also an ability to do some of the pass catching stuff so that defenses can't lock in on, okay, this is a one-dimensional player. I wonder if he also is not going to be instrumental in helping maybe Dalton Schultz find another level in his game. Clearly help Marlon Klein find a level in the NFL ranks. Like, I do wonder if that might be something that I have neglected personally.
Well, look, everybody is just raving about Foster Moreau. From the moment they acquired him, I think ultimately he will add to that because I do think just by and we all know different ways to lead. Just by example, the way they talk about and have talked about Dalton Schultz, the things we've seen out on the field, he doesn't back down from anyone. And that's a form of leadership, like, hey, follow me, and don't take that, and all that stuff. But you're right. I think the more verbal, the more staid, the more professional type leader could well be Foster Moreau.
Yeah, and I think that's fair because also one thing that D'Amico said yesterday was talking about how like with the leadership that he has now in every room, so to say, and how that allows him to kind of take a step back as a coach. I think that Foster Moreau is going to, right? Like having him as a leadership type of guy in that room. Obviously, we've seen, and we're more cognizant of the ways they're trying to develop leadership on the offensive line, right? And they've talked about it. I think even Dalton, I will not play it because we don't necessarily have the time this moment, but he talks about them adding David Montgomery and how he's added leadership. That's kind of the Joe Mixon, what you would have there with the running back and that side of the football. But also, how much more does it mean to have somebody on the offensive line and somebody in the tight end room that also gives you some of that as well? I guess it's something that I should have been more front of mind for me, but Dalton Schultz saying it kind of brought it back front of mind. That was just a little bit of what he talked about and what we heard just in general from minicamp yesterday. There'll be more conversations with various different players today after another day of work. We know that B. Scott is headed out there right now, and so we'll give you any updates that we see coming down from the Houston Methodist Training Center as your Texans continue mandatory minicamp. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about these Astros, who after having a pretty good win earlier on in the week, they just an absolute ass whooping they took last night. And a question that we've been asking about the Rockets in their season might be more well-suited for the Astros. What is their identity? 713-572-4610. Let's parse that next.
All right, we got big basketball happening.
Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 282-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What did you say about a baby?
You said that one specifically. Don't get out. Biggie, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us as we take in some of the news and notes of day 2 of Texans minicamp, in which Nico Collins and Tank Dell working off to the side as they were yesterday, not in drills at the start of practice. They do have their helmets for whatever that's worth, so I imagine that they could work in some like
maybe a little bit here
walkthrough type things, but it seems like they're still working off to the side, so I imagine that we'll see those guys really and truly in training camp when that happens. Aiden Fisher and Jake Hansen, Jake Hansen's not practicing, Aiden Fisher's working to the side, and then of course the likes of EJ Speed, Marlon Klein, Logan Hall not practicing for your Texans at this point. So, yeah, that's happening. Like I said, we'll keep you updated as to what's happening as we get it.
And we'll hear from some of them.
Camp. And, yeah, I think we will. I think we'll hear from some of the players that end up stepping to the podium for the on YouTube page, again, Sports Radio 610. Someone said, my favorite Sports Radio 610 moment, as if you check the calendar, it is indeed 610 day, is when Ron and B. Scott tried to take shots every time the Astros scored a run in a playoff game. Astros went up 7-0 in like 2 innings. And I have a strong feeling that it made it a little more difficult to do radio.
I remember that.
Yeah, just a little bit more difficult to do radio. If you tried to do that in the inverse yesterday, you would have had a really bad time because the Astros very quickly went down 7-0.
You wouldn't have caught a buzz.
I was going to say, take a shot if they let a run score.
Yeah,
well, that would be bad.
There you go. You would be in the same place as Ron and B. Scott were on that time on air because the Astros absolutely took an ass whipping yesterday. It was Kai Tang on the mound, and I felt very bad having my thought validated that he is very susceptible to the winds of luck or up and down nature as the is it his slider or sweeper? I can never remember which one we ultimately are going with.
It's the same
there.
pitch.
All right, I know that's fair. I should have expected that. I got to know who I'm talking to.
Not you two.
That's on me. I got to know who I'm talking to.
He really got him with that sweeper. Could be a slider. Either way.
Yeah, no, it was. It was a slider. It wasn't a sweeper.
Should have remembered that he do not care. But either way, that pitch did not serve him well on the day, and then they just taxed him. And it's not off the basis of this game alone, but it's one of these things where when you stop down and you think about it, this is a straw on a large pile of straws that makes you go, all right, we need to stop and ask a question that I think I am prone to ask of the Rockets.
Yes,
during their season.
We asked it of the Rockets. What
3-4 times?
At least times.
I don't know.
Over the course of the season, what's their identity? I don't know. Well, I think it fits better with the Astros.
Yeah. And let's break it down. 713-572-4610. If you have a feeling there, because my first thought was what at least should be their identity, because I think one of the complicating factors that's clearly there is they're dealing with they have dealt with a whole bunch of injuries.
Yeah,
it was the same thing last year, and as we were just talking about with the Texans, right, with the tight ends. When you deal with injuries, it takes you away from what your given plan was. And so I think we have to acknowledge that they've had a lot of injuries to this point in the season that I imagine has made it difficult to get to whatever the desired, identity for this team had been.
All right. I want to have some fun. Figgy, do you like to have some fun?
I love having fun.
Reggie, do you like fun?
Hell no.
I know. I knew that answer already.
The sports.
Listeners, do you like to have some fun? Let's have some fun. Because I was thinking about this, and we can get into the numbers, and we will.
Really?
Because I think the numbers say a lot about their identity.
Reggie, right back there.
Let's go.
Oh, now I'm having fun.
Numbers. Let's go.
That's not the fun.
Started with that.
That's not the fun I'm talking about.
Burying the lead.
This is the fun I'm talking about. Figgy, I'm going to put you on the spot.
All right.
If the Astros were a person, what would be their identity? How would you describe them? if the Astros were a person, because I have something in mind, but I'm going to put you on the spot.
I'm trying to see
how would you describe that person if the Astros were that?
I would describe them as, I can see them having some potential a little bit, but they not really in my class, like my type of girl.
Okay.
They dress up and address this and lose a little weight here, put some makeup on, lashes and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
She can look all right.
That's fair. I went more the workplace route.
Okay.
This is how I would describe the Astros. They're that person that you ask to do something, and they say they're going to do it, and then it never really gets done. And then you follow up and say, well, what about such and such? And they're like, oh, yeah, I sent the email to here, and I talked to so-and-so. I'll get right back to you. And still doesn't get done. And then 2 days later, you go, hey, did you ever get an answer on blah, blah, blah? And they're like, yeah, still working on that. That's the Astros. Still working on that. And Reggie, I know you hate fun, but if you had to describe the Astros as a person, to me, that's what they are.
I mean, the Astros, in my estimation, are the friend that comes through sometimes, but not always. Because this is the thing that's been most frustrating for me, is that we all know the friend that you just can't depend on. And that actually is great, because I know not to ask you for nothing.
Right.
Yeah. Like, what? Hey, man, somebody needs to pick up my kid. I can help you. No.
Your kid will be standing in the rain. Like, whose kid was standing in the rain the other day? Somebody
left their kid in the rain?
Yeah, like they were meant to go pick them up and they forgot.
Oh, man.
They were just standing in.
Yikes.
I'm mixing shows. That was on the podcast. That was on the Bite Me podcast.
Okay, I was like, I feel like I did not hear about this.
Captain, damn, Jacob.
Captain Caleb
Why you
McCumber.
leave Natalie out there in the rain like that?
By the way, you can listen to the podcast on Sports Radio 610 or any wherever you get your podcast.
There you go.
We were doing it, and he was working on something. This is maybe the Astros are Captain Caleb McCumber. He was working on something.
He put the whole name out there. That's crazy.
Yeah, let me search his name right now.
He was working on something. He was supposed to pick up his kid after practice, right? Totally forgot. Big old storm comes through, and he's standing in the parking lot getting drenched.
Oh, man.
Texts his dad. Hey, are you coming? Yeah, I'm coming right now. That's the Astros.
Yeah, my point in saying that is, like, we've seen instances where the Astros kind of put it together in various different ways. In every facet, right? We've seen them make incredible defensive plays, had incredible defensive games. And then you can see last night where both of your middle infielders make what look like errors. One of them is an actual scored an error, and the other one, because you get an out with Jose Altuve, but you don't turn the double, is not scored an error. It's a fielder's choice or something, is ultimately what it gets scored as. But, like, you get your two middle infielders, two of the guys that you respect, at least one of them should still be at the top of his game in Jeremy Pena, and they're dropping balls or not being able to make transfers out of the glove. And you go, this is Little League.
Yeah.
And this is not just Little League. It's Little League for y'all. Y'all should be able to do these things. And yet you've seen them also make incredible plays. You've seen the offense clearly be really good at times, and then you've seen them put up absolute stinkers when the pitcher's like, please help me. And I don't say that without acknowledging that baseball is a sport. That is a marathon, not a sprint. There's ebbs and flows. It's not going to be that you get absolutely the same thing every time. But if you look at me in the face and you tell me that this is the average level of ups and downs for a baseball team, I'm calling you a liar to your face.
Right, and now we can get into some of those numbers that I promised Reggie, and we can't get out of the segment without.
God bless.
Okay, so you want the good or the bad first? Okay, the bad is they have a minus 37 run differential, which is awful. They're projecting under 80 wins. Jose Altuve right now, what do we have, 90-something games left, right?
Sounds about right.
Batting .237. Carlos
Correa. An asinine conversation.
Hey, by the way, we may have to revisit that at some point. My man. Carlos
Wow. Whoa, no, we're not going to speed by that like you didn't put all that sarcasm in there.
What?
Was he talking about this show in that
Yes.
clip?
Yes.
Shout out to my guy, PC.
How'd that work out? My man. Carlos Correa, done for the year. Young players are not showing up. Bottom of the order. We talked about it yesterday. Manager and general manager, lame ducks. I mean, there's no other way to put it, right? And until further notice, until you hear otherwise, they're lame ducks. They're in the last year of their contract. On the other hand, you do have players coming back. You do have Yordan. They are not trading him, if you haven't heard. They've been pretty good on defense, last night notwithstanding, and they're still technically in the race. Their identity is purgatory. Their identity.
Yes, that's a great way of saying it.
Their identity is purgatory. They're in a bad spot no matter what.
Yeah, because in the same way of what I was talking about, right? Even pitching wise, where if you look at their starting pitching, the wins above a replacement just by position, it is bottom 3 when it comes to starting pitching, and it is dead last DFL when it comes to relief pitching, which not surprising. But at the same time, within that, you get Spencer Arrighetti out here having incredible outings. You get he was capable of playing out here having really good outings. And so the question that I think is the most interesting one off of this, because it's easy to just go, hey guys, they are, as someone said, schizophrenic or whatever, or bipolar. That's the easy part. I think the more difficult question is, what is the most attainable identity that they could find at some point, right? Like obviously right now it feels like there's not a clear identity.
Yeah.
They should be a better hitting baseball team. They want to be a better pitching baseball team, so on and so forth. What is the one that is actually closest to that they could maybe find, right? Is it them actually fully being a power team behind Jordan and Christian Walker, and then finding a few more people that have a little bit more pop in their back? Isak Paredes being more consistent with the pop, I think could be one of those. If Cam Smith hits one of those hot streaks, which we've seen him have before,
we have 2 and a bunch of possibles.
Yes, but this is the thing is that closer, or is it possible that you get a whole bunch of guys that are now hitting better for average, and we're just getting on the base paths and running? Except bad thing about that, the Astros are literally bottom 3 in baseball when it comes to stolen bases. So the idea we're going to get on the base paths, we're going to put stress on pitchers, has not been the case to this point. Is that closer? Is it closer that they find all these young guys in the outfield all of a sudden are going to be defensive masterminds?
It's purgatory.
Right? Like, what is the closest thing?
Honestly, what can they do to make this interesting? Like, what can they do to, I don't want to sit here and say trade for this and that and get this person, but what can they honestly do to, I guess, make a run? Maybe not even a World Series run.
If you're not watching, my palms are up.
I think the two most likely are that you get some of your starting pitching back from injury. Imai continues to progress forward, and then you become a pitching team somehow.
That becomes their identity.
Like I think that one, or what I was talking about earlier, where you find 2 more bats that are really power. Because this is still a team.
I don't even want to do that.
This is a team that their OPS plus is 103. And when it comes to like home runs, they are 7th, I think, when it comes to home runs in all of baseball. That can tick up pretty quickly if now you're not just having Jordan and Christian Walker doing it. If Cam Smith is adding into the party, if Isak Paredes is doing it a little more consistently. I don't even know what other bats. Are we going to throw maybe Altuve find some more to pop? Like, I think that these are not impossible. I might characterize this as improbable that all these things come together, but it feels like the closest to an identity that might coalesce.
Several texts coming in. Multiple are saying the Astros are bipolar. One said the Astros are butterface. Another one said schizophrenic or bipolar. And then a favorite 610 day moment when J-Lo said, do not tell me about the labor, show me the baby.
Yeah, thank you. I remember that too. Somehow he does.
You and the 832 are the only one to remember that.
We're right. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 as we continue to hope that the Astros find some level of consistency and identity in their hope. And right now it is just hope to make the postseason. All right, coming up next, let's get to our question of the day here on this Wednesday. In honor of the NBA Finals and the Knicks fans doing aggressively Knicks stuff. What's the worst fan base that you've ever created? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
The Yordan Alvarez Experience. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. The OG John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig hanging out with you on this second day of Texans minicamp that's happening out there at the Houston Methodist Training Center. A few more notes that we're seeing. Would you like to play everybody's favorite game, John Lopez?
And that is?
Is this good for one side of the football or bad for the other side of the football? As I'm seeing that Jalen Petrie had a pick six on C.J. Stroud taking it to the house. So
you know what that is, Figgy?
Good offense, bad offense, good defense. What are we doing here?
6-7.
How do we want to play?
6-7. Your hands up and down.
Everybody's favorite game.
It is everybody's favorite.
How did C.J. Stroud's demeanor look after the pick six, though?
That's a good question.
I cannot see
body
that
language
right now. You know what? I'm gonna text B Scott.
How was his body language?
I'm gonna ask him specifically what that was, and he'll give us.
Yeah. How was Nick Caley's body language?
Exactly.
That's the beauty of being out there at camp. So I'm looking like what's happening there. But let's get to our question of the day while I wait for that response. Because the body language in the greater New York area, really in New York City, has been kind of crazy.
Throwing body language.
The body language has been bent and slumped in some instances.
What do you have to say for yourself, Figgy? Those are your people, man.
Knicks fans have gotten
that's
wild.
Figgy's like, yeah, man.
I like how you put this all on me.
You said it.
I said I was rooting for the Knicks.
Yeah,
because of the celebrities.
You're a Knicks fan. You're a Knicks fan.
No, I'm not.
I heard you were FaceTiming with some of those dudes on the street. Like, hey, there's another guy in a Spurs jersey over there. There's another one.
Nah, I was FaceTiming with one of those women from San Antonio Charles Barkley was talking about.
Did they have a churro? Okay, very good.
These are your people, Figgy.
Yeah, but there's been social media videos of like Knicks fans supposedly chasing down Spurs fans, I guess enacting violence.
Man, they're going after the bus, the team bus. You see them knocking, knocking their hands, a whole crowd of people on the Spurs team bus.
Knicks fans are doing a lot in this moment, and I don't know if it's inherently just because they lost. I think it's just the energy has continued to ratchet up.
I'm not even surprised, to be honest, man. Like to me, this sounds like New York, man. They do this in baseball, they do this in football. This ain't even surprising.
It's a good because someone said this earlier. Is like, hey, don't forget that a lot of these Knicks fans are also Yankees fans, and that helps clear some of this up very quickly.
See what they be doing whenever Astros fans are in town.
They be acting up, and so that got us thinking. What is your worst, or rather, what's the worst fan base that you have crossed paths with? 713-572-4610.
Your specific incidents. By the way, speaking of New York fans, do you have that audio from 97.5 in Philadelphia? I thought the Fanatic.
They got some nerd to be out here talking about that.
Hey, just listen.
Play guard in the NFL.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Just listen. This is Philadelphia.
The Knicks fans are the lowest of the low. They should be absolutely embarrassed. What they did last night after that game is what the national media wants the Philly fans to be. Every single time national media talks about the city of Philadelphia, they act like we're what you saw last night. I have never seen a display like that in the city of Philadelphia. What the Knicks fans did last night was embarrassing. It was wrong. It was criminal. They're beating people up on the street. They're attacking Spurs fans unprovoked. Like, who the hell do you think you are? You look like scumbags out there.
Scumbags.
Stop. I think it was absolutely embarrassing, and the police couldn't even do anything about it. This is why you can't root for the damn Knicks. Their fan base is trash.
Trash.
Hey, I'm not paying attention to anything that dude saying. Y'all done booed Santa Claus through batteries on the field.
I think that's exactly why this comes up. Is because he's like, finally.
Yeah.
Someone that we down.
Philadelphia fans don't get fights in the streets.
This is the Spider-Man meme, just two pointing at each other, man.
No, you're worse than me.
Trash. Like y'all shouldn't even be talking. Y'all got y'all ass swept. It wasn't even fun.
Yeah, look at Figgy defending those Knicks fans.
Wow.
Man. Look at Figgy defending those Knicks fans.
I like how you tried to paint me as a Knicks fan.
Not gonna lie, solid bit. Solid bit.
Hey, I just don't want to root for San Antonio at this point.
Solid bit.
So your particular interaction, obviously, having been to a bunch of this stuff, I've got several, but three immediately popped into mind. One, big surprise, I had a weird, wild experience with Yankees fans. This was during a world. This was after a World Series game.
Was you wearing your Dodgers stuff?
No, I was neutral. I think it was Yankees
He didn't
versus.
even catch it. He was just...
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I think it was Yankees versus Braves. It was way back in the day.
Oh, you had no dog in the fight at all.
No dog in the fight. Man. But the auxiliary press was in right field at Old Yankee Stadium. So the fans were on each side of you. And after the game, I'm on deadline, so I'm typing, I'm working. I just come back from the interviews and all that stuff, and I hear, "Hey, sports writer! Hey, sports writer!" A lot of the writers had gone down to the workroom, but I stayed up there working. Sports writer! We went on for several minutes, and I finally just stopped and I turned to him, and he gave me the double barrels. Go bleep yourself!
Oh man!
I'm like, that one wasn't violent. But I was like, these people are
just so much energy.
Like, what did I have to do with anything?
What did I have? I was just sitting there, literally sitting there, just sitting there. The other, I saw an LSU fan body up and go chest to chest with about an 80-year-old man, and it was. I went to this game as a fan. It was A&M versus LSU in Tiger Stadium, and I was about 5 or 6 rows behind this older couple, and the in front of him was a young drunk LSU fan, and amidst the Aggies there, and I don't know, LSU did something, and he actually reached down to this woman in front of him and tousled the lady's hair, like take that, and she kind of like, "What are you doing?" And the old man said, "You got to treat women with more respect." Just like that, real calmly. "You got to treat women with more respect." Dude jumped up on that bleacher, bumped the man to where he fell down, and said, "You got a problem, old man?"
Oh, man.
I'm like, you are trash. But fortunately, people around them took care of it.
I will say, yeah. I think clearly an abhorrent thing to do. That feels like that's more of an individual instance than like the actual the fan base in general. Right.
Yeah.
Because there's instances where you get a whole grip of people. On the text line, there are some people mentioning, are you just trying to see how many people are listening? Because everybody's going to say Cowboys fans are the worst. The thing I'll say about Cowboys fans, they do it to themselves in a way where I'm like, why are y'all doing this to yourselves?
At this point, it's kind of getting sad. It's getting sad because you seeing more disappointment now. But if they ever get to a Super Bowl, it might look like how it's looking for the Knicks.
That's a great point. Like we haven't seen the battery.
It's been a lot of sadness. It's been a lot of sadness going on to the point. I think a lot of us Cowboy fans. Yeah. But in the back of our mind, we're like, man, it's messed up to be a Cowboy fan. You kind of feel sad.
Yes, I do too.
I have an unorthodox answer.
What is that?
Because it's not like a particular sports fan base in when it comes to a team. And this is, I'm hesitant to say it because I know that these people get to going. Kobe fans.
Yeah.
Really?
Kobe fans.
They are the worst.
They're awful.
They are the worst.
Because there is no logical reasoning that you can bring in. I know that we're kind of in that era generally where if somebody's locked in, there's no logical reason. But Kobe fans are the worst. And here's the thing. You could say something that is completely complimentary and fair, and they're not trying to hear it if you are not coming with the same level of delusion that they are. And particularly, it's like, hey, Kobe is not like in the conversation for greatest of all time. Yeah. Point blank, period. Like he's just not. He's an incrable player.
They got him number 2.
Right. And you're like, over which one of these guys? Yes, Either way, it's insane. But yeah, man, because again, he means something to them that is something other than just like the sports of it. And so you can't have a regular sports conversation. And they will get violent about it.
They will. Yep. They could.
Yeah, so I actually talk about Cowboy fans. I actually came across one. It was around the time I first moved here. I was working in an event. I think, where was it? I think it might have been outside of a fiesta or something like that. And it was a black lady walking. She had none but Cowboy stuff on. And to me, I usually don't see a lot of fan gear like that just on a regular day unless you're at a game or something. And she was just dripped out in Cowboy stuff. And I just kind of glanced a little bit. And then she looked at me like, what, you got a problem? She started kind of honking me down. I'm like, I don't care about the Cowboys at all. Like I don't hate y'all.
She got aggressive immediately.
So I guess she thought I was kind of sizing her up a little bit. But and then the other one, this is this ain't really sports related, but I had did a video on TikTok. This was around the time when Taylor Swift re-released her album. I forgot which album was. I forgot which album it was, but she re-recorded it and released it again. And so I did like a reaction video to it. Was kind of like it sound the same to me because Taylor Swift fans are crazy,
Yeah.
and they were talking about this is so much better and all of this other stuff.
Okay.
And no, for real, I ain't hear a difference. I even had Jessie from Mix. She kind of gave her reaction to it, and she was just like, yes. It's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you had a whole bunch of Swifties in the comments like, that girl don't know what she's talking about. What are you talking about? It's way different. You guys don't I was just like, damn.
Yeah, once we get into the stand bases of certain like celebrities, we get into a real bad place.
To the point I would
real bad.
Like
place.
I don't think I would ever tweet Taylor Swift's name.
Mm-hmm.
Like nothing. And no criticizing anything.
Just don't even say the words.
For a moment, Beyonce was in there as well.
I think they kind of got older now.
Yeah,
so
I think they might be a little more reasonable.
Yeah,
now.
Nicki Minaj.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Those people
don't
scare
ever
me,
tweet
dog.
her name criticizing her.
Those people scare me, dog.
Because they will find it and they will pop up at your house.
Ask my dog Mattress Mac about Phillies fans. Knicks losing. Okay, hold on. Was
and then that's just
I'll never forget those.
They don't
words.
seem to have boundaries.
A gas station owner at Oklahoma State did not sell this listener gas because UH beat them in Stillwater. Had to drive another 20 miles to get gas.
Man. Hey, I kind of respect the pettiness.
If you're willing to hurt your bottom line just to be petty, at that point,
you
I kind of gotta.
You should have laughed at them. That's why y'all lost.
You mad? Somebody said Texas Tech fans are annoying. They said they irk me because they're like the Yankees of college. In what way?
Did anybody bring up Aggie fans?
Yep. On the shout out to Don on the YouTube. A&M fans, which
that's a
look at Lopez.
Come on, Lopez.
He tried to act like he all confused.
Dog.
Wondering why.
All right. Ask any.
I wonder why. Why do people think
any
that?
Any fan base where they are treated better in the SEC. Anyone.
Man.
The polls. They've done polls on this. Donna. Full of it.
Yeah, right, man.
Ole Miss fans. Probably the closest I ever got to actually getting in a scrape, because I usually just like whatever, was at Oxford.
Yeah, because they're in Mississippi, but they're also like
they're insane.
They're also like elitist,
and they
in Mississippi.
Yes, they're
like,
elitist.
how do those two things go together?
They're insane. That we were walking. This was the Manziel year when he scored that touchdown down that right sideline and won the game at the end. And they got mad. I would be mad too. And we were walking out of the stadium, and these two dudes were just following us, just heckling, and you cheated, and you're lucky, and blah, 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 blah. And it was like 6 of us. And kind of tossling, not physical, like throwing hands, tossling. And I just said, brother, there's 6 of us and 2 of you. You better walk away.
What was you going to do, Lopez? You going to fight? You going to get busy?
I've said it. I said it before.
You got hands?
It's best when they don't know.
All right.
It's best when they don't know.
I'm not sure I believe you, but okay.
By the way, Pittsburgh fans, I don't. They kind of the worst too. They borderline. They more casual Cowboy fans.
Yeah. No, that's fair. And then someone on the text line said they're a Steelers fan and Browns fans are brutal. No reason to be cocky and the worst with their dog pound BS. So hey, no love lost between those. I guess that's why the rivalry maintains there. All right, keep those coming in on the text line 713-572-4610. But coming up next, let's go around the NFL where I don't know if you've seen a particular rumor that's been going about one of the trades that happened this offseason. Somebody weighed in on that. And, hey, man, what the hell is Brandon Ayuk doing? We'll talk about that more next.
We finally have a little more clarity on when Tank Dell will return to the field after Nick Casario's appearance on Payne and Pendergast.
I think the goal is training camp. He's chomping at the bit, and he's certainly anxious and wants to be out there. By the same token, we want to make sure that we're taking care of him and doing the right thing.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Maybe you can even consider this as around the NFL because it does involve a football team, an NFL football team, and it's your Houston Texans. So we'll start here because obviously minicamp rolls on there at the Houston Methodist Training Center. And we got a first-team offensive line, obviously knowing that, we're still early on. They're still getting some things, just feeling some things out, and ultimately training camp is where we'll get some level of solidification, I imagine. But even with that being the case, are you ready to hear who the first-team offensive line was today?
I think we all are.
All right. Clearly, Ariante Ursery was at left tackle. That feels evident. At left guard, Keelan Rutledge.
Okay.
Starting at center, Evan Brown.
Oh, wow.
Then you have Ed Ingram at right guard, and then Trent Brown at right tackle.
So the only staples from yesterday, at least in the brief time that we got to see, or we got to hear about what they were doing, are Trent Brown and, Ingram too.
Yeah,
and Trent Ingram and Ursery.
It does feel like the players that have some level of solid nature in the starting lineup. At least it feels like. Clearly Tay, Ed Ingram at right guard probably, and then I would say Wyatt Teller at left guard. But now seeing Keelan Rutledge do a little bit of left guard himself, right? We know that he's a guard type player, and we know that they're working him at center. But they're giving Evan Brown a little bit of burn, which makes sense, right? You ultimately want to still have an idea of what he's doing and him to be prepared. But getting Keelan Rutledge some guard work is interesting.
It is interesting. I think you're giving Evan Brown some run at center. I guess it stands to reason. Maybe you're just doing the same with Keelan Rutledge at guard, even though he's a rookie.
Yeah,
you'd like to see them hone in a little more on one particular position. But then, how many times have we heard? The versatility, cross training, all that stuff, especially on the inside. So I think it's not nothing, but I don't want to build too much into it. I don't want to put too much into it either.
Right. I'm in the same place, but I also find it notable that, hey, this is with the first group, right? Not necessarily just with the second group filtering in and getting some of that work. So, obviously they're variable, and I think the thing that I take from it is less about who is in for this particular place, but more about they're going to take a little bit of time into training camp to really get a feel for who they like.
And that's what this is for. I think you start to get sort of the cream rising, but not necessarily locked in. Like, I think it says a lot about Keelan Rutledge, whether it's the confidence in him, working two different positions, or just his level of play. That he has worked some with C.J. Stroud, mostly during OTAs, I think, at center, but also worked with the first group at guard. I think it says a lot about just the level of play that the readiness that Keelan Rutledge has come in on.
Yeah, which, that's exciting, right? That even I think he continues to play at that level, hopefully, and you can look up and go, all right, regardless of whether he starts or not, which I think we still feel pretty strongly that he probably needs to, that you would feel better if he is starting, that he has the capability of being in that mix regardless. But, of course, we're a number of weeks out from getting some level of clarity on that, I think.
How much does Evan Brown at center hit you?
Not as much.
Really? It does me.
Really?
I think they love Jake Andrews. Absolutely. That's a given. But it's almost as if they're trying to find a better, an answer.
It did feel like that was the case.
They're trying to find an upgrade.
Yeah, it did feel like that was the case when we heard Nick Caserio talk about it, right? Because I think we had come from the position of Jake Andrews, some level of teacher's pet when it comes to the center position. And I was very maybe not taken back, but I was very intrigued by Nick Caserio being like, we're interested in upgrading at center. I was like, okay, so that really does put Jake Andrews on notice. And they went and added Evan Brown. But once they got in Keelan Rutledge in the draft, and once we found out that Jake Andrews added a little bit of heft, I felt like it was an either-or proposition, and Evan Brown is a nice additional piece, but he feels like he would have to blow everybody out of the water to win this because Jake Andrews, there's continuity there, right? That he represents continuity on this. Someone who can handle the mental challenges of running center, particularly in this position, or then you go to Keelan Rutledge, who if he's capable of handling that to an extent, has the physicality that you're looking for clearly across the offensive line. That feels like a duality rather than what does Evan Brown give you as a one-up to either of those guys. It feels like he gives you a little bit of both in the middle, and I feel like if you want one or the other, you get one or the other.
Well, yes, possibly, but I also think that they within their own meetings in their own building, I think they it's clear they said to themselves, we've got to upgrade at center.
Yeah,
and so they're looking.
They are looking.
They're kicking tires.
They are looking, which I think I appreciate in this. The only thing that would get problematic in that mentality is if we end up 3 weeks into training camp, and we're still doing this. Yeah. That's the only thing is, hey, let's look. But let's also make a decision hopefully sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
So that you can then start to gel, start to get a cohesiveness, and start to get I guess bullies on the front line that can actually enact what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
All right, we continue around the NFL. And I would like to take you to one, A.J. Brown. His exit from Philadelphia, very public, very well discussed because it also took a little while for it to happen. You knew it was coming, then ultimately it happens once the new league year turns over with the start of June. Well, I don't know. Did you see any of the rumors that were coming out? We did not discuss them just because, I know you're a journalist. I try to hold us to a certain level of journalistic standard to some degree. But did you see the rumors that were out there about why A.J. Brown why this relationship might have soured and why he might have left?
Oh, yeah. I saw that.
Yeah, some of the conversations had popped. A.J. Brown and Hassan Reddick had beefed over a massage therapist and potential relationships. You know, the things that typically get in the way in any locker room. It's either like
a story as old as time.
It's you're right. You hear two dudes beefing and you go, "What's her name?" Right? Like that is the thing that comes up. And so I understand why this rumor comes up. Depending on how you feel about, you remember Big Dom?
Oh, who doesn't know Big Dom?
Dom DeSandro, the senior advisor to the general manager / chief security officer / game day coaching operations executive. I don't know what any of that means, Mike.
Fancy get back guy.
No idea what any of that means.
He's a fancy get back guy.
He looked like a big old bouncer. That's all I know him about. But Big Dom, a staple with the Eagles, came out and said, let me also hit the other elephant now. He said, this talk of what's happening and why the trade happened, and you've seen it probably on social media. This is actually Garofalo talking to Big Dom and said, Big Dom knows what's happening in the entire building, and he was adamant that it is not true. There is no truth to that. Hassan Reddick is no longer an Eagle, and because Hassan Reddick wanted a huge payday. A.J. Brown is no longer an Eagle for reasons that have nothing to do with these rumors. Buying or selling?
Not only am I selling, I'm just confused. How did Big Dom become like a football executive? Like
ask Jack Easterby.
Worth talking to. Maybe he's just.
I think he might be Jack Easterby.
Polished,
I think he's Jack Easterby with less ambition
and a little more credentials.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because a little more qualified.
I feel like he clearly it's the same type of stuff where like some issue.
The dude's a security guy. He's a security guy.
Yeah.
That's
Somebody here likes you, but I think as long as he does not have the ambition to like try and take over stuff in that building,
we don't know. We don't know.
We don't know. That's right. It's
crazier things have happened.
I like the idea that you're painting that here in 3 years somehow Howie Roseman is out on his petard and it's just Big Dom running personnel.
It happened here.
Yeah.
It happened here. Not only has it happened here. It's not the craziest thing in the world.
I guess it's not. But do you believe Big Dom when he says that, hey man, this ain't what's happening? AJ Brown is out for other reasons. He did say specifically, he gave you the Hassan Reddick wanted more money. That I could track. Yeah. He just goes, AJ Brown is here for other reasons than that. And I was like, hey man, I feel like you should give us a little more than that.
I think probably a little truth in both, if I had to say.
Huh. Okay, so you think that there might be a little something to the idea that they was beefing over some lady?
Yeah, well, it seemed, there were a lot of reports there. Big Dom didn't confirm it, but, rumors, I should say.
Okay, all right. Yeah. So, no real insight. And you know what's funny? The person who is likely to give us the insight, no longer in the game no more.
Yeah.
Diana Rossini, where are you?
Yeah.
Come on now. Get us the information.
Do you feel like the street's missing Diana Rossini?
I don't know.
Like just reports and stuff like that?
I don't know.
Missing is a weird way to
and we're also
put
in the time we're in the time of year where the insider game really ain't hitting us in the same way.
She come out with some strong stuff though, man.
She sure does.
All right. Okay.
There are a lot of people who would agree with that.
One in particular.
One in particular.
Okay. We continue around the NFL with the saga that has been the Brandon Ayuk 49ers debacle. It's a debacle at this point. I honestly feel bad because I remember when they were going through the decision of whether or not to pay him, and I was like, hey, man, him on the field and what he means to your team, you pay him. Apparently, I didn't realize that he might be a little bit of a, and I typically try to be careful about this.
A loon?
Yeah. I was gonna say nutcase.
He's a loon.
And we should
just a touch of loon.
We should be careful around the conversations about mental health, right? It's a very serious
that boy
thing.
crazy. He crazy as hell.
I just need to put the disclaimer out
there.
He
came out and he said they're stupid.
Well, this has been long coming because there was already some level of like friction when it came to, obviously we talked about the long contract dispute. They ultimately do pay him. And then there's fallout that happens, and then to the point where the Niners were willing to trade him. They had seemingly worked out a deal, and then Brandon Ayuk kind of undercuts it or vetoes it in some way or shape or form. So this is really nasty. It's hectic. You've seen him speeding by the stadium on a video that he recorded. Then he ends up getting in trouble with the police because apparently they can go to that video and be like, yeah, we saw you speeding. We would like to talk to you about that. So this has been nonsensical, and it only gets worse because he got on Instagram, or was it Instagram? Yes, on Instagram, posted a video that sounded a little bit like this.
And another thing, you want to know why they really mad, though? They mad because they stupid. They dumb. They mad that they paid me $50 million in 8 months and voided my guarantees for 2027. And I'm about to be on a new team in 2027. They mad at they selves for real. Acting like they mad at me, but they stupid ass mad at they self.
Stupid.
I don't think they're so mad right now. I don't think they're so mad.
Hey, I would be pissed off if I had to pay him that money.
Well, they probably feel bad they had to do that, but I don't think they feel bad about going their own way.
Like, look at this fool, man.
Well, I think I'd still be mad because look, he on the payroll, he not showing up to work. It's worth noting. I didn't want to put the numbers on it. The deal that they signed after the long-term stalemate. 4-year, $120 million. So it's not like it's nothing. They did void the guarantees, but as long as this stalemate keeps happening, if he keeps being on the roster and if they're unwilling to straight up cut him, right? Like this is just something that you keep stomaching. I feel like this is one of those, it's the principality of the matter smoky moments, right? Where they're like, we could cut you and maybe cut bait and make our lives a little bit easier. What does that teach you? Like, it seems like they're like, I don't want to let you win.
You're going to go to another team and succeed? Nope.
We are both going to hell together is what I'm getting.
So he's just sitting and waiting.
He is, but the thing that I don't get is, what benefit do you gain from this, right? Because you're trying to make the Niners look bad, and I think that they've done a little bit of that themselves here. What he says here is they feel dumb for giving us money, which, they should, and even more so, like you don't look any more appealing to whoever the next team is. Because he's like, in 27, I'll be on another team. I wouldn't be so sure. You're a talented player, but at some point, right, every player crosses the line of, he is more hell than it is worth, right? And we've seen that a number of times in the NFL. He's getting near that with the way that this saga continues to grow.
I think it's very simple. I don't think he can help himself, number one. And number two, I don't think he cares. He mentioned the $50 million. He's got $50 million. I mean, to sit.
But he's doing this all in service of, like, he's clearly frustrated that he's not getting his way and getting out of San Francisco. I think that's why the video.
I don't think he can help himself.
If it was just the money, I feel like he'd be big chilling. Like, I don't think you're posting Instagram like, look how stupid they are. You're just going, I'm going to keep cashing these checks.
But that speaks to, I don't think he can help himself. He has to say something.
Yeah, the thing,
he has to say something.
He want to play somewhere.
Yeah.
And I feel like hey, do you know anybody who just refuses to play the game? I was talking to somebody this weekend about like a mutual friend of ours that's like, hey, I love him, but clearly he refuses to play the game to help get ahead. Because, we've all been there, whether it's work or somewhere else, where you kind of got to do a little bit of, all right, I bite my tongue here, even though I would love to cuss you out because ultimately I got to play the game.
Yeah.
He seemed like that dude that just don't know how to play the game a little bit.
I think that's it. He cannot help himself. That's just how he's wired. And we all know, I can't think of anything, in particular right now, but we all know that guy where you're like, just stop.
Yeah.
Just stop.
Like,
why are you doing this?
Yeah, no, some people, hell, there's some people in this business where you be like, no, you can't do that.
Yes.
Like, that's not how it goes.
Yeah.
It will hurt your career if you do this.
And they don't care.
And they keep doing it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so it feels like Brandon Ayuk squarely in that place. And I don't see the resolution coming soon. Because the Niners already stuck it out through the whole of last year.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the continual uptick of money could be the place where it ultimately changes, but I don't know that they end up acquiescing in this case. He's already done a lot of the, I guess for lack of a better term, harebrained things to try and force their hand. And I just don't know that there's another team that's going to swoop in here and do this.
Yeah,
and get
I was
that
wondering
desperate, right?
who's going to be that team that roll the dice on him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Look, as much as we talked about receivers here, I would not roll the dice on him at all.
We'll see. We'll see if this ultimately resolves itself. That's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I've been meaning to talk about this because we've heard a lot of positivity about where this offense is from like people talking. But Derek Stingley, in his availability yesterday, kind of didn't say something in a place that made me think, is it possible we're getting smoke blown up our you-know-whats?
Yeah.
Let's talk about it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Continue to see if we could get, see what's happening out there at the practice fields for minicamp. It seems like the defensive line rotation behind the starters. Obviously, you know who the starters are. It's Will Anderson Jr., it's Daniil Hunter, and then on the interior, Tommy Togiai and Sheldon Rankers. Also progressing off of last year. Togiai might mess around and get him some money.
Oh, I think that's the whole idea, number one. And number two, I think he's proven it. They love him. And he has all the markings of a guy they're going to take care of early, right?
Well, you talk about taking care of early. That would kind of be like soon. Because isn't it just him and who am I thinking of? Henry To'oTo'o.
Yeah.
That don't have contracts forward into the year after this upcoming one, right? Like I feel like the Tommy Togiai.
Yeah.
And that might be a conversation to be had at one point.
And To'oTo'o.
Yeah. Well, To'oTo'o, I wonder if one of these young guys, if someone like Woodaz, who D'Amico gushed over when it comes to like his ability to get back and cover and be athletic. Not just him. I think he also talked a little bit about Fisher having that as well. Jamal Hill obviously has gotten a lot of love. Depending on, you have a few young guys that maybe, just maybe, they actively filter those guys into and take the step up.
Sure.
It'd be weird if Henry To'oTo'o was the one guy on the defense that they go, guys, we have to say goodbye to one person, and you're odd man out.
That ain't happening anytime soon, unless something changes dramatically.
We'll see.
I think they love him.
I think so as well, but can you love everybody? Is the question that I'm asking.
I love everybody
in the zero-sum game. In the zero-sum game of football, I don't know. But the defensive line rotation out there after the starters, Logan Hall is not practicing, mind you. So Dominique Robinson, the guy who comes over from Kansas City, he's out there. Dylan Horton, those are your edges when it comes to the second guys, and then K. McDonald and Naquan Jones. The inside it kind of makes sense. Those guys for sure. It's just the edges, seeing those, and those guys on the edges make sense as well. Guys captivated the feeling of clear defensive end 3 and 4 where you feel great about them rotating in behind.
Well, I wouldn't say they've captivated, but I think it checks out based on what D'Amico has talked about, Matt Burke has talked about, et cetera.
Yeah, so we'll see what that looks like. Also, the thing that I'm very intrigued, I know me personally, I'll say, I can be honest about this. I'm very jealous about the guys who don't have our time slot right now. Like, usually I love our time slot. Great time, middle of the day, talk to the people, whether they're moving around Houston or at work or whatever. But during these moments, I kind of hate that we can't be out there and put our eyes on things, because we are dealing with a lot of leaning on what other people say, particularly like people on the team, coaches. And they have been glowing when they talked about this offense and C.J. Stroud in particular, right? The idea that, hey, man, he's IDing and re-IDing things well, right? The tempo was better. The command of the huddle, all those things sound great. And then yesterday, Derek Stingley, right? All-pro Sting. Stepped up to the podium, and it was a Sting presser, right?
Yes, it was.
I don't know that it was particularly eventful, but it was the lack of eventfulness in this particular question that perked my ears up. This is cut 6 here. He was asked, what's new and or different with this Texans offense from your view at this point?
They're moving like pre-snap. They're moving faster and quicker. Like they look like all the motions or correct, I would say, or they break the huddle and then they get into the line. Everybody kind of know what to do. But yeah, I think they're gonna be good.
This is so good.
I'd like to hear it one more time. Can you appease me? I would like to hear that one more time.
Tell me how great the offense is.
Hey, man. Hey, Sting, man. You're a real defensive stalwart. You've seen enough offenses at this point in your career. What are you seeing that's different from this team that you saw every day last year?
Yep,
thank you.
They're moving.
Thanks, Sting. Thanks, appreciate that.
Why are you doing this to me? That gosh was kind of like, why are you doing this? I got to come up with something.
It was either that, and I think this is a very cynical way of looking at it. Understand, but it did seem like, oh, what did they tell me I'm supposed to say?
Yeah, exactly.
What was I supposed to say again? I know they told me. I left the sheet in my locker. Damn it. They're getting up to the line fast.
You're supposed to talk about C.J. Stroud and how he's commanding the offense.
Yes. And he goes, oh yeah. So I actually think there's another possibility here.
Please.
I think Derek Stingley is
aloof.
No, I think he's wired to be one of those guys that just, I hate offense. I just hate. I cannot compliment any offense anywhere, not even my own. So how good have they been? Gosh.
They
I don't know.
over there.
The other possibility, which you guys have talked about and also crossed my mind, he basically said, once he got to the answer, he said, well, they line up.
And to be fair, right, like
that's what he said. I mean, think about it.
They line up right. He did say they line up right.
They line up correctly.
Right, they line up correct.
Yeah.
And like it seems like he's speaking in his language too. Hey, they're moving more purpose. But is this possible that we've then taken some of the early
what did the afternoon guys say?
Pros to this offense and made it into too big? Well, I had an opportunity to talk with Clint because Clint got out there yesterday and when you get to hear from a quarterback mindset, somebody that's done some of this, it's very intriguing, at the very least, to add in to the information that you've already called. And he just wasn't all that impressed with the control when it comes to getting to the line. Like there was a point in time, I think during the 2-minute drill yesterday, where they need to get up, they need to go with some level of pace and tempo, and they just didn't get a playoff at one point. And it had to be, I think it was either Kaylee or D'Amico, one of the coaches, that had to be like, hey, no, do it again and like gather them and get them going quickly. And I know that, Clint has high expectations for a quarterback, point blank, period. It's understandable. And he's like, why isn't CJ the guy like that's actively, especially once it's already been like, hey, we need to do this again, putting that pressure on? And I know that's been a criticism that he's had just generally, but it didn't make me go, all right, how different is it actually? How much of this is like the possibility? And I know this isn't this isn't the nicest way of saying it, but it's the way that comes to mind. How much of this feels like kind of smoke blown early, as opposed to like real, tangible, large changes that will be notable for this offense?
Well, look, we've been saying it all along. That it's pretty obvious that, how they're and again, just to be clear, I believe this is a good thing and then another good thing.
Okay,
it's a good thing that they're building up C.J. Stroud specifically and this new all on the same page offense. That's good. That's what you want. Also, a good thing that C.J. Stroud probably has come back with a new perspective, a new approach, and all that. These are all good. But I think it's definitely possible that there is at least some strand of, we got to do this. He's our guy this year, and we have to be able to make the most of it. But Texter said, Figgy, it's an offense that it's an offense.
We're going to be an offense that's going to be an offense.
That's right. Thank you, David. I appreciate you interjecting in this particular instance.
Sounds like SGA being asked about Chet.
Yeah, how do you get Chet more involved?
Ooh, boy.
Yeah, no, and it's maybe this is just a soundbite that sounds bad, right? Maybe also this is just me not having an opportunity to put my eyes on it and get a feel for it tangibly. But with all of the glowing words that have been had, that just it stopped me in my tracks. I'm gonna be honest, and it makes me again. This is not going to be the end all be all, regardless, right? We're in minicamp, and there's still going to be an opportunity through training camp, and then once we get out here on the football field, in all reality, in games that matter, to demonstrate the command that's had on the offense and how adept the offense is executing. And it's not just CJ, but all of them. How they go about it. It just stopped me. It just made me stop and think, okay, how far along is that actually? And I know Nick Caley might have been the one who was the most sour, for lack of better terms, on this, saying that, it's year 2. We should be in this place, and there's still things to build on. I wonder if that's more of the place than some of the, even Dalton Schultz that we heard earlier talking about, like, this is very notable, the difference that he has coming in this year. I don't know. Stingley saying that made me go, how notable is it if he's going over there going,
I think one thing it definitely did was get me even more excited to actually see this when the pads are on. See it when it's ones versus ones. And, there is some pressure to get things done, whether it's a 2-minute drill or between the 20s drill, 11 on 11, whatever it might be. Because, hey, we're buying it, and I think it's a good thing, and I also think it's probably true that he's come back. The offense has come back. There's, all on the same page thing. But, boy, it just gets you more interested in actually seeing it in training camp, developing, and then into the season.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah. And when it comes down to it, at least I do know that when they got into 2-minute drill, according to what we're seeing out here, they both the first and the second teams moved the ball into field goal range, which, again, that's a good thing, particularly against this defense. I would have loved if I got in there and scored touchdowns, but hey, they moved it into the field goal range, which, again, it feels like a baseline that you can work off of. You would still like to get better and better and progress. And thankfully, you're not at the time where you're at the end line where you need to be at the place yet. So we'll see how it continues to progress. But that stopped me in my tracks. I'd be lying if I told you.
You're not alone.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, where we are a day away from the World Cup starting, and there's still a lot of negativity flowing about the way that this thing is operating. But also, Game 4 of the NBA Finals is tonight. How's it looking? What are you looking for? Well, let's talk about all that next.
Nick Caserio shared. entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. The big thing is that day 2, Texas Minicamp continues to rock on at the Houston Methodist Training Center out there over at Reliant Park. And an interesting quote I just saw, and maybe we'll be able to hear it a little bit later, from Danielle Hunter. The machine himself, actually, obviously out here for minicamp as he was. We didn't get a chance to see him at OTAs. Him speaking to them, he was complimentary. In fact, he said that CJ has done a better job stepping up into pockets away from pressure, which apparently Danielle told CJ. So if we're looking for like the tangible things that CJ is getting better at, that is an edge saying specifically in the way that he can. One of the things that maybe I used to be able to get him on, he's done a little bit better about moving away from, which I appreciate.
Well, that does speak to that, but I think it also speaks to, remind me again, who was on the interior line today in front of CJ? I think that bigger push up front, holding the line, so to speak, and no pads, let's be honest, let's be clear. But I think that was one of the things that CJ just had a hard time with and maybe didn't like very much at all is being hit up the middle.
Yeah, how much of that is a factor of this, not even just renewed offensive line, just as starting five, but the renewed offensive line group where even when you have the rookie Keelan Rutledge at left guard, Evan Brown, the free agent that you brought in from Arizona at center, you can still find, I guess, C.J. Stroud comfortable stepping up into that behind it. That's a fair note to bring up there. I appreciate that. We'll hear more from what was happening at minicamp as we continue on with the program. But right now, in What's Poppin', unfortunately, not popping in no good way, the Astros, not just losing last night, they got their asses handed to them.
They sure did. And dang near lost the previous game if it wasn't for the dumbest smart play that Jose Altuve has ever made on the base pass, which I get is saying something when we're talking about Altuve on the base pass. Might easily have lost that game. That was an out. I mean, that was an out waiting to happen when he was coming down third base the night before.
Yeah.
And then they're, whatever you want to call it, ghost runner, and who knows how that plays out with more bunting and all that stuff. But, so they did get the win, and then just got absolutely walked out of the building.
Shellacked. You mentioned Walber Urania. He had a scoreless outing, and the Angels scored 5 in the second inning, and it was damn near over from there. Kai Tang just could not get his slider to work for him, and ultimately they end up losing that game. This is what we had set. 5 games would be lovely. You got to win 4 is the absolute floor that we have. There goes one of your losses of these next of the 6-game stretch that you have on the road. And so, don't lose no more is ultimately what our expectation is over here. I don't know how capable they are of doing that because again, they have not looked as good as you would hope against this Los Angeles Angels team. And this ain't a great team. This is the Angels team that is what?
Cellar dwellers.
Is that 18 games below 500?
Yeah.
Is that where they are? And here you are. Losing 10-1 in them jokers.
Yeah.
Obviously, baseball be like that sometimes, but you anticipate that it's not like this, where it's a complete manhandling. Unfortunately, that happened. As you continue to look for it, because we talked a little bit earlier about what's the identity that they can maybe closest get to. If they want any hope of being a pitching identity, Hunter Brown's got to be there. But thankfully, Joe Spotty yesterday did talk about Hunter Brown and his next rehab start.
Yes, he'll pitch Wednesday with Sugar Land.
You can anticipate 75, he does that?
Yeah, 70, 75 should be good, and then we'll see how he feels. But he's going to make those. He's going to get that start with our AAA club.
Nothing but news, and they need it, and it speaks to the identity thing as well. Their run differential being so bad. There are other issues that we know they have. The lineup, the hitters you can rely on. But you know what? This outing notwithstanding, Kai Tang has been serviceable as a starter. And then you get Hunter Brown at the top with Arrighetti, who bounced back, after a bad outing. You get, some other guys back. At least you'll have some pitching, that you can somewhat rely on, especially at the top.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's absolutely the hope. And Peter Lambert is on the bump today to finish out on the rubber match between the Astros and the Angels. 8:38 again, first pitch. Peter Lambert hopefully helps you get a W, right? Hopefully you can make that happen. Reed Detmer's on the bump for the Angels. He's been so-so, but of course everybody's been fairly so-so on that team because they're not good. Yeah. And yet and still, the result that you got last night was what it is. One day until the World Cup gets going in earnest in North America. Obviously, United States hosting 75% of these matches here, and United States getting 100% of the bad vibes that it seems like is coming from the things that are leading up. I imagine I'm looking forward to what the actual play looks like, because that might help raise some of the vibes on this World Cup. But it's a lot of nonsense that's happening that's making the U.S. in particular, but North America look really bad as hosts. One of those being one of the referees, World Cup referees, the first from Somalia, and I believe the first from the continent that was supposed to in the world, if memory serves. At the very least, I know for certain.
It's a little bit of a surprise, isn't it?
It's supposed to be the first from Somalia that was supposed to referee in the World Cup. He was denied entry into the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
He was scheduled to officiate at least one World Cup game, and I hate this.
Yeah.
Because again, this is like, you knew you were hosting an event of this nature. Iran can't stay in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that one you can see a little bit more directly when you talk about geopolitical things. So any match that they have in the U.S., they will have to fly in that day and fly out that day, right? That's real nasty. But that one, maybe you could squint and say, I can see the reasoning behind that.
Yeah.
What's the reason behind a FIFA qualified referee not being let into the country?
Yeah, because I have actually seen this happen before, and it always puzzles me. Because these FIFA referees have to, they get into, other countries, other countries in and out multiple times, because these matches are everywhere. So it's always a little surprising, but I've seen it happen before. I don't know if the United States just has different, safeguards, and that sounds weird even to say safeguard, but whatever standards or what. But it just ultimately kind of makes the U.S. look bad. Because this same referee has refereed international games all over the world.
Right.
So it's just not the best look.
Now, while we bop the United States on the head, right, like our own country, I would also like to very much point back to FIFA again, because, hey, there's matches happening in Canada and in Mexico. Why can't he officiate one of those?
And he may well. I don't know.
Well, as of right now, they basically taken him off.
All matches are scheduled, all the way through. We'll see. But, yeah.
Yeah, I was like FIFA, and also FIFA is real scary on this, because in the past they have, obviously they don't have like sanctioning power, but they have laid some whatever I guess power that they have on host countries that maybe are, for lack of a better term, bad actors.
Yeah,
right. Mm-hmm. They're not doing that here.
Yeah, you know what? I'm so ready for tomorrow, if only because there are so many stories, off the field that have been percolating, from tickets to, just the stuff.
Readiness. Have you been around Houston, seeing like the ways in which it's very evident that even Houston, as a host city, is scrambling to make sure all this looks good.
They're hustling, man.
Especially over on 59 right there.
They did it again today, didn't they?
Yeah.
I was going to say, I got
it was
here.
a lane closed. I'm like, why would y'all have a lane closed?
They're trimming the weeds on the side of the wall.
Yep.
And I'm like, y'all did this a month ago.
Yeah.
they're me when somebody's coming over to the house doing, oh man, I got to clean this toilet. Let me scrub all these tables down real quick. Yeah. That is us right now.
Yeah. It starts tomorrow.
It does start tomorrow. Yeah. I will say that the fan festival that they have over in Edo does look kind of nice. They got the misters up and everything, which is going to be very imperative. Big TV screens, and they have like the overhang that's supposed to be over like the larger watching area.
Yeah.
And it does seem like I think the estimation is that it's going to keep it 15 degrees cooler under that than
that's cool.
outside.
But again, all this other stuff, I'm just glad that we can just watch the game. I don't know how many people are in the stands, who's complaining about what. All this, it's just going to be nice just to be able to watch these games. It's going to be fun.
You know what also might be nice? Getting free stuff, or maybe not even free stuff, but stuff at a discount. I don't know how many places are doing this, but I'm going to try and make this my personal mission to help those of us that are listening to the program get things for the low. The one thing I saw for certain up front is that Chipotle is doing match day buy one get one frees every match day during or at least at the very least I know they're doing it tomorrow. So if you have a soccer jersey, any soccer jersey, and you show up to the Chipotle, you can get yourself a buy one get one free.
That's pretty badass.
And I feel like more companies are going to do this. So I might ride the wave of just all the World Cup hysteria where people are doing discounts. I want to be on the discounts.
They're all over. There's a bunch of them. I thought you were going to go to the ticketing glitch.
Oh, there was that. There was a group of people that, I think it was like 60 fans.
Yeah.
That somehow, some way, in all of the FIFA mongering for more and more money, managed to get their World Cup tickets for free $99.
There was a system glitch, and all these they were probably expecting to pay $2,000-$3,000 even now, because they went through FIFA. Now, secondary markets you can get them cheaper in some places for some matches, but there was some glitch, so they were expecting to pay $2,000-$3,000, whatever it was per ticket. And so they got all their tickets free. This is my favorite part. FIFA said they expect those people to pay for them. Yeah, you can keep expecting.
Hey,
you can keep
see how they
all
try
you
to
want.
figure that out.
This is the thing, right? Because the tickets actually remain reserved. So it's not like they just canceled the reservations. You still have the tickets, but they're like, the affected fans have been invited to complete payment in the correct amount. And I'm wondering, how are you, one, nobody's doing that up there on volition. But two, are you going to stop them at the gate? Right? Like, is there going to be someone on their ticket that stops them at the gate? Hey, you got to pay, otherwise you can't get in? Because you just not seeing that money. You just got to charge that to the gate.
How can they? I mean, are they going to have like cash? Like little tap cards? Little iPads for the ones that have those tickets? And how do they know what gate to put them at?
I have no idea.
Or I wonder if they could put it in the system where that ticket
doesn't
register.
get the green light.
Yeah. But man, invite me. What?
Just find the busiest line. Just find the busiest line.
Slide through.
Slide on through. Give them your ticket, or flash your ticket and get. Yeah. You're invited to pay for this ticket.
I invite you for my, you know what? Kiss my, you know what? Take that invitation.
Little NBA Finals continues to roll on. We are at a really interesting diversion point, right? 2-1 is the series. In favor of the New York Knicks. Game 4 tonight at Madison Square Garden, and it will be on ABC. 7:30 is what they listed as. You know what this is, man. It might be around 7:45 when it actually gets going. But this can go one of two ways. The Knicks get back on track. They have a commanding 3-1 lead, and they, in essence, are on their way towards probably raising Larry O'Brien. Or the San Antonio Spurs might kind of demoralize this, get back home court advantage in 2-2 series. What do you more see as plausible, and what are you looking for in this game tonight?
Oh, I think this is – you thought the last one was intense and physical. I think this one, they're going to test the referees. They're going to see how the game is going to be called. Yep. They're going to test Jalen Brunson one-on-one. That was kind of – we didn't talk about it a lot. That was the sort of the turning point of Game 3. They just decided Stephon Castle and whomever else, but mainly Stephon Castle – one-on-one.
They did
Brunson.
that. And I think you noticed this as well. They got Victor Wembanyama more touches at the rim, whether it was like straight up lobs. Like, he just scored more at the basket.
Yeah.
And I will be very intrigued to see what the counter to the counter is for the New York Knicks. How do they, one, are they going to scramble guys to make sure that Jalen Brunson doesn't end up in so many of these actions? Or two, like, are they going to try and be more cognizant of how do we keep Victor Wembanyama from flashing to the paint and getting the ball in those places where it's damn near impossible to stop him because he's a monster?
I think you're right. I think pay close attention to the last 4 minutes of the first quarter and the middle 5 minutes of the third quarter. That's when the benches are against the benches the most. And every single game, all three of them, have been decided by those benches in those minutes. Last 4 minutes of the first quarter, middle 5 minutes of the third quarter, I can almost tell you who's going to win the game if you tell me how those minutes play.
I'm going to ask you, without you having the benefit of seeing those, who do you think manages to get a victory tonight?
I honestly don't know. I'm not trying to waffle.
I feel you. I mean, all these games have been within 5 points. That's how this goes. Right?
I'm big on who's the pressure on. But I think that's a legitimate question in this game because the Knicks, they go into San Antonio and get 2 wins in very tough, very close games. Spurs easily should have probably won Game 2 if it wasn't for a bad pass and whatever else happened there at the end. And so then they get Game 3 in New York and send all of Figgy's friends home mad, and then
it turns into Gotham City.
And then so now you're in Game 4. They actually are feeling it. The Knicks are absolutely feeling it, especially because they have to do all these adjustments on the court as well. But I could also see, hey, man, they just keep coming at you and at you and at you, and that place is still going to be as electric as ever. And if they can, kind get control in those middle, those minutes that I just talked about, but also have their star show up clutch. I don't mean to waffle. I'm just like, this is going to be fun to watch.
I think I'm right there with you. I think the Knicks end up getting this done. I do think, though, that the Spurs are going to be able to continue to attack Jalen Brunson. That's just going to be one where deal with it, right?
Yeah.
You're going to have to find something within yourself. This is the nature of the playoffs, right? Can you bolster up your weaknesses enough to get over? Because it's all about what you can't do rather than what you can.
Yeah.
I do think, though, that the one adjustment that I think the Knicks will make that will make the difference here is that Jalen Brunson will stop doing the thing that I think that the Spurs goaded him into, which is, hey, you want to play this all by yourself? You want to try and win this by yourself?
He was playing hero ball, if we're being honest.
He was.
He really was.
And I think that Mike Brown has got to go, hey, guys.
Yeah.
We've got to play as a team if we want to win. Like, it can't be Jalen Brunson trying to win this alone because it's not going to go well that way.
Yeah. And Cat got to do something in the fourth quarter.
Buddy.
Did y'all see that stat?
Yes.
He got 50 points in 1, 2, and 3 in the first, second, and third quarter. No points in the fourth quarter in the finals.
Yeah.
Captain Clutch has been taken over, but it's gotten out of balance.
You can't have no points in the fourth if you Karl Anthony.
And I think he had what, like 10, 11 points in the entirety of last game. That can't happen again to be pointed as well. All right, that's some of what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Aziz Al-Shaair, the heart of the defense, spoke to the assembled media after day 2 of mandatory minicamp. Let's hear what the man said next.
The Yordan Alvarez experience just keeps getting better. For the second time this year. Point Lincoln at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy 610 day to you. Hope that your Wednesday is going pretty well. 713-572-4610 is the number to text if you want to get involved with the program, or if you just want to give us your favorite Sports Radio 610 moment. Always open to those things. Reminiscing is always fun. Day 2 of Texans camp is, I think it's in the books now. I think we can officially say that.
Yes.
We got the guys doing practice in the books, and then also we got guys talking now in the books. And so let's go to one of those guys. The heart and soul of the Houston Texans defense, Azeez Al-Shaair, the middle linebacker, spoke to the media, and this is what it sounded like.
Hey. How y'all doing?
Azeez, as you compete against the offense, what differences do you see in that? A lot of people talked about the offense being light years ahead of last season at this stage of the offseason.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that just jumps out is when they break in that huddle, like they're getting moving, the communication, all those guys is being on the same page. And obviously, you know, year 2, same offensive coordinator, a majority of the same guys, even the guys that we brought in, just kind of fitting right in what we're trying to do. You can just see it, you know, more confidence from everybody on that side of the ball, obviously starting with CJ, just commanding it. So I think that's probably been the biggest thing that you'll see.
Hey, Azeez, can you talk about the room, the linebacker room? Is this one of the most competitive since you've been here with the group that you currently have?
Yeah, I think every year, you know, it's been competitive rooms for us in groups. And I think this year is no different than the years prior. Even from my first year with the guys that we had in to last year to now. Obviously, losing EJ was a big blow to us. But just in general, the guys that we have in there that they brought in from free agency to the rookie class to the guys that were already here in the past, I think just continuing to make it, and that's something that I always took pride in, because in San Francisco, that's what we did. You know, me, Dre, Fred, you know, I played with Quan Alexander, Malcolm Smith, and it was like all of us helping each other but pushing each other to be as great as we wanted to be. Yeah, I think the thing that I love about Reed, it feels like having just another linebacker on the field. And I say that in the way that he communicates, just urgency. You can tell he's obviously done it at an extremely high level. Already has, you know, Super Bowl to show for it, and all the experience and stuff like that. So I think the number one thing that I like is just seeing that his communication, even when he's not saying the right thing, like me and him, we're talking and communicating back and forth, but he's echoing everything and talking to the defense. But there's been times where I might say a call and I was wrong, and he's yelling the right thing, whereas other times maybe I'll say it and maybe somebody might not hear it or whatever. But I just think the biggest thing that I've enjoyed about Reed being here is just that communication piece. Obviously, I know the ability and the talent that he has, which is why he's here in the first place. But I think that's something that I enjoy just about him so far.
Saw today you made a big play. Interception was it? You know, what does plays like that mean, not just to you but to the team, especially at this point in the season, especially you being a leader?
Yeah, I think obviously OTAs is off-season training. It's that time of the year where you can show up and kind of just get by, or you can actually try to push yourself to be better. For me, coming into the NFL, every single day you got to show up and work, and that's all I know. That's how I got to where I'm at in the first place. So I think that's just the mentality of our team, and obviously as a leader, if you're not doing it, nobody else is going to really want to follow you. So I think just trying to work my technique and keep getting better. It's been great competition, all OTAs, and just excited for now putting an end to OTAs and now getting ready for the 40 days away and then come back for training camp and, go at it again.
Unfortunately, EJC got hurt, and now you guys are looking for someone to step up as third linebacker. What are you seeing from some of the guys, the kind of stuff they're learning from you, the questions they're asking, and the way they're playing?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is whether EJ was healthy or not, it shouldn't change the mentality for any player. You're preparing, you're treating yourself like a starter. Because in the NFL, we want the best of the best. We don't want the ones to be at this level and then the drop-off to be drastic. Like, the goal is that if I'm not playing, if Henry's not playing, if whoever's not playing, that whoever goes in there can seamlessly pick it up and keep it moving. So I don't think it changed anybody's mindset in our room. Obviously, just from the person that EJ is and the player that he is, it sucks. He worked extremely hard, and all summer, all off season, staying here with all the guys, and we just been training, really just for what it was going to look like playing with him year 2 in the same scheme and everything like that. So obviously, it sucks from that aspect, but have full confidence in all the other guys to continue to work like they've been doing, and just whoever gets the opportunity is going to step up and make the plays.
This is a semi-personal question for you, but I'm curious how life has changed for you over the last couple of years since being here with the Texans. It seems like you're much more of a known player. You had a really big season last year being a Pro Bowler, just got the new contract. So I'm just curious how life has changed for you over the last couple of years. What's your success here?
I think at the end of the day, nobody's paying you no money. Nobody's giving you any accolades if you're not putting the work in, and it's not, you're not getting the results either. So I've been blessed to, have a lot of great coaches that have poured into me throughout my years, from San Francisco to Tennessee to obviously coming here, Houston, and the work ethic that I've had, and then a lot of blessings from God to be able to put me in the right positions, and everything just kind of coming together. I always try to humble myself because I know there's so many people in the world that work extremely hard that never get the results. So I've just been blessed that the work that I put in and the results have showed for it. So I really couldn't even, say much as if it was on me, but just did my part, trusted in God. My life has definitely changed for the better, but the mentality that I've had has really been consistent along the whole way.
Can you talk about the difference that you see as far as leadership is concerned when it comes to players like Kamar and Asper, and they're still young in their careers, but they have some experience in the NFL?
Yeah, 100%. I think the thing that's so funny, because I mess with those guys all the time. Will, I already see Will. He's like a little big brother, so we already have our back and forth all the time. But I think what's more funny is Kamari and Kalen, just obviously seeing them from the time they were rookies to now. And, they making fun of me all the time, calling me Unc and all this stuff. I'm like, dude, I'm 28 years old, which in the NFL, like I said, clearly is old, I guess, but whatever. But just laughing at them because I'm like, that time is going to go faster than you think. And now you look at them, going into now their third year and been playing in this scheme and just seeing how confident they are, how comfortable they are, and even like today, Kamari breaking it down and just seeing the growth. It's been awesome to see and just continuing to take that next step for them. Obviously, they made great accomplishments in their first 2 years in the league and just challenging them all the time. How far are you trying to go? How much better can you be? How far do you want to take your game? Not just on the field, but all the intangible stuff off the field. And I think that's some of the stuff that I've been seeing from both of them, just with leading the younger guys, because now you become the vet to all these new rookies coming in, and the next thing you know, they're going to start calling you Unc. So I tell Kamari all the time, he can't be wearing them little tank top shirts with a belly button hanging out when you Unc now, I guess. So I told him he got to start dressing like a grown man now, so he can't be wearing them shirts. So, but yeah.
Hey, Aziz, what excites you most about this defense and about heading into what this team can be?
I mean, just the same thing every year. The more time on task, the more cohesiveness, just like any relationship, any friendship, the more years that you get to spend around each other, the more you get to understand each other, the more you get to grow with each other. So I'm just excited for that. And obviously, the challenge of it all is that no year is going to be the same. You can have the same roster, the same set of guys, and things are going to happen. For example, EJ, that just came out of left field. So it's there's going to be so many things that come up that you're saying on paper looks great, but it's real life. So there's going to be bumps along the way that, if you just can lean on the foundation of who we are as a unit, as a team, we'll be able to weather those storms. But I'm just excited for that, excited for the storm because I know it's coming. That's just life. But I think that the more experience we've had together, just as a team, we're ready to weather those storms.
When it comes to simple other guys who might blow you off, like, you get the game run this year, you see what his additions to the offensive line has looked like. What have you been shocked by everywhere? What have you encouraged by when it comes to not just him, but also the other additions to this offensive line being revamped?
Yeah, I think what I like is just the mentality. Like, it's honestly been, I was talking to Rhett about this, the best offensive linemen I know are like gnats. Like, you blow them away, you get off the block, and then by the end of the play, you just feel somebody breathing on you. Like, man, get the hell away from me. So I say that's how it is, just for him specifically. There's times where I'm over there, like, thinking about punching him because he's just right there, just on you. Like, and I love that. I think those are the best players at that position that I've played against are just literally, like, won't stop. It doesn't matter. The technique is going to develop as you play more and get more experience. But the mindset, the attitude is stuff that is hard to coach. It's hard to coach somebody to be physical. It's just either you got it or you don't. And him coming, he Conference USA, he went to Middle Tennessee. We talked about that before he went to Georgia Tech. And just that mentality that you got to have. We talked for a while, and he has the right mindset. And obviously the guys that we brought in as well, talk about Wyatt, talking about Braden, those are guys that I played against, and they, just like I said, the guys that you like, damn, this dude won't leave me alone, like the pests. And I think it just fits right in. So it's going to be really good for us, and obviously just that veteran presence for a young guy like him is going to be really good too. So I'm excited.
Last one. Aziz, two quick ones for you. I imagine, like, with Will, like, when you get a contract and you're the highest paid defensive player, that there's a spotlight on you, is what I imagine. But what have you seen, just from my perspective, I haven't seen anything different. What have you seen from being closer to him since then?
Yeah, he's just a completely different guy. No, I'm joking. No, he's the same dude, man. Like, the thing is, you got to understand, like, how, just like, you asked me the question earlier, how my life changed and the things that's happened, the consistency. I think when you talk about great people, like, think about anybody that you just in life. It'd be your mother, your father, your grandfather. Probably the number one thing they had is they were consistent, whether it was consistently showing up for you, consistently picking you up from school. So it's no different than a player. For us, what makes Will who he is, he's consistently the same guy showing up every single day from the first time he walked into the building, from the first time I met him. So I think when you talk about the money is a byproduct of the consistent work and the results that came behind it. So, he really hasn't changed at all, and I'm happy to just see all the success he's had.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, you can correct me if I'm wrong, when you were in San Francisco, you were part of, like, consecutive #1 defenses or even top. What's the hardest thing about replicating a top defense, you think?
I mean, the toughest thing is no year is the same. You could play, again, with the same group of guys, but it's just every situation, every moment is so different. It's only one. Like, I always try to explain to people, like, the same 24 hours that we get today are no different, as a 28-year-old man, as an infant child has the same 24 hours, but the experience, the mindset, the anxiety, the highs, the lows, that's what changes what feels like 24 hours. So I say that to say, when you talk about trying to replicate something that you've already been able to do or whatever, I think the hardest part is just understanding that even though it's the same amount of time, it's a completely different moment in your life. And different things can happen, different players that you play against. So there's just so many smaller, finer details that go into that really times I control. But when you have, like I said, the foundation that we've had and continuing to build off of that over the years, and you lean in on that, no matter what happens along the way, you can weather those storms to put yourself in the best position to try to be that #1 defense again.
Thank you guys.
Sir.
Woo, the philosopher that is Aziz Al-Shaair, middle linebacker for your Houston Texans. There is some depth in there. Obviously, we're not going to have the opportunity to really dig into all of it right in this moment, but was there one thing quickly that you go, hey, I would like to note that?
Yeah, obviously the offensive line, the little gnats, as he put it, he's experiencing it even without pads. Keelan Rutledge particularly, but he was talking about all three of them. I mean, that's what the hope is.
Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith as acquisitions.
Yeah, as just being always in you, get away from me, that kind of thing.
He said that there was times where he thought about punching Keelan Rutledge.
Yeah, well, that day might come.
All right, so now he's on the board, right? For betting odds on possible fights, right? Because we're always looking for that in training camp. Obviously, it's not like I imagine D'Amico Ryans doesn't want the fight, but those of us on the outside that don't have that level of investment, we're like, hey man, a fight's gonna come, so we might as well be ready for it. I think we have to put Azeez up there as a possibility just off of the strength of this offensive line, getting all up. Actually, maybe not Azeez specifically. Who do you think on the defense is more likely to swing on one of these offensive linemen because they are being like the net that Azeez is talking about? Because I actually don't.
Maybe somebody in the secondary.
You think it's somebody in the secondary?
Yeah, when they get downfield, they get away from me.
I was like, I wonder if it's not K-Mac.
Could be. It's a rookie. And so,
you think he's going to be a little reserved?
You got to watch your P's and Q's.
Yeah.
A lot of times, you're getting downfield as an offensive lineman. DBs hate that. God, DBs hate that when they see an offensive lineman coming their way. And actually, we've seen some of those. I think Derek Stingley had one, wasn't he, last year where it might have been against Dalton Schultz.
He's chomping at the bit, and he's certainly anxious and wants to be out there. By the same token, we want to make sure that
Loop is powered by Mokaram Incident. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, confessions here in the Loop. Hey, you remember when Steve Sarkisian spoke at the Houston Touchdown Club and said a few things about there's a team in the Big 12 that he could beat with his 2s and 3s?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that team was Texas Tech, wasn't it? That he was talking about. That team was that he said he could beat with his 2s and 3s was Texas Tech.
Yeah.
That was at the Houston Touchdown Club, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know who's speaking at the Houston Touchdown Club right now?
Right this moment.
This moment? Joey McGuire, the Texas Tech head coach. Canceled his press conference.
Oh, did he?
Oh, no.
Canceled his press conference. He's just going to speak to the Red Raider fans at the ballroom. Here's the thing. He wasn't afraid to talk when Sark said a couple things about he went right to the social medias.
That's right.
And right to the press conference and offered to buy out all these buyouts and playing the Longhorns and what's the matter? Cat got your tongue?
That's right. But this college football to a T, though. You grandstand when you have an opportunity to, and you run from the smoke when you need to.
He's hiding.
That's right.
He's just going to speak. He's going to preach to the choir.
He is running from the smoke. That is correct.
And I guess that's kind of sort of not part of a confession, but my confession is I actually thought he would have something to say.
Oh.
I knew because he's so outspoken. This just makes them look worse. Because, when it comes to these types of things, like digging your heels in the ground, man, he didn't pull any punches with Sark. Nobody did over there. But, all of a sudden the entire college football world is turning against you. He's like, you know what? I don't need to do that press conference. I'm a little surprised. I thought he would come out swinging.
You think it's because of the quarterback situation?
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I mean, they got the whole world on their keister.
What's the matter? Cat got your tongue, Joey?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the cat has got his tongue. 100%.
It's weak. SAWFT. Soft.
These are my confessions.
All right, this one's hard for me, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like actually telling y'all about my life sometimes.
But we get it out of you sometimes.
Every once in a while.
Barely.
Barely.
Even off the air.
Yeah.
And this is an instance in which I will lay myself prostrate before you fine folks that are listening. Don't tell nobody, though. And you'll be able to rag on me because this is about the trip to Italy.
Oh, okay. That's even better.
My confession is I'm willing to admit that I am an absolute idiot.
You are.
You ready?
Oh.
You ready for the particular instance?
Yeah.
There's a lot of places. So I told you that I went to this wedding, right? There were some people of note, at least in the sports media game. One of them, are you familiar with Joy Taylor?
Of course. She was at the wedding?
She was.
No wonder you went. I spent $2,000 too.
That is not the reason that I went. That is not the reason that I went. I went because I love my friends.
Yeah, that's it. And keep telling yourself that.
Look at him pulling the Shannon Sharp.
This is the first I've heard
Traveling
of this.
over to Italy for a chick.
So, not only was she at the wedding, in the big long table of the wedding dinner, she sat basically opposite me. And at one point, I didn't have conversation with her really until at one point during dinner, she looks over and goes, "Oh, so did you write for DallasCowboys.com?" My friend had written for DallasCowboys.com, and I said, "Oh no, I host radio. I host a radio show in Houston." And that concluded the entirety of my conversation with Joy Taylor.
Yeah,
because I did not follow up.
What's the matter with you?
I mean, I told you at the start, I'm not a smart human being.
What the hell is the matter with you?
I'm not a smart human being.
Maybe he got a girlfriend or something, man. He don't want to send no signals.
No, that much he did say recently. I think somebody else asked you. I was like, okay, well, there's that news.
Yeah, he probably got a girlfriend. Don't want to,
No, he doesn't.
No, I'm just.
Well, he doesn't.
Oh wait, he's single.
No,
what?
Yeah.
I just did not.
What's wrong with the kids these days?
Honestly, and you know what's even worse about it? Like, I was just caught up in everything. I didn't realize until Sunday when I was because remember, I had gone to another wedding in San Antonio. I'm at the airport headed back to Houston, and I'm sitting and I'm thinking, I'm like, was that it?
Sitting across from you. Joy Taylor.
Correct.
You're single. At a wedding.
Sure.
You didn't even dance with her.
No.
This is
so Lopez. If you was in this situation,
come on.
I'm like, what's your next move? She asked you what you do, and you said, "Oh no, I do radio." He
I
said,
would be talking with her for hours.
Like, what are you saying? Like, what's your next go-to? Hey, so
I actually would like to hear this. I'm very intrigued.
Yeah.
Like, no, I would just like to try to engage any conversation, and then you dance.
Now, I'm just kind of curious. Like, what's your next go-to line? Like, she gave you some. Where are you throwing?
I'm sure I would say something.
Yeah,
funny.
look at that.
Sure I would say
you don't got an
funny.
answer, do we?
See,
it's easy to say what you want to do.
No, I would be.
I will probably
killing it.
Look,
I would be killing it. You know me.
I will probably front like, hey, so what do you do?
Yeah,
I would act like I don't know her.
No,
couldn't do it.
I
Also,
wouldn't do
that might be offensive.
Yeah,
she's on national television, dog.
No, I would lean into getting her to talk about herself. That's always a good move. You know, get people in any, male, female, friendly.
I would say, hey,
whatever.
I'm Figgy.
Get people to talk about themselves, and then you can go from there. Like, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
but I am dumbfounded. I am absolutely stunned. I'm mad.
Me too.
I've got secondary, anger.
And you know what? This is why I did not feel comfortable saying it. Honestly, I think we have a decent amount of reach. I won't say that too much. Joy, if you're listening, I would like to formally apologize for being a jerk, because that clearly what was happening in that moment.
Don't apologize. You should just be ashamed.
Oh no, I am ashamed and apologetic. I feel like those both exist in the same place.
Too.
What was that?
I said too.
Oh, and yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and
several ways.
Again, all right, okay.
What's she up to, by the way?
Yeah. Oh, you mean the body count?
No, I'm just.
What is wrong with you? Why are you like?
I'm saying, what is she doing right now? A podcast? Or
I do know that she has a podcast.
Yeah. I'm so mad at you.
I know you are.
Yeah.
That's why it's a confession. I didn't want to tell you.
You can't be mad. You just gotta be disappointed.
No, I'm mad. I'm mad. What is your problem?
I don't know. I'm trying to work this out. I've been working on this.
Now, was you nervous? Like, what was the cause?
I was just aloof. I was not thinking, really and truly. Like, that's the thing is, maybe there was a little bit of nerves just generally being in that space with all these people. But yeah, no, I just was not. My brain was not with me.
I would understand if you was a little bit nervous, because I did that a couple times with like a celebrity, just any celebrity. If they say something, you kind of keep it short. You be like, oh man, I should have engaged a little bit more or something like that. So if that was the case, then I would understand if you're a little starstruck.
There's a lot of people that are mad at me on the text
line.
Well,
we're
and
losing
you know
a generation is what we're doing.
I understand and I appreciate. Like, I know. I know that there's a lot of people
just telling us this now.
There's a lot of people who wanted to live vicariously through me in that moment. Not to like big up myself. I apologize for letting y'all down. Sorry about that.
Man.
These are my confessions.
So usually we get emails whenever we hire somebody new. And we got one from somebody, he'd probably be working here, maybe running the board and all that stuff, maybe filling in. A guy by the name of Bryson. So got an email saying, please welcome Bryson to Sports Radio 610.
All right.
And I got to confess, I started reading this. I'm like, man, this dude, I kind of want to meet this dude now. I usually don't get like that whenever you get like a basic welcome to the team email. Just like, okay, I'll see him around. But this one, I'm like, dang, he seemed kind of interesting. So they say he's a Georgia Bulldog.
Get to the interesting part.
Yeah, this was the interesting part that got me. It said 2 fun facts about Bryson. He played high school football with Caden McDonald and Caden's brother.
That's cool.
I'm like, whoa.
Cool. Yeah.
I'm like, okay. Okay. And another thing is he's also a TABC certified, just in case you want to throw a party. So he got his bartender license.
He can get the liquor for you.
I'm like, okay. Yeah. And then a little send-off, a PS right here says, if you're wondering, the guitar he's holding, it got a picture of him holding a signed guitar, just in the picture. It said, this guitar is signed by Brooks and Dunn.
Wow.
Why is he working here then?
Yeah.
I'm like,
he's lived a life and a half.
I'm like, that's a hell of a life, man.
He wouldn't cower in front of Joy Taylor.
See, this is what I'm going to get.
He wouldn't.
This is why I don't tell you stuff.
But you
deserve this one, though.
Yeah.
Man.
This is why I don't tell you.
You got to be hitting yourself like, damn.
He would try.
I had a chance.
Yeah, he would try.
Well, I don't even know if I had a chance.
Because a lot of people don't even have that chance.
You had a chance because you were there.
No, she spoke to you. That's your chance.
And do you know what? Women at weddings, they get all...
What was that? One more time for me? Okay, very good. Thank you.
And then y'all in Italy too?
Yeah.
She probably like
at a wedding in Italy.
I'm trying to have a good time.
At a wedding in Italy, sitting across the table from Joy Taylor. And this bozo just says, "Hi, I'm Reggie. I work at the radio station."
It's true. Those are factually correct things that I said.
Yeah, she probably sitting there like, man, I'm trying to get it on, man. We in Italy?
Yes.
Hey, what you do? Oh, did you work with him?
Yeah. He's married. He's married. He's married. He's not.
He just kept it short.
And he's like, "Nice to meet ya."
Great, thanks. You ever text somebody like, "Hey,
have a great night, will you, Joy? Just have a great night."
Now, you ever text somebody and be like, "Hey, how's everything going? You good?" "Yeah, great, thanks." And that's all you got. You like, damn, I can't respond to this. How am I supposed to respond to this?
Yeah.
Great, thanks.
It's awful.
Dang, man. Maybe next time, man.
No, there might not be a next time.
Next time I go to a wedding in Italy, I promise I'll convert.
Yeah, and Joy Taylor is sitting across the table from
man.
Am I?
Yeah, I feel like you a talker.
Nah, I'm not really. It's a big illusion that we do here. Make you think that I'm a talker. Those are lunchtime confessions. Sometimes they're easier than others to get off our chest. But there you go. The lunchtime confessions here on this 610 day. Hope that you're enjoying yourself on this Wednesday. Coming up next, it is still a Wednesday, which means we got to do a little Judge John Lopez. I have a feeling that it won't go well for me just in general. But let's do that next.
All right, let's.
$499-1424.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
All guests on Sports Radio 610 join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, time for Judge John Lopez. The Court of the Honorable Me is now in session, and I am going to, based on our last discussion during confessions, I'm going to be that judge in Lubbock, basically.
Oh, no. It doesn't matter what I say.
I hope you put together a really compelling case on our two cases.
That should have been a case, to be honest.
It is.
We should have had that.
All right, go ahead and litigate.
I've called an audible.
Go ahead and litigate.
I've called an audible. It is, Figgy. You are 100% right.
Golly.
For those just joining us, all right? This is abhorrent behavior.
Objection, Your Honor.
This is absolutely...
And we need our listeners on the jury.
Abhorrent. And our listeners are on the jury as well, because if you weren't listening, Reggie Atatula, after what, 2-3 weeks now since you got back?
A week and a half.
Okay, week and a half since he got back from Italy, where he went to a wedding. At a wedding in the Italian countryside.
No, the wedding was in Rome.
In Rome, okay.
I don't know why I felt compelled to correct that.
Okay, but still, okay, let me stand corrected. At a wedding in Rome.
Correct.
Well, actually, guy.
The Eternal City, yes. Yep.
At a wedding in Rome, one of the most romantic cities on the planet, sitting across the table from Joy Taylor.
Correct.
Who has game and knows how to play it.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Can you go through a resume?
All right.
I could do it.
I bet
What's wrong
you
with
could.
going through a resume?
Because that's not what you're saying right now.
Fox Sports 1.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
All right.
Where did she work? Did she work for ESPN at some point?
She works it. Yes, she does. And
I hate you guys so
And
much.
so sitting across the table takes a long time, but ultimately strikes a conversation with Joy Taylor. She asks you a question.
I didn't strike up a conversation.
She asks you a question.
That's right.
And you said, nah, I work at a radio station in Houston.
Correct.
That's it.
Uh-huh.
And you're at this wedding. Well, you probably had dinner for at least close to an hour, right?
Uh-huh.
She's sitting across from you?
Sure.
And then at this wedding, you had that hour to build some kind of rapport.
There were speeches that were intermittent within
Who
there.
cares? You don't listen to those speeches. Like,
Yeah, but
people
you
don't
can't be
talk.
the people talking during the middle of
People
somebody's
talk during
Reggie,
speeches all the time.
Reggie, shut the hell up right now, man.
Oh, I'm just
You
getting
making
jumped.
it worse.
It's my job to just get jumped right
You
now.
are making
just
it so
answer
much
my
worse.
question. Is my job to get jumped right now?
You're wearing a Spurs jerseys and we're Knicks fans.
I'm just asking. Let me know. Is this my job to get jumped right now?
Hey, just stay in the house right now. Don't even come outside.
It's my job to get jumped
Just
right now?
stay in the house.
Okay, I'll get jumped. My bad.
Stay in the house
I'll be
real quick.
quiet.
And he is in this this is truly a golden opportunity.
Y'all want to talk about sports? You sure?
No, a golden opportunity.
We are talking about sports.
Yeah, the oldest one in the game. And you're single. She's feeling all warm and fuzzy because it's a wedding.
There's a lot
She's being friendly.
She's being friendly.
There's a lot of assumptions happening here, but okay.
I think they're safe. And
salute to the jury.
And that's all you do. No, I work at Sports Radio 610 in Houston. That's it. That's it. With Joy Taylor, ready to mingle.
Now, did she leave? Did she get up from that point?
No.
She said, "You know what? I'm going to another table."
Okay, so the case is multi-level here, of course. The first level is Reggie should get some kind of, I don't know if punishment is the right word.
What you mean?
Or punishment is not, maybe not a punishment, but let's put it this way. this is the single most ridiculous and abhorrent behavior a single man can do at a wedding.
From the 832, Reggie can no longer criticize athletes for not performing in the clutch.
That's true, man. That's true.
That's more than fair. That's more than fair.
Got James Harden over here.
And here's the other thing. You're going to remember this for the entirety of your life.
Yep.
The rest of your life.
You want to tell your grandkids about this one.
I don't think I will, actually.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will.
Hey, you know, I was at a wedding with Joy Taylor. You see her right there?
Remember I told you that story?
She actually spoke to me.
Yeah. No, I mean, there are opportunities here that you just dropped the ball. And I guess what we're litigating here, is this the dumbest thing Reggie has ever done in his life?
Oh, I might be able to win this one. Hold on.
Is this the dumbest thing he's ever done in his life?
Wait a minute.
And does he need to change? Does he need to like see a professional?
From the 409, Reggie is a 63-year-old female listener, old enough to be your mom. You got to do better.
I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
Let's select her for the jury, please.
Yeah, she's on the jury.
Yes.
You're juror number one. You're the foreman, forewoman on this jury. This Figgy, this has got to be the dumbest thing he's ever done. And given the opportunity and the environment, and I feel as if he kind of needs counseling.
And look, I look at it this way: it's a lot of men out there that would love to even have a conversation or even be in the same room as a beautiful woman like Joy Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
And I think right now, like, I don't know, maybe this opportunity can't happen again because we all in the same industry. You might run into her again, but stuff like this, you don't get that every single time, man. That was your perfect moment. And it wasn't like she was just there and we getting on you for not speaking to her. She spoke to you.
That is correct.
She tried to spark up the conversation. You kept it short. You put the wall up, man. You can't put the wall up to somebody like that. Even if you wasn't really interested, you got to at least keep the conversation going a little bit. You shut the conversation down, man.
In situations like this, and this is, you know, obviously because you're single, it's even more ridiculous.
Okay.
Like, don't ask, don't get. Don't take a swing, you don't hit the ball. Close your eyes and swing as hard as you can. And just said,
if she shuts you down,
fine.
All right, cool.
Fine.
I respect the game.
Yeah, exactly.
So what am I supposed to do at this point? Like,
do you
what
have
is, what is my part of
anything
the
to say for yourself? Because this is not.
You should be ashamed, man.
It's ridiculous. You should hang your head in shame.
You should did it for at least.
Yes.
For the American.
See, this is the. I'm glad that you said that. This is the real point. Y'all not mad. Y'all don't care about me. Y'all just wanted the story.
We want you to have
just
fun,
wanted the
man.
story.
I don't.
We rooting for you, man.
I had a lot of fun. You don't know how much fun I had.
Well, you didn't have as much fun as you could. You left some on the table. You know?
Man.
Yeah.
Somebody said, no, Reg, don't defend yourself with something worse. Just take the punishment.
Yeah, this one you just got to understand, like, dang, I screwed up. Even if you feel like you probably didn't have a chance, but that was your chance right there.
Yeah. And also Joy Taylor.
This is still going.
But also, like, Joy Taylor, it wouldn't be out of character for her to say, hey, let's dance. Hey, let's have a good time. Hey, let's go grab a drink after
what
the
you doing
wedding.
after this?
Hey, yeah, exactly. Let's go grab a drink after the wedding. And hey, you know, I've got a suite. You know, it wouldn't. Would that be like, if you heard she did that, would that be like out of character?
Nah,
it'd be on character.
I would be so happy for Reggie, man. And honest, let's say this did happen, I would probably tell him not to bring it up on the air.
Yeah,
and I would salute him like a king.
Yeah,
and these hallways are off the air, like, yeah, that's my guy, Reg. Yeah.
From the 409, Reggie was probably weighing his statistical options.
The probability that this could happen.
The DVOA wasn't working out.
From the 713, you let down every single man in the world. 100% guilty. All right, well.
Man, just wait till Tyler hear this story.
Double D's.
DVNO. That's what Reggie said. Like DVNO.
My goodness. I'm like the secondary embarrassment and the primary anger I'm feeling right now is beyond anything I felt in a long time.
And see, Your Honor, I wouldn't be mad at Reggie if he was a little nervous.
Of course.
I understand if you got a little nervous and you're like, damn, she fine in person. Like I'm a little nervous, so I end up cutting my answer short. I wouldn't even be hard on Reggie. I would be pause.
Yeah.
But I would totally totally get it. I ain't Joy Taylor. I would totally get it. I'm like, okay, I understand that.
Yeah.
But man, you wasn't even nervous and you did this?
Yeah.
I'm just enjoying the text line. I really and truly am.
It's unbelievable.
Like you let Houston down with this one.
Yeah.
The entire season. See, that's the one that hurts me.
You know what? When you take a picture, you can't
That's the one that really hurts me.
You can't throw up the H for a week.
What?
Nope.
That's a real punishment.
Nah, man.
They can't throw up the H for a week. Done. What does our foreman on the jury say?
All right, very good.
Yeah. We can't let people know you from Houston for a week.
The thing is,
because of this,
like married men would have done better.
Honestly,
yes.
Look, honestly, I'm being totally honest right now. If I was there,
oh, you'd have
married
flirted.
man, I would have kept the conversation
Yes.
going. And then if it got too iffy, I'm like, oh, I'm married, you know. I would have did it because of Joy Taylor.
Well, I told you that story a long time ago about Shelley Long on the plane. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
I
Shelley
remember
Long.
that.
Yeah, I was married. Had a great time.
Well, I don't like the way you said that. I don't like the way you said that at
She
all.
invited me to the room.
She did, and I said no. But up until that point, it was fantastic. I mean, even if you're married, it's like it's
You gotta see if you still got that shot.
Yes.
I'm like, let me get that ball, youngster. Let me see if I still got it.
And this was Shelley Long in her prime, man. But I digress.
I am amazed because I think we've had some good conversations today, and I love our listeners and the way they interact. I've not seen the text line moving like this all day long.
Reggie, get that low T.
Man, Lopez gonna preach to you about that low T in just a second.
That's right.
So stick around.
Yeah,
I think this might be the very first. Guilty. All right, you could have typed it once. All right, damn. Yeah, I think that this has been my least favorite Judge John Lopez of all time.
You got railroaded
of all time.
Well, here anyway.
Okay,
man. I'm disappointed.
I know.
The BABIP for Reggie is struggling.
Oh, man. God.
She was over there. Joy was trying to bring up that Stuff Plus stat he would always bring up.
She's probably a little insecure now. She's like, man, I was hitting on this young cat from Houston. He acted like I didn't exist.
Yes, someone did say that, she does have her podcast that I'm going to end up coming up
she going to start off Houston dudes here. I tried to talk to this dude at the wedding.
I have one request.
Oh, no. You don't get requests after all this.
No, this is a legitimate request.
Y'all just bagged on me for a whole segment. What?
One request. Super Bowl Radio Row.
Oh, no.
It has to happen.
No.
It has to happen.
I don't tell y'all stuff.
Anyone who can hear me now that has any connection whatsoever to Joy Taylor, who will be on Super Bowl Radio Row.
This is going to go
Hey,
bad.
you got some connections. I'm sure you could get her contact.
Oh, I know someone who knows her quite well.
This is not going to go well at all.
It has to happen. That's all I ask. I don't ask for much. That's all I ask.
That's a weird question to ask 832. Don't do that. Somebody said Reggie put a Sorsby in bed against himself. All right, that's a great one. That's where we leave this. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Do you want to return to Azeez Al-Shaair? We didn't get a chance to really dig into.
I want to return to Joy Taylor, man.
Buddy, we can't
keep it going.
You understand we can't here, right? Like
we probably can't.
We really truly can't here.
Yeah, right.
But would you like to return to Azeez Al-Shaair, the middle linebacker for the Houston Texans? He talked about a lot. We played that at noon. I want to circle back in to some of the things that he talked about because it felt very illuminating. We'll do that next.
Hey, guys, did you know that 25% of men over the age of 40
610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy 610 day. Hope that you're enjoying. I hope that I did not create a 610 day moment.
Too late.
Okay. All right. Like, that's the thing is, I really would hate not only if like, obviously, I
know what the new promo is going to be.
Oh, no, we can't make a promo out of that.
This might be the intro.
No.
Oh, intro.
Every single day you got to hear this.
Yes.
No. This is why I don't tell y'all nothing.
This is why you should.
Gosh.
This is why you should.
How's that? What part of this would make me want to do this again? Where's the positive reinforcements?
Hey, if you don't do it again, we had a good time while it lasted. This was well worth it.
Yeah.
For you. No, but thanks for rocking with us. Wherever you are listening, however you're listening, and making us part of your day. We appreciate that greatly. Azeez Al-Shaair, middle linebacker for your Houston Texans, a huge part of what happens with this maybe best in the league defense. He spoke to the assembled media today, after yet another mandatory minicamp day. In fact, we haven't heard anything just yet about whether or not they're going to have another one tomorrow. It's on the books. However, we're all on cancel watch.
Yeah.
You guys did great. Go ahead and get
they're going to be ticked off if they have to come back tomorrow.
I'm
back in the office tomorrow,
Yeah.
y'all.
Right. We've all been there, though, where, like, everybody expects, okay, we're going to get a snow day or something, or we're going to get this day off, and you're just waiting for that notification, and they just look at you like,
I remember them days, staring at the TV, watching the news, waiting for my school to pop
Looking
up
for the district?
on the ticket. Yep. Like, no, every district but your district.
Schools running, buses coming to you.
Yep.
Yeah.
They'll be there in 15, right? Like, all of that. We'll see if that is what ultimately happens for the Texans. If it does, I think we got some great stuff from Azeez, always ever thoughtful in the way that he responds to questions and thinks about things. And that showed up, once again, in some of his answers. I would like to start here with, if you don't mind, I'd like to start here with cut 5, right? Because obviously linebacker room is very important. It's one of those places on this team, even dating back to before the draft, we were looking at and we were like, hey, this is probably a weak spot, quote unquote, and a place that you could get better. And you lose EJ Speed in the offing of the offseason. And so you're looking at this linebacker room and you go, who is there to step up?
Right.
One, in just regular base personnel situations, but two, God forbid Azeez misses a game. God forbid Henry To'oTo'o misses a game. Who steps up? Well, this is Azeez being asked about if guys need to step up with EJ Speed's injury.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, like, whether EJ was healthy or not, it shouldn't change the mentality for any player. You're preparing, you're treating yourself like a starter. Because in the NFL, we want the best of the best. We don't want the ones to be at this level and then the drop-off to be drastic. Like, the goal is that if I'm not playing, if Henry's not playing, if whoever's not playing, that whoever goes in there can seamlessly pick it up and keep it moving. So I don't think it changed anybody's mindset in our room. Obviously, just from the person that EJ is and the player that he is, it sucks. He worked extremely all summer, we are all offseason staying here with all the guys, and we've just been training, really just excited for what it was going to look like playing with him year 2. And the same scheme and everything like that. So obviously it sucks from that aspect, but have full confidence in all the other guys to continue to work like they've been doing, and just whoever gets the opportunity is going to step up and make the plays.
Yeah, this one and another comment that he made kind of made me feel good and bad, simply because.
Was the other comment when he was asked if this is one of the most competitive linebacker rooms that he's seen since he's been here?
Actually, I have it here because I wrote down some notes, and we may well have the cut. But when he was talking about, no year is the same.
Yeah, I thought that was such an interesting.
Every situation, every moment is so different. The hardest part is it's a completely different moment in your life. So many smaller, finer details that go into that sometimes are out of your control. And so the EJ comment, that was out of their control.
Yeah.
And he was a crucial piece, to what they do. It ended up being a crucial piece to what they do. And then I heard that other one, no year is the same.
Yeah, that was legitimately, I think, last question in. What is the hardest thing about replicating a top defense? A fantastic question. I think it was Jonathan Alexander that posed it, because that is something that we talk about sometimes. Like, what are the things that you can carry year over year, because these things are – and I found it very interesting that obviously –
I think those two things go together.
Fair enough.
There's one injury already. And so you kind of cross your fingers, knock on wood, et cetera. that there is no, it's not one of those years, as he said, and things like that. So yes, the good news is, like I said, it kind of made me feel both ways, kind of anxious at the same time, because the good news is they do have that system, they do have that culture. Aziz is the heartbeat, and the linebackers behind him. I do have confidence they can step in and know what they're doing, and feel confident. But they won't be those guys.
Right.
You can't tell me, hey, again, heaven forbid, but Henry To'oTo'o, has missed some games and he misses some more. You can't tell me you're going to get the exact same, result. So those two things kind of ran parallel for me, and it just got me like, boy, you got to take advantage now, man, because he's right. That's what the thing is. He's 100% right.
No, and for sure.
Yeah.
And I thought the same thing when you're talking about, hey, man, they can step up and be as ready as possible, and that would be awesome. But it reminds me of whenever people go, well, next man up. I'm like, you could say it, but these are different people, right? And you're getting different play and different qualities when they step into these I guess, roles and instances of having to play. And I am very curious to see, because obviously I've not had the good fortune of being out there for practice, but they're also not pads on. Training camp will give us some idea. Does that same physicality come at the linebacker level for the Wade Wood, for the Aiden Fisher, for the Jamal Hill? Because it is good to hear that they are athletic, that they move pretty well, and hopefully that can help in coverage, which at times we've looked at this linebacker core and gone, the coverage could be better, right? So if they're better at coverage, that's awesome. But the calling card of this defense as a whole, and particularly the linebackers, is that they can get downhill. They trigger really well, quickly. They identify and go, and they hit hard. And that is not something I'm certain on when it comes to either Aiden Fisher. I know he played on a championship defense with Indiana, and even Wade Wood I know that he's played on a very good defense there with Clemson. Still, I don't know that they have it to the level, because it is notable on an NFL level the way that these linebackers play with the Texans versus what those guys are if they have to come in and play. So I'm very intrigued to see what that ultimately looks like. But yeah, you paired that, what you were talking about, with the second question that he answered, where he was asked, is this one of the most competitive linebacker rooms? And he goes, yeah, every room is competitive, which to me sounds like it's not notable in a way that steps above, which, again, I don't know if that you can make too much of it, but it also didn't sound like, yeah, the linebackers that we have here are outstanding, which, again, I don't know if that would have been a fair assessment anyways, but yeah, that was the case. Something else, though, that I think was encouraging, just as a general defense, was hearing Azeez Al-Shaair asked about the newest, maybe not the newest, but one of the new acquisitions to the defense, Reed Blankenship. This was him talking about Reed during his presser.
Yeah, I think the thing that I love about Reed, it feels like having just another linebacker on the field, and I say that in the way that he communicates, just urgency. You can tell he's obviously done it at an extremely high level. Already has Super Bowl to show for it, and all the experience and stuff like that. So I think the number one thing that I like is just seeing that his communication, even when he's not saying the right thing, like me and him, we're talking and communicating back and forth, but he's echoing everything and talking to the defense. But there's been times where I might say a call and I was wrong, and he's yelling the right thing, whereas other times maybe I'll say it and they might not hear it or whatever, but I just think the biggest thing that I've enjoyed about Reed being here is just that communication piece. Obviously, I know the ability and the talent that he has, which is why he's here in the first place, but I think that's something that I enjoy just about him so far.
Well, the ability and the talent we know, when we talked about it when they acquired him, but that first part is something that you maybe got a little bit of it with the MJ Stewarts of the world, but it feels as if Reed Blankenship just has that extra quality, that Will Anderson quality, that Azeez Al-Shaair quality on the first two levels of the defense. Now you have it on the third level of the defense.
Yeah, and I thought that was one of the most encouraging things for me, so that we don't have another Raiders game. You remember the Raiders game when Azeez isn't there, and Henry To'oTo'o has to take on so much of that responsibility with the green dot, and it's very evident that he was not himself, right? I think. And maybe this is too much extrapolation from that one game, but it did feel like to me, okay, Henry To'oTo'o, he plays better when he is unburdened, unencumbered with that additional responsibility of calling out calls and setting everybody up. And he had to take that on, and he wasn't the same player. And then, of course, then you also don't have Azeez on the field. But it's the mental acumen of Azeez. It's the feel for not just this defense, but defense in general that makes him so damn special. And it's kind of nice to know that there's somebody else that's on the same wavelength that is also helping correct calls at times and helping echoing calls that in my mind, I imagine, because we get so locked in on the idea that the middle linebacker carries the green dot. What happens if Aziz can't play? Is it possible that Reed Blankenship could take the dot?
I think it's very possible.
And does that allow you to still have Henry Toa the task and maybe one of these young guys, whether it's Jamal Hill or whether it's Wade Woodaz or whether it's Aiden Fish or whoever?
They just play.
Does it allow them to just play and then still have somebody that sees the game in this way? Plus, not that I'm moving Aziz Al-Shire out quickly, but this also makes it so that if you do end up with the end of Aziz Al-Shire here, Reed Blankenship's a little bit younger. Does this allow you a longer timeline on somebody that can really execute, be a practitioner of getting this defense in the way that they need to be? I think that all of that's all that went through my head, and I was deeply encouraged by it.
No, I think it's all in play, and it's all something that we can think about, and I think it's important. Not as I mentioned, every level of the defense now has that guy, and you can feel it. And as much as we can talk about Stingley and we can talk about Bullock. I mean, they're still young. They're still very young, and they want to just play, and that's not really a position where they can do those types of things. I thought it was important to hear and listen. Let's talk about just the level of play too on the back end, because just his level of play seems to be really impressing as well.
No, of course. And I guess I moved past that because that one felt like the obvious. You got a player who's played in a Super Bowl and was a part of the reason why they win a Super Bowl. That talent and that capability is the thing that feels more evident, more easy to see. I think that the leadership, and those are the things that are soft, that are hard to demonstrate. But when you have someone like Aziz mentioning this in the way that he did, it caught my attention. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
One more thing that I wanted to get to, we mentioned this a little bit when we first heard it earlier, but I think it's worth playing again because this was the offseason. This was the story of the offseason for this team in general, was the change in demeanor on the offensive line, both in the physicality, obviously, but just the actual demeanor. This is Aziz talking about the additions to the offensive line and his thoughts on the way that Keelan Rutledge and them are playing.
Yeah, I think what I like is just the mentality. It's honestly been, I was talking to Rut about this, the best offensive linemen I know are like gnats. You blow them away, you get off the block, and then by the end of the play, you just feel somebody breathing on you. Man, get the hell away from me. So I say that to say, that's how it's been, just for him specifically. There's times where I'm over there, thinking about punching him because he's just right there, just on you. And I love that. I think those are the best players at that position that I've played against are just literally won't stop. It doesn't matter. The technique is going to develop as you play more and get more experience. But the mindset, the attitude is stuff that is hard to coach. It's hard to coach somebody to be physical. It's just either you got it or you don't. And him coming, he Conference USA, he went to Middle Tennessee. We talked about that before he went to Georgia Tech. And just that mentality that you got to have. We talked for a while, and he has the right mindset. And obviously the guys that we brought in as well. Talk about Wyatt, talking about Braden. Those are guys that I've played against, and they, just like I said, the guys that you damn, this dude won't leave me alone, the pests. And I think it just fits right in. So it's going to be really good for us, and obviously just that veteran presence for a young guy like him is going to be really good too. So I'm excited.
Talk my language, man. I mean, this is something that I felt, and I remember pre-draft, I was even, one of the things when we were talking about, maybe this offensive lineman they'll draft, maybe this tackle, maybe this guard. One of the things that I always, kind of talked about and thought was, mentioned that it was important is those guys that go downfield, those guys that don't just do the first block and I did my job. And it's those guys that go downfield and get a piece of a linebacker and then go get a piece of a safety or whatever. That's what he's talking about.
Yep.
They're big, mean gnats, and those are the guys that you want on your squad. I mean, I said it before the draft, and I'm just sitting here. For those guys to have to deal with that, and ask any defensive back, especially safeties, or really any defensive back, the thing they hate the most, it's that. It's when an offensive lineman comes upfield and still tries to get a piece of them.
Yeah.
That's big.
No, for sure. And to the point where I think D'Amico expressing this as well yesterday, the idea that, the offensive linemen or I'm having a hard time recalling who, so apologies on that front, but the idea that the offensive linemen are getting upfield and sometimes they're, it's really he was just speaking on the idea that they're being so incredibly physical. They're so nasty to go back to that word that's often used, but he's kind of having reel them back in certain instances, and that's what you want, right? You want them to have that level of aggression, even if sometimes it's can be misplaced at times. I think it's better to be able to, reroute that negotiate it to the right places, then try and gin it up. That's the thing that the Texans had been trying to do for how many years prior? It's like trying to develop that. And it's like, you can't to guys. What you can see is they have this, how do I then corral it into the right places? And it feels like that's been the process. I am super excited to see what this offensive line could do, specifically once we get to training camp and there's pads on, and that can really flourish. Those are the moments where this can flourish. It's cool in shirts and shells or shirts and shorts and getting out there doing it this way, and it's awesome that it shows up like that. Now, if it keeps being like this and it's exasperated even more so because they have pads on and they can go be wrecking balls, that is the whole idea. Like, that is the whole prospect of the uptick on this offense that they're betting on. I love that it's showing up like this. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said Aziz even has the same little chuckle as D'Amico. Yeah, man.
He does.
It kind of sounded like D'Amico because I thought I played a D'Amico cut at first. I had to double check. I'm like, it sounded just like D'Amico.
I mean, he's kind of the D'Amico clone now, ain't he? Like that. D'Amico loves him like he's his son. He spent a lot of time training him up, and I could easily see Aziz if he really wanted to go into coaching.
I still love the little shrapnel that's coming in too.
Oh yeah, no.
Joy Taylor? Nah, I'm good. I'm Gucci.
All right, guys. Okay. Can we let it go at least for today?
There's shrapnel flying everywhere.
Can we give it a rest? All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I say that now it's time to hand things over to Figgy Fig. Only God knows what he's going to do to me here in the mixtape. What you got?
Yeah, we're going to talk about Joy Taylor. No! I'm just playing. Today is National Iced Tea Day.
Ooh.
So I want to know, do y'all say iced tea or iced tea?
No, I say it correctly.
It is a right answer. It is a right answer for that. Plus, old man calls out a 7-year-old and got the internet going crazy.
Huh. Okay. Let's hear that next.
The Yordan Alvarez experience just keeps getting better. For the second time this presented by Kroger, is your destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us, kicking off June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. 713-572-4610. If you still want to get Reggie a hard time, feel free to text in for the rest of the remainder of the show. And hell, up until Area 45, if you want to just keep taking jabs at them, feel free to do.
Area 45.
They're going to get random. Reggie, you a fool, man.
I mean, that's true, but also.
Just keep sending them on in.
Yeah.
713-572-4610. So today is National Iced Tea Day. And it was a debate going on, pretty much saying, is it ice, I-C-E, tea, or iced tea? With a D. And Lopez, you said it the right way. Is it?
It's not a debate. It's iced with a D-T. Iced tea.
Yeah. So I know you hate going to the dictionary now because you feel like it's fake. But
wait, what? The
parts
dictionary?
of it are.
Oh, okay. Which parts then?
I'll let
Whatever
you know.
part fits his argument.
Okay, very good. Very good.
So according to the dictionary, they say both are fine, but it was supposed to be iced with a D.
Yeah.
T. And I guess it kind of people went down a rabbit hole on things that I guess people realize Americans are lazy when it comes to English.
Correct.
So they leave a lot of the word or the letters off of the end. So did you know that ice cream is supposed to be iced cream?
I didn't know that.
I mean, it stands to reason, right?
But it also makes more sense that it's ice cream.
Yeah.
You know, it's creamed ice.
Yeah.
Rather than because
no, it's iced cream. It is cream that you then
either way.
freeze.
Either way. You know,
it stands to reason.
Yeah, it's supposed to be iced cream, but I guess that little effort kind of make it a little awkward to say each time.
You sound like you putting in some real effort to make sure that crawls.
I'm trying to,
Which, that's a yo moment.
Which kind of, I guess, speak my language a little bit while we are kind of lazy when it comes to certain words. But so it's supposed to be iced cream, and the same thing with boxed set. So
I say boxed set. I say boxed set.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Skimmed milk.
Now that I don't say. I say skim with just regular skim. Yeah.
Yeah. Waxed paper.
No.
Oh, okay.
Nope, don't do that one either.
And whipped cream.
Yeah, I say whipped cream. Yeah, with a D. Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Yeah.
I hadn't thought of all that.
Yeah, never thought about that either. But happy National Iced Tea Day. And
I gotta go get some iced tea.
I love iced tea, man.
What kind of iced tea?
Sweet tea.
Unsweet.
Sweet tea.
Unsweet.
Unsweet.
Ooh,
hey man, we in Texas, baby.
Man.
Yeah.
We in Texas, baby. I want it to be so sweet I can
Put a
chew
little
it.
stevia. I put a little stevia in there.
A little stevia. Get out of here, man.
It's healthier.
Iced tea ain't supposed to be healthy. What you mean? If you want to be healthy, get you some hot tea, which I will also do.
I eat and drink enough unhealthy things. I'll take a little healthy iced tea.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm more of a lemon iced tea guy. I like lemon iced tea or Arnold Palmer's.
Yeah.
So I'm good with both of those too. Get you some iced tea. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I want to know who's wrong in this situation. So, and a little backstory, this video is old. I think this video was from 2025, I want to say. So, the internet always brings something back and smart people. But it's a video of a kid who flipped off an old man in the grocery store. And the man called her rude, which caused a lot of debate. So,
oh, boy.
Yeah, so here is the video right here. And you're going to hear the parent of the little girl that flipped off the old man pretty much talking to the old guy, pretty much confronting him.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Did you say that my daughter is rude?
Yeah, I did. She gave me the finger.
Well, I wouldn't have done that if he wasn't being a slow
Are you serious, Amelia? Well, listen, whether she gave you the finger or not, then maybe you should have gotten out of her way.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. I'm old. I'm kind of slow.
So that means that you get to tell her she's rude?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Well, she's rude. She's rude.
Yes, thank
But
you.
she's not rude. She's only 7.
Well, I thought she was being rude.
But were you in her way?
Probably.
So don't you think that maybe you don't own the store just because you're driving a cart? I think that you think all this is funny, and it's not funny, sir.
Well, I'm her elder, and she needs to show me a little respect.
Thank you.
Well, maybe you need to not think that you own the store because you're driving a cart.
So I mean, I'm guessing on this show we probably think of the obvious.
Yes.
Like, what's wrong with this little girl?
It's bad parenting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's as simple as
Believe it or not, a lot on this conversation,
other bad parents are on that side.
a lot of people felt like that was a little girl. He shouldn't call her rude. And I'm like, when did rude become a bad word?
Rude.
Let's take a little poll. Your mom or your dad, what would they have done?
What? Oh, like if they were in the situation
they would have whooped my butt.
If you shot the finger at an elderly person.
Oh yeah, no, it'd have been problems.
Ugly.
Big problems.
Yes.
Ugly. Because they're good parents.
Also,
that woman's a bad parent. Simple as that.
It does feel like societally we've moved away from like community parenting, so to say.
Mhm.
Like there was a point in time where
Takes a village.
Anybody with the level of the level of I guess authority, whether it's just because of age or whatever, they get to say something to you, right? To some degree, right? Obviously, there are places where that gets to be too far, but to some degree, like in matters of general kind of society, hey man, if you're being rude, they're gonna let you know, right?
Yeah.
Anybody who is an adult will let a child know, hey, you're being rude in this moment. Like that feels like what this is, but I wonder, have we just gotten to a place where you don't talk to other people's children? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or at least that's the expectation.
That's
for some
how
folks.
that's how I am now. Like sometimes I be seeing some kids doing some bad stuff, and I just put my hands up. I'm like, let me get away from this. Because back in the day, I remember, I think I was younger. I was, I probably was like 7 or something like that. And I was trying to sag my pants in the store. And one of the workers around there pulled my pants up and told my mother.
Yeah.
And I got in trouble for it.
Good.
Yeah, my mother didn't yell at the lady and say, why are you talking to my son? Why are you touching my son? She pants up, grabbed me by the arm and took me right over to my mother.
There were two or three families on my block where I grew up that they had full authority, like down to the discipline.
Oh, really?
Like full authority, and you didn't even blink twice.
Yeah,
you didn't blink.
The worst thing about that is whenever you get in trouble, your parent be like, "Oh, if he do this, whoop his butt.
Yes,
send him to me, and then I'm gonna whoop his butt again."
Yeah, the double whooping was a real. I mean, some people would argue the single whooping is a problem if we're gonna be honest, but we're not here to litigate that. But the thing that I hated,
period.
Right. The thing I hated in this was that she immediately went to like really defensive on the what if you were you were being in her way.
Yeah.
I thought this was a society. Like we understand that certain people, even if they're in your way, like you understand, like there's circumstances that clearly he can't move as well.
And he was on a little electric cart.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah.
But that does feel like that happens. I bet there's a lot of teachers out here like, parents are always going to come to the defense of their children, even when their children are wrong. And that's something that really sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So, Lopez, you are a fishing expert, correct?
I am.
You have a podcast called Bite Me.
Yes.
And you can hear it on Sports Radio 610. And you got a lot of buddies on that podcast. I think you got Captain Dean,
Captain Caleb, and Captain Scott.
Yep. Shout out to them.
And a lot of guests and stuff. So, a lot of fishing buddies.
Yeah, so I kind of want to get your opinion on this. And shout out to one of our listeners in this video on Instagram. He said this: you got to ask Lopez about this.
Okay.
So it was I guess a little fishing technique that was going viral, and I want to see if this is pretty accurate for you.
Do fish eat ramen, or is it just the Asian one? I started off by chumming the ramen in the water. There's a heavy current, so I wanted that smell to drift. After that, I started twirling the noodles on my hook like some spaghetti. I then got it casted out and let the current drift it downstream. Now it's time to set my rod down and see what fish comes and picks it up.
Oh my God, we got a bite on the noodles. Look at the drag just ripping. Okay, yeah, he's ripping. We're gonna have to give him a second. Tighten drag. Get him. Got him. That's a fish on the freaking ramen. Gonna have to power him through this current. Feels like a decent fish. Probably a 15-pound blue cat on the ramen.
I was gonna say catfish.
There's a nice fish on the ramen. That might be the new meta.
So is this a good technique?
Yes.
Would you encourage this technique on the Bite
There are a couple of fish. I was going to say that's either a catfish or a carp. Are you familiar with a carp? So it's long, sort of. I used to catch. It's the scent. It's the color. It's the texture, and they'll do it. And I'm guessing it was soft noodles he was putting on there.
I'm guessing so. Yeah.
You know what you can catch carp with? I'm not. Hand to God, I'm not lying. Like
is it like yarn or something?
Some of these ditches and some of these stagnant places of water where you see those carp, Fruit Loops.
Really?
Hand to God. 100%.
Is it the color?
It's the smell and the color.
Smell?
It's the smell and the color.
Okay, so my layman brain would have thought, is it because it looks something like there's a little bit of movement that maybe would resemble
that doesn't hurt, I'm sure, because it's round. It might look like a worm or something.
That's what I thought.
But it's the bright colors and the sugar.
Okay.
You know how they're coated with sugar? Get Fruit Loops. Now people are going to not catch fish and think I'm not. I swear to God,
Clearly.
I am not.
Did you share this information on the Bite Me podcast?
Well, we don't do a lot of freshwater fishing talk. It's mostly saltwater.
Freshwater. Who does that?
Boo.
But yeah, Fruit Loops, carp, works. I didn't know the ramen noodles, but I was going to guess catfish.
Let me find out fish like exactly the same thing I do. Can we put some like short ribs on there and see if the fish with a fish bite on that too?
Now, was it chicken flavor or beef flavor?
Oh, it's a good question. It's a good question.
Or it could be shrimp. Yeah,
shrimp flavor.
Shrimp flavor.
Mm-hmm. That makes
That's
more sense.
an underrated flavor too.
Yes. So there you go. That's a little bit of the mixtape here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said carp or bottom feeders. We used to use peanut butter.
Peanut butter would work too. I've heard that. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Look at all the folks. Look at all the folks that are excellent fishermen in the loop on Sports Radio 610. That's the mixtape. You catch it, as I mentioned, every weekday, 1:20 p.m. If you see something mixtape worthy, hit our guy up on social media at the Figgy Fig, and he'll shout you out, make you famous, just like he did there with Sal. All right, one more segment to go before we hand things off to the fellas of the drive. There's a piece that's coming out ahead of Finals Game 4. And it has to do with the Stephon Castle and the reason why he's not a Rocket. Are you buying this? Let's do it next.
All right, let's talk.
people love.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's been a fun day here on this Wednesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Y'all have had a lot more fun than I have, and I will say, don't forget this the next time that Reggie's clearly holding out on details.
Oh, no, you have to. That's what we do.
Is it?
It is what we do.
Is it? Okay.
You got to be transparent.
That's what make the good moments.
Yes.
Does it?
Word is getting out, Figgy.
Around
the building.
And that's the part that I really and truly don't like. I really and truly don't like that
like
part.
Jessie is just like beside herself, like, what?
Yeah, Jessie Water-Mix just comes up to the glass and
holds
she
up
just
a picture.
holds up a picture. It's like, what is happening? I'm like, oh, God, all right. I'll have to deal with that later as well. But, yeah, it's been a fun show. Even still, we've had a lot of fun here. Day 2, Texans minicamp. We've heard some interesting things. Azeez Al-Shaair talked. Danielle Hunter, after finally joining, right, for minicamp, he spoke to the assembled media. In fact, I wanted to play this real quick. This was cut 2 here, Fig. This is Danielle being asked the question that has been asked of everybody at this point. What have you seen? What are you seeing of the offense and C.J. Stroud?
A few days I've been here, I noticed a lot, from O-line and the QB play, how they work together in sync. Definitely better across the O-line. And C.J. just having his pocket able to step up and just making plays. I just got done in the indoor talking to CJ, telling him doing a good job of just stepping up, having awareness of the edge rushers and all that. He was just complimenting us back and how we play together as a string. But definitely across the O-line, and CJ just making his reads and everything.
Well, all right. I mean, there's another entry into how many entries have we had. It's actually kind of putting a lot more pressure on them from the perspective of the outside, because this is one of the it teams when it comes to NFL media. And you're going to have NFL Network. You're going to have all, maybe Joy Taylor. You're going to have all kinds of.
You're a jerk. You're a real jerk.
You're going to have all kinds of people from across the country with the same question.
That was actually well done. I'm so mad because it was actually pretty well done. But yes, you'll have a lot of people very interested in this team
having
because of the
heard
defense.
all the same things.
Yeah,
No,
for sure. That's going to be training camp. Eyes will be trained upon C.J. Stroud, particularly when you get into team drills, and is that execution showing up in the results as well? But yeah, this is another instance in as much as maybe this isn't the fair way of saying this, but I'll be honest, like there are certain dudes who have said things that you go, they're inclined towards being, I guess, generally positive, for lack of a better way of saying it. Danielle Hunter doesn't strike me as the dude who's saying something nice just to say something nice, if that makes sense.
Never, ever.
And so, okay, I will take that for what it is. Can you give me 3 here as well? Because then Danielle was also asked, what's the next step for his career and next goal?
Man, each year I'll just start over, man. Start from the fundamentals, and just work my way back up, My career, I really want to go to the final game. So, that can only happen if I pass the knowledge that I know along to the team and my teammates, defensive line room and everybody else, so we could all play together and have that confidence to make it to the final game.
Fair enough, right?
I like that he said final game. He didn't say Super Bowl.
Apparently, he is also constrained by the rules where you cannot say that word or that phrase, like all the commercials. No, he wants to get to the Super Bowl, and so they asked him, does it feel like you're close to getting to the Super Bowl?
I mean, we definitely got the team. A group of great men, able to have a great coach, a great front office, being able to lead us the right way, and a lot of guys that are just young and just buying into the program. I feel like that's the first step to going into the right direction.
That was not he's like, we got the team, but it's like, yeah. I mean, I could see 20 teams in the NFL saying that exact same thing. Right?
Oh, maybe more. They'll say it, but I think certain ones when you see it. Like D'Amico yesterday was really, really strong with how he put things. You're right. This was more like, I'm not going to say anything. I was going to try to get out there and get it done.
Yeah, so, still level head, exactly what you expect from Danielle Hunter. I was encouraged, though, especially because pocket management was something that C.J. Stroud started doing pretty well last year, but then it felt like, again,
until he just kept getting hit.
Felt like the devolution happened. I mean, you keep getting hit. We could even maybe get to that one particular hit where he gets the concussion, and now we're seeing maybe a little bit of trepidation in the way that he played. So maybe this is a representation of him getting back comfortable, especially with what this offensive line is up front. We've heard that protection has been good, even as it's felt like the defense has continued to stack wins through OTAs and minicamp. it sounded like the offensive line, at least in passing protection, has done pretty well. Of course, no pads, but still.
Mm-hmm. I'm buying probably the majority of what we're hearing on the offensive line, simply because you can't buy all in until you see, the live action in about, I think they said 40 days today, didn't they?
Yeah, that was the number that Aziz gave.
The countdown begins. But I am buying attitude and approach on the offensive line. But, back to C.J. Stroud, that's the other one that, we still also need to see.
Yeah. All right. So I would like to pivot real quick, if you don't mind. Obviously, Game 4 NBA Finals tonight, 7:30 is when it's clocked for ABC, is where you see it, right? We'll see if the Spurs will be able to level the series up with another road win, yet another at least in this series, or if the Knicks will get themselves back to winning ways and then ultimately take a commanding 3-1 lead. Within this, I think the Spurs, glow-up-situation, for lack of a better way of saying it, has been notable. Obviously, Victor Wembanyama's front and center. Stephon Castle is very soon there behind if we're talking about guys. And Stephon Castle has been incredible. And a number, you made this point, I've seen other people make it. So the Rockets didn't want Stephon Castle, huh? Because ultimately they passed on him and selected Reed Sheppard for the shooting that Reed Sheppard's supposed to bring. Well, interestingly enough, Sam Amick of The Athletic was talking about Stephon Castle and, looking back to, when he was drafted in 2024. And one of the things that comes out in his latest dispatch is that one of the teams was interested in Stephon Castle, but Stephon Castle supposedly had a choice, and he said that he did not conduct private workouts with several teams driven by his desire to avoid teams that already had an established point guard. Supposedly that was the Houston Rockets. So it sounds like the excuse that's being made, for lack of, I think that's the only way I could really call it, is that Stephon Castle made it seem like he did not want to go there, and so the Rockets were disincentivized from selecting Stephon Castle.
I'm not buying that.
You're not buying that?
No, I'm not.
That's not a good enough reason to not select Stephon Castle if you like him?
I mean, how many players you don't have a workout, aren't invited for a workout, and still get drafted by that team? It happens in every sport, well, specifically football and basketball. And I don't know. I think I do buy that he felt he wanted to go to San Antonio. He was talking also, Stephon Castle was about, I pictured myself in front of Wembanyama. Who wouldn't? So I get that. I do think he probably wanted to go to San Antonio. But at the same time, I think had he been drafted by the Rockets, he would have been more than happy. More than happy.
Yeah, and I guess at that time, you still have I'm forgetting Jalen Green, right? Like you still have Jalen Green.
Yeah.
Is it Jalen Green that we're saying, or are they saying the established point guard is Fred VanVleet that stopped the show?
I was thinking VanVleet, but maybe Jalen Green was part of that.
Yeah, I saw somebody say it was Jalen Green and Fred VanVleet.
Yeah, because I guess at that point, right? Because Stephon Castle is not a true point guard with all due respect, but he can play either of those guard spots. Both of those were technically occupied at that point. I guess I could see that, but up in a play now, you look up and you go, those spots are pretty up for grabs if you really wanted to at this point. He said according to league sources, Rockets coach and former Spurs assistant Ime was a huge fan of Stephon Castle's. And so, the veteran Fred VanVleet manning the point guard position and Jalen Green, that kind of led him away from.
And even from a Rockets perspective, would that be a reason not to draft him? I don't think so. They could hey, listen, we have these plans for, they kind of talk about how they're going to use them, what they can do.
Yeah.
They had still do, very talented young, big man and others, I that's what I don't buy. Like that's a sell that happens all the time.
Yeah, at least the Ime Udoka side of it. It does sound, I can easily understand and buy the Castle part of it, but that shouldn't stop no show in professional sports, at least as long as we still have this draft system, right? I know that I would prefer that guys end up in places where they feel comfortable, but we know that that's not how this works, right? Ultimately,
very rarely,
the power is on the side of the team, and if that guy wants to get on, he can either get on or get gone, right? And so if you selected him, I can only imagine what this looks like. With a guy who has really demonstrated the explosion that he has, the capabilities. He even knocks down some shots here and there.
More and more. It's their backcourt right now. Their future looks really darn good, man. With Harper and him, and hell, even Vassell and those guys. What they're doing.
Yeah. I do understand the idea of like, hey, Reed Sheppard is more of a proven 3-point shootter though, which it felt like at the time you just needed to add shooting. Yeah. And honestly, even still, it feels like you need to add shooting. So I do wonder, like, I think you'd be Matt Count instead of Shepard, but I do think you still have that same issue of where's our shooting.
You might have, but you would absolutely be better off because he's more of a two-way player, and Ime would have loved him, and he would have been on the floor more.
Yeah,
you know
the
what
defense
I mean?
of it would have mattered a good amount. But yeah, that's out there, man. That supposedly Stephon Castle could have been a Houston Rocket, but he didn't want to go to a team. I wonder how many people like hear that and go, "Damn it, I'm sick of this Fred VanVleet." Because I think Fred has been important, but because of the way that we had to talk about him last year with the if Fred was here, right? There was all of that, and now knowing that one of the nice young players in the league actively wanted away from your team because of what you had there. That's a little hard to swallow.
Well, it hurts, but I don't think, as you put it, it wouldn't have stopped any shows. That's for darn sure.
Yeah, maybe not.
He could have been convinced easily.
I sure hope so.
Yeah.
I really and truly do hope so. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Always appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. Ron, what's happening, man? How you living?
Shut up.
I knew it.
Oh, you heard.
I knew it.
Oh, you heard.
I knew it was going to happen. I knew it.
So I was legitimately and still am.
No. I applaud you the whole way.
But the floor is yours.
I really do. I applaud you the whole way. I need to know because I got a little sideways in the old garage as I was driving in. I got a little static in there. I'm gonna need, and I don't really give a damn how long it takes.
That's not a good
This one's
sign.
on me, Parker.
Can't take it can't be that.
I'm going to need a full understanding of what occurred at this table.
Yes.
Or what I'm going to need because I heard a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'm going to need an explanation here of exactly what happened. If you've got a facial expression, whatever, I want to know. You give it to me quickly. Exactly what occurred.
Okay, so if you weren't listening earlier, I confess that when I was in Italy, went to this wedding. At the wedding, sitting across from me at dinner was one Joy Taylor of Fox Sports 1 fame. And during the course of dinner, right, just kind of talking with some people that are around, because obviously they try and put you around people that whatever, having conversations. And then at one point, Joy looks at me and asks, "Did you write at DallasCowboys.com?" I didn't, but a friend of mine, the friend who was getting married, did. So kind of a way.
We got you, Dan. Go.
Yeah. All right, very good. And I said, "No, but I work in Houston on radio." And then at that point,
radio
the conversation kind of just died. And then we just kept going on with dinner, I guess. And that was
there was no. What did she do when you said I work in Houston? What did she just?
She didn't really say much. She grabbed her glass.
See, I don't even like the way you answered that question.
Yeah. I don't know what you want me to do here.
Yes.
I'm a host. I'm a host at one of the #1 stations in Houston.
Okay.
Baby.
Yeah.
So I don't look. You got to understand.
Again, Reggie.
I can't.
Shut up, Reggie.
I work in radio.
I can't answer.
Shut up.
All right. Very good.
Reggie.
Uh-huh.
You're a selfish son of a gun.
Oh wow. Okay. All right.
This is something that all of us could have lived through.
Yes.
John, myself, Clint, Figgy, Tyler. We're all out of the game. Ben. Especially Ben. We could have lived through this.
Ben like that.
Is he out the game?
No.
Kind of.
Listen. I'm going to be honest with you. Reggie, in her world, you are on the cusp. Like you're in the building of looking good enough that if you could pair that with good conversation and, as Lopez said, wine. Because, listen, let's just be honest. With Joy, this is somebody who was ready to walk down the aisle with Earl Watson. She has had
my man's gone all the way and down.
Yeah.
Into her.
I know a lot about Joy. She's had guys. I've seen some of her work. All right? There are prerequisites that you have to get into the building.
Okay.
I'm being straight up with you, Reggie. You have them. You're right on the edge, right? You're right on the edge. Maybe you're not Earl, but you're right on the edge. And I would imagine while you were in Italy, you were in your A1 look. You had your best outfit. You had your hair was right. You were at your best. Probably showed up there as a good, clean 9.
Mm-hmm.
If you could pair that with conversation, she may have been like, "Oh, the hell, man, let me see what this dark chocolate's about." Might have been just for the weekend. That's the
whole idea.
Or it could, or who knows? We don't know. Maybe she's confused. sitting up there was like, I just need something different. Like, there's future. Let me go somewhere else. Maybe she was past the NBA coaches and former players, and she would have gone with the midday host from Houston. But you...
he said that in a way that made me feel bad.
I'm just saying your occupation.
Yeah.
But you just...
that's me too. I just said my occupation.
You got... God, it's... You're like... I can't even look at you. You know what he's like? He's like Lopez. He's like guys that I played, that I used to see walking around the school, and I'm like, you just wasted that height.
Oh, God, yes.
Right? If I had that height,
yes,
I would have been recruited by more than D3 schools.
Yes.
I would have been like, I would have been able to go some more than Graceland College. All right? That's what you are. Because if I could have had my instincts,
yes,
and what I believe,
you're a charismatic son of a gun. You are.
Listen, I've had to work with mouthpiece, right? At my best, I'm a 7. I got it. I know where I know I am. All right. I'm not like A&M football. I know who I am.
Where did that come from? I love it. That was my favorite part of this.
But you, like, if you could have just, if you had a statement.
Yeah.
Unnecessary.
Here's the thing, just real quick.
I'm in Houston. Hey, how are you, man? I've always been a huge fan of you. How's the podcast going?
That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. It's not even that he said, oh, I work in Houston, and I'm a radio guy.
Didn't say it like that.
It sounded like that to her.
I bet
it sounded like that to her.
No, you know where you're
it's not even. It's not even that. That's where it stopped. I mean, it's not even that. That's where it stopped. Like you have dinner at a wedding. That's an hour. Then you have dancing. Then you have music. Then you have toast. He had 2-3 hours before she even went her own way.
You got free drinks. You can go walk up and act like you can buy.
Couldn't even stand up. Couldn't even stand up from the table and say, "Hey, you need anything?" Couldn't even do that.
I mean, I would accept it. I would have accepted it.
I didn't hear that.
This came up as a confession because I admitted I'm an idiot. Like I recognize.
Basically, man, he's sitting at the table. They at the table together.
Y'all sitting at the same table
in Italy. She asked him, "Hey, did you write?"
How many seats between y'all?
They're across from each other.
Across from each other.
She asked him, "Did you write for what DallasCowboys.com or whatever?"
Right. Yeah.
He said, "No, I host a show in Houston."
That's it. For the duration of the night.
So she started the conversation?
Yeah. For the duration of the night. That's it.
I just saw the shame that washed over Clint Stoerner.
I mean, I felt for you a little bit, thinking like if you're just sitting across the table and you're trying to shoot shots across the table with other people listening, that's tough. That's tough. Not that it's impossible, but that's tough. But when I hear that she literally sparked up the conversation.
That's right.
Yeah.
There's drinks that I don't even have to pay for.
Yeah,
tip for $1, whatever. You can give me. Let me bring you some drinks.
No,
that's the ice, man. Broke. Now you can kind of sit back, even if you know you fumbled at that point. You can sit back and go, okay, how do I circle back?
Right.
She's already started the.
Yeah.
And listen, so nothing may have happened.
There was never another attempt.
Yeah.
There was never another exchange or anything.
No.
Oh man.
No, never.
Wow.
I think would you have somebody else here on your heart or something, still on your mind or your heart?
What was that?
Is there somebody here that's still on your heart?
Who cares?
I'm just trying to find him a way out,
Who
man.
cares?
I'm just trying to help him.
Look, I'm not looking for a way out. I lay myself prostrate before the court. I did not realize it would be this much of a lashing. But
and she did dance that night.
Come on, I don't recall.
Well, she could have danced with you.
That was the answer I was expecting anyways.
Yeah.
Thank you, John Lopez.
Yeah.
All right, well,
put your hand up on her hip.
That's disappointing, man.
She
I
dips,
think that song actually played.
Yeah.
I think that song actually played.
Tune.
It's a good song. Yeah.
I mean, you could have called to Dan. You could have done Dan. Hey, man, what's going on?
Oh, Dan
there?
was the one getting married?
Yes, he knows her. That's why she's there.
Yeah.
She was. I mean, listen. I did a quick search of what she did that week. I mean, she kicked it with the couple. She went out. They went out to a speakeasy that you should have been at.
Yeah.
Oh, she was a third wheel.
That's disappointing. Yeah.
Reg, the investigation.
And I know you got it in you, Reg.
The investigation
God,
has
man,
not been good to you.
I have been to the Daikin, which was then Minute Maid.
Yeah.
And I have watched Reggie walk. Give a young lady the eyes.
Thank you for cleaning that up.
Give a young lady the eyes, and she looked back at him and like, whoa.
Yeah.
Well, maybe.
And he just walked off with that smile. I've watched him. And I've watched him at work.
Mm-hmm.
And he sat there.
I'm good.
I work.
Well, maybe that's just not that's not Reg's flavor. Maybe she don't.
Clint, you ain't got
Shut
to.
the hell
I appreciate it. You ain't got to. Look. Don't get these butts that I'm already catching. You're fine over there. Don't worry about it. It's cool.
He's on the cusp.
Yeah.
See, I know, like me, man. I don't have my mouthpiece. I can have as much mouthpiece. I don't meet the requirements. Listen. I know myself. You can laugh at it. It's fine. I know.
I think it's
right.
I'm proud of you.
I don't have enough. I don't have enough money to jump in there, and I'm not coming to the table looks wise. Reggie can clean up and get himself to a 9. And if he got the haircut right before he walked in, the lineup and the braids right before he could move himself to a 9.5. I'm a 7 at best.
Yeah.
7.2. Get my haircut right in there.
Yeah, the haircut.
If I get the good fit, I'm a 7.2. That's not walking in. That's not you. That doesn't mean it.
That ain't it.
She looked and she said,
"Yeah, I'm gonna say hello to this guy."
Don't forget, I'm also the idiot that orders sheep tartare in Italy. So you know what I mean? Like, look, I've told you, I'm not a smart human being.
In comparison,
I'm not a smart man. That's the only thing that I have to say for myself. What I also have to say for myself is we appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for the crosstalk. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Lopez, I know you won't be happy to see me tomorrow, but I'll see you tomorrow for a Thursday. Gentlemen, have a great show. I hope I didn't ruin your mood too much.
No circle back.
I could hear Clint. I could hear it in John's. Sometimes you're in the air and you kind of turn it up a little bit. I could hear it. John Lopez I think he was moving from disappointed to angry.
I think legit angry.
Yeah,
like legit.
Like you wanted to hear the details.
Off air, I told him what the bleep.
Like you basically what you did hungry. To me, like you just didn't even show. Like for me, if you told us, man, I went in there and I cut down on the
You'd
space.
have been Alex Caruso all day.
Come on, man. I cut down. Find your Kobe. Right. AI would have shot it 40 times. Damn it, he may not have made him. I mean, I was thinking, boy, if Reggie would have said he went over there and cut the space and walked around to her side and pulled up that seat, started talking to her, and she walked off and he felt the vibes, I would have been so proud of him. Hey, man, that happened.
Wasn't meant to be, Reg.
I appreciate that. That's not doing much in the moment.
I do appreciate
it. Clint, I don't think it's over. I think we can still circle back to
see, this is the problem.
Circle back to
this is the issue because he had that same thought. And I'm like, guys.
To Dan. Judging by the photos I saw, I don't know how you're close to Dan's wife now. Judging by the photos, they seem to have a pretty good relationship. I don't know. Maybe throw you. I'm just saying, you could be the different that she's looking for.
The ice is broke where you could slip into the DMs and potentially get a response.
DMs ain't gonna do it. No, we gotta get her. We gotta.
You don't have to go DM. You got a personal in.
I think she's from a generation that relies heavily on.
But she gets 7,000 of them a day.
It's okay. Reggie knows her. Hey, I know you. Hey, you know, I fumbled the bag at the table at the wedding. Now that I'm back in the U.S., I just can't get it off my mind. Yeah. Oh, there's something there.
Oh, look, you see the game coming out there.
There's something there.
Clint is working.
There's something there.
At this point, y'all are trying to puppet me into this.
He's earning his mind.
I'm just telling you, man. There's something there.
He's putting together FIFA.
Yeah.
She reached across there. She reached across there and asked you what the hell you did for a reason. That is.
What's that?
That's death.
That Bills tight end. No, the Ravens tight end. He's Mark Andrews.
Mark Andrews just dropped that ball. He didn't get that far.
Oh my God!
Fumbled it on his own one.
Is it a fumble?
That's the part. If you didn't have it in you, I wouldn't be this disappointed. I've seen you at work. You're blessed with something that you and Clint are maybe blessed with something that maybe some of us here in the building aren't. You come in there.
The incidental shot at everybody else.
Tyler's borderline. I've watched Tyler at work too. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you.
Like, hang on a minute.
I'm telling you, Tyler.
Shots are flying. The drive is live.
Tyler would have had it. Tyler's got mouthpiece.
Full court press.
Yeah.
Full court press.
You would have cut the space, wouldn't you?
Tyler
Man, I don't know if you're on YouTube. Come right here. Let me get around here. I'm sorry. How you doing?
Just let me introduce myself real quick. Hello there, Joy.
Like you can't say Reginald either on that.
Looks like you might need a refill on that red wine, Joy. Can I get that for you?
Hey, Tyler would have been waiting. Boy, the minute she even locked eyes with him and started to ask a question, he'd have cut her off. Houston,
but he's ready for the moment. Like Tyler was ready. Boy, God.
I answer the bell. No doubt about it.
He would have had something. Again, you may not
Enjoy your afternoon, Bob.
You may not have walked out a winner, right? You came in. You went to Italy. You knew. You knew what wasn't.
I didn't know it was that kind of party.
I've watched. I saw the list. I saw the people who came in. There was who's. There was several people in the industry there.
So when I told Reg when he first got back that they also brought the wedding party and everything over there. It was an extended wedding party, and it was a little the crowd was a little hotter than I thought, huh? The traveling crew was a little hotter than I thought, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Someone brings up a great point, man. Tyler was shooting shots at Paige from here as she was in New Orleans. Over he wasn't even sure if she could hear him. He was still
not even the miles are going to stop me, baby.
He was still ready to go.
He was shooting shot over.
Damn right. Damn right.
That is great.
Oh, Reggie, he'll never live that one down.
Zero chance.
Like if you're single,
and I don't know.
You're single. They're within 5 years of each other. You're single. She reached out to you, said something to you. Like
I need more detail. Was this a go around the table and just? He
said she just said something to him,
or did she just look up across the table and say, "Hey man, what do you do? You right?
That chocolate?
Yeah, that would
that
be
dark chocolate. That dark chocolate. Ooh, his hair's good, looking nice. Look at him.
That would be.
I'm always good. Raw
I'm disappointed. I'm with you. I'm disappointed.
Damn it! Somebody called him Jackie Smith.
Jackie
Smith is the sickest man in America.
You think he's just being a good dude and not pillow talking?
I don't. He wouldn't have brought it up.
He wouldn't have brought it up at all, huh?
No, he wouldn't have brought it up. All right, we'll move off. Yes. I can't even look at him. He's outside the studio. I can't even look at him. I can't. He went Chet Holmgren. He really did. Just didn't participate. Just left all of us out to dry. All right, you were at camp day 2 today, Clint. You were out there to see how these boys look as this could be the final day of mandatory minicamp. They are scheduled to go tomorrow too, but no one will be surprised if they don't finish out the final day. That happens a lot around the NFL and has happened with the Texans under D'Amico. But what were your observations today? What did you see out at camp today?
Well, I think there was an interception early in 7-on-7, I believe it was. Maybe it was team, but I think it was 7-on-7, and it was a pick six. And I got two angles here. One is the obvious, and two is Jalen Petrie. I heard a report in OTAs, one of the ones that the media could go to, that Jalen Petrie had picked CJ in some team drills. And then today, Ron, he undercuts a flat route that should have never been thrown, but he undercuts a flat route that is, and I'm talking about he looks like the damn receiver running a route to catch it, and undercuts him, and it would have been if they was on the one going in, it'd have been 99 untouched. And I just yesterday as I'm watching practice as well, like I said, D'Amico doesn't appear to be calling off the dogs, or at least didn't yesterday, and they're bringing blitzes all over the place. And the very first one, Petrie comes unblocked off the edge. It jumps up in the quarterback's face. Could have blocked the pass down, but didn't. I get to thinking about Petrie, and I know Petrie gets some love, but are we giving him enough love for what he potentially could be in this defense?
He was showing it last year, and I think he also had the concussion. Him and CJ had those concussions at the same time, and I think that probably messed up a lot of his potential awards. I think he would have been a Pro Bowl type of player. No, man, he is. It took them a bit to find out the best role for him.
Yeah.
But now they have found it, and he seems to have thrived in it.
We talk a lot about Stingley. We talk a lot about Will. We talk a lot about Azeez, obviously. Even Kamari and Bullock get some love. And all rightfully so, and maybe I just need to speak for myself. I just a lot of times I leave Petrie out, not purposefully, but just because I don't think of his name when we start talking about the best players on this defense. I'm not sure, Ron, that he's not the one guy that. Would it surprise you if he went out there and became the best slot corner in the league, or slot defender in the league, nickel defender, if you want to call it that?
Not surprised. His coverage skills have improved. I still think that's probably his weakness, but yeah, he is definitely a difference maker that seems to find himself around the ball. And I think one of them have found a way not to get him in trouble, not to put him in bad spots.
Well, it's gonna look different than your nickel. Most of the times when somebody says nickel defender, you think cover guy. I mean, the nickel defender is for Jalen Petrie, I think, is a lot like corner with Kamari Lassiter. I think the value is as great as the best in the game. It's just going to look different. Like today, I mean, I'll put him up against anybody in terms of covering underneath routes and undercutting, playing with instincts, playing the pass as well as the pass rush with instincts. Now, again, you get him with a defensive line that can't rush and make him cover guys 15, 20 yards downfield, your ass is in trouble. But in this defense, with the way he's going to have to play, that nickel defender position, I could see him being not just Pro Bowl, I could see him being an all-pro nickel defender in this league. Now, I don't know that they're ever going to get that deep because Stingley's going to get it first. Will's going to get it. Daniil's going to get the love. There's a bunch of guys ahead of him that are going to get the love just from a name perspective maybe. But if he makes the right plays and has enough turnovers come his way and gets enough sacks kind of deal, just enough, whatever that is, to ruffle some feathers, I mean, you're talking about a guy that I think's got the skill to be not just a Pro Bowl but an all-pro player in this league.
No, he's definitely – he definitely played at a Pro Bowl level.
Yeah.
He definitely, to me, should have been a Pro Bowler. Now, I think what hurts him is when you think of this defense, potentially how many guys do you think of before you get to Jalen Petrie? Right?
Yeah.
Do you think of the ends? Do you think of Stingley?
Yes.
Do you think of Aziz?
Yes.
Do you think of Lassiter? Right,
yeah.
that's
There's
probably,
a lot of
that's
them
five. That's five deep right there, and then Bullock is probably a season away from making enough plays in the middle of the field that you think of him before you. So that's probably the only thing. But he definitely played at that level.
Well, so Petrie at practice again. Every practice you go to, he sticks out. He jumps off the field. And the flip side of that is the actual interception. Look, it was a ball CJ never should have thrown. I mean, I think we've seen 2 days of football, 3 or 4 interceptions from C.J. Stroud. This ball should have never been thrown. In fact, from a quarterback's perspective, it's you want a nickel defender to jump a flat route like this because the void in the defense that's left behind that guy is massive. And it is as clean a read. Now, I couldn't see the defense. I don't know exactly what the defense was doing. But when Jalen jumps that thing, that clearly leaves a void. You're running a flat route or an arrow or whatever you want to call it. You're running that route in hopes that somebody will jump it, draw the coverage down so you can throw in a hole behind it or over the top of it. And the way he jumped it, clearly there had to be some kind of void behind it, and CJ didn't get there. So ball should have never been thrown. Cade Stover, again, I'm telling you, Ron, wait
second day in a row.
Wait till you see him. You know that route where they release vertical and kind of get over the top of the linebacker, and then instead of going vertical, they stick their foot in the ground and kind of whip back out of it, out wide. He was running, and it don't even look like the same dude. I mean, it looked like the same guy, and he is moving really, 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 really good, and he looks significantly thinner. So I don't know if that's health, I don't know if that's weight, or what, but he's one of my top guys coming in.
You think it's the jersey number?
Well, the jersey number and the white shoes, as I talked about yesterday, I think that definitely.
But you say body wise,
I can't wait for you. I want you to see him just running routes. Like I'm gonna tell you, this is crazy. People ain't gonna believe this, but when they're all running routes. He's very, very close to Brevin Jordan.
Really?
With the speed and the pip and the in and out of breaks and I would have bet going before I saw it, I would have bet that he would pale in comparison.
Yeah, not from the speed and
when they're running routes with just the foot speed and the in and out of cuts.
Breaks, yeah.
He is significantly closer to Brevin Jordan than he is Dalton Schultz and Foster Moreau, kind of the slower, lower twitch guys. It's crazy to think, but he is definitely looking like that. So Stover, Noel, Hutchinson, even those are the 3 guys on the offensive side of the ball that where I think we need weapons. Those are the 3 guys on the offensive side of the ball that I'm like, look out now. There's an opportunity. There's going to be an opportunity there for you.
Definitely going to be an opportunity. All right, we are just getting started as we continue right here live on The Drive. Coming up. Game 4 tonight between the Spurs and the Knicks. And before diving into that game, I want to dive into something else. Is Wemby, who many people view and I think is becoming the face of the league. Is he also becoming unlikable? We'll discuss that coming up next.
610. Details on example rate at selectquote.com.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610. The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. It is 610 Day, and I think we may have a little something to deal with that coming up next segment. Should be a little fun, a little 610 Day. Why not? Here on Sports Radio 610, Houston Sports Leader.
It's RJ, damn it.
Okay, thank you.
Ours.
All right, coming in.
No
real
one else
deep.
is.
Coming in real deep there.
I wanted you to come in deeper. Whoa.
I thought he said it was RJ.
No, he said it's our day.
Who is RJ?
Our day.
Our day,
I
baby.
got you.
Our day.
Our day.
Shout out to those of you who are sticking it out on YouTube and Twitch. Having a blast out here. And we hope you roll with us as you generally do every day as we're here till 6 o'clock. A big day here on The Drive. It's a Wednesday. We hear from our guy B. Scott a little bit later on in the 4 o'clock hour. Should be fun. He's been out there the last 2 days. I've heard him in the pressers this week, so we'll hear from B. Scott coming up at 4:40. Stay tuned with us. All right, the finals are tonight, Clint, and we'll have time to talk about that. We'll probably talk about that a little bit with B. Scott as well. But Wemby has been, to me, the story, obviously, from a player's perspective of the series. His shortcomings and then him coming out and playing big time. And today, it was just announced earlier today, Clint, that he would not have an upgrade to a flagrant to the uncalled foul that he had on Jalen Brunson when he basically just grabbed Jalen Brunson by the back of the neck, the smallest guy on the floor, by the back of the neck, and just smushed him right down and sunned his ass in the middle of the floor.
Not a flagrant, huh?
No, I've got to believe if they'd have gone to the monitor. Now, I don't know, because that forearm shiver that Castle gave to him a little bit later, they saw as a common foul. But he got no fine, no nothing, no upgrade, nothing. And that is important, because if he did get upgrade to a flagrant, that means one more flagrant foul and he would be suspended, because he has hit the 4 count in the postseason. But they don't do it, and I just throw that out as he's becoming the face of the league, and I think a lot of people enjoy and love some of the things he's about. I think a lot of people loved him at the All-Star break, seeming to challenge everybody into playing with emotion and passion and playing hard. Hell, Anthony Edwards said that we kind of followed Wemby's lead. He seems to really embrace it, Clint. But I ain't gonna lie, I don't know how to put it any better than this, Tyler. But he's just shown to do some punk ass moves. Like, there's just been some punk things that he does. That elbow that he gave to Naz Reid was chilling. I mean, he drilled his ass. And the other part is he seems to keep getting away with them. Acted in the game, but it was certainly on the table, Clint, that he could have gotten suspended for the next one and at least fined. He didn't get fined or suspended for that one. Then he had the situation where in Game 5 he was pissed off because they lost, so he skipped the media availability, which generally is a fine. The league did not fine him on that because he was a first-time offender, but he skipped out because he didn't want to talk after they got their ass kicked in Game 5. Then he had the incident where he shoved Brunson in the back of the head, and then he had an odd ending of the interview after the game with Lisa Salter. Seemed to just walk away from her as soon as she was still talking and asking him questions. And I'm sitting there watching it with Courtney Clinton. She goes, he's kind of a punk. I was like, I said, if you're feeling that, you watching it, you're feeling that. It's like he's kind of a punk. And
try shifting that mic around.
I'm trying. Is he becoming unlikable? Are we starting to see some things that feel like he's becoming unlikable? As we've said, it's tough to begin with. He is a foreign player, which is harder for them to kind of take over and be the face of something. But he just does some things that kind of turn people off at times.
Yeah, I can't speak to the interview. I didn't see all that. So I can't speak to that. But I don't have near the problem with the actions on the floor. For me.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, the Nas Reed stuff. I mean, that's about. I mean, he should have been fined and he should have been suspended. That's a different animal. But
by the way, he's just gotten away with all. Like there's that part of it too, combined with it all.
That was clearly a lose. I mean, like you could have broke an eye socket with that. I mean, you could have done some real damage. The mushing of the little fella. I know it looks because there was a flop, there was a bend over and flop kind of deal, and Brunson, kind of sold it a little bit. I have a hard time. The foul, sure. Had they made it a flagrant at any point, sure. Do I think that they should err on the side of caution and keep a superstar in this series, and not let that kind of play get you to a point where you end up playing games without Wemby? I think it's a smart move.
No, I get the move. I don't know, man. He does some stuff that Draymond would do.
Oh yeah, there's definitely he is definitely frustrated. Like he's dealt with a level of physicality, and maybe this is all year for him. I don't know. I didn't watch the Spurs all year long, but the last two series he's dealt with a level of physicality that I don't know how he's not more frustrated. Like I don't know how he doesn't show more frustration and end up do. I don't know how there's not more confrontation. Not necessarily throwing elbows or mushing people's head, but just like I don't know how there's not more turn and get in the face with how much they're elbow and pushing, and so, I don't know, man. That's for me. I'm not even the castle running through Brunson's chest. Like my question on that deal is more, the hell was Brunson doing? Like Brunson had his back to the basket and was setting up, ultimately trying to set up to take a charge. The ball was you're supposed to be getting a rebound. What were you doing? So I don't like. I just don't see that, especially as physical as this series is. I don't see those as egregious as some folks see them.
I think if this he's probably going to. There's going to be a turn if he becomes really, really good. Anyway, that happens to great players. Anyway, we've seen the turn with guys like LeBron, Mahomes. Like great players, regardless, that happens. But it seems like it does seem like he is working with a different set of rules. and not surprising, it does seem like he is working with a different, like he measured, like you said, that measuring up with Nas Reed, I believe, is that what you said, Tyler? He's got a feel of a Rudy to him. Like there's kind of hey man, what's up with this dude?
He's French.
Oh, okay. Well,
that does contribute. I think.
I think it will be a thing if he keeps if these kind of things keeps happening and he keeps getting away with stuff like this. Like that is kind of strange. All right, coming up, it is 6-10 day. We want to honor that. We're going to look at 6 burning thoughts with the Texans in 10 minutes. And we hope that you roll with us on that. We'll continue as we always do right here live on the Drive.
What you
Participant application may vary. Online health questions required.
I get your mind right, baby, do a spin.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive on it is 610 Day. We are going to do a little 610, a little tribute to 610 Day right here. A little 6 and 10. Ruby on YouTube and Twitch says, "No, Clint, Wemby's a punk ass. Ron, why you hating on Wemby? Go Spurs, go. Come on, he's a okay. All right, let me not say that. No matter how many punk moves Wemby does, the way the New York Knicks fans act makes me root harder against either with some people." Yeah, that was ridiculous out there in the crowd. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if he may have to curb some of this face of the league stuff, or maybe they'll just legit enjoy it. All right, let's do this. We'll set a clock. Give ourselves 10. We got 10 minutes. We got 10 minutes to get 6 burning thoughts here with your Houston Texans on 610 Day. All right, Clint. Here is the first one here. This is the year, Clint, that the honeymoon period will come to an end for one Will Anderson Jr.
No chance. No chance. This is it's easy, man. Will's got real JJ Watt vibes. That honeymoon never ended until. No. Hell, I don't even know if it ended when he put on that Arizona Cardinals uniform. To be honest with you, so I'm gonna say no. I think Will's got a long runway. I think he's gonna have a long honeymoon, and I think we're gonna love him every step of the way.
Yeah, this would be, if it did happen, this would be the setup of, hey, he just got paid. He's the highest paid player on the team, the highest paid non-quarterback in football. He's a $50 million man. So with that, expectations go up on that. But Will Anderson seems like the type of guy that's going to do what he has done all of his first 3 years, and that's improve every year. His numbers, and this, as you've talked about, is a numbers position, have improved every single year. So I know the honeymoon seemed to end pretty with CJ, but the quarterback position is a little bit different. I think Will continue to meet the numbers that he has done and probably improve. So I'm with you on that. Yeah, the honeymoon period will continue with one Will Anderson. All right, will this be the last season of Tank Dell in a Texans uniform?
I think so. I think it's a long shot that he comes back and gets any kind of significant run this year. It's a contract year. I think you look at what they want to do offensively and what they want and require their receivers to do offensively. And I know it's always been that way, if we're being honest, but I think it's even more extreme right now with, boy, you better be able to block, you better be able to motion to the backfield and lead up in the A-gap on a safety that inserted himself into the box, and you better be able to block the edge and all that kind of jive. Whether you look at he's small and not able to do those things, or you look at when he's been asked to do those things, he's been injured, or you just look at the fact that, hey, man, the injuries have taken a toll. If I had to bet money on it right now, I think this is the last season that we see Tank Dell at Houston.
Unfortunately, I agree too, and he's such a fan favorite, and I think he's a favorite in the locker room. I think his teammates really like him. But Clint, you just start to look at it. He would get paid. Let's say he has a good year, he would have to get paid, and they have seemingly drafted over him, or at least drafted guys in his position, whether it be Higgins on the outside or Noel if they went inside, and those guys are much cheaper for the next couple of years. So I just think contract-wise, where he is, and they've already paid Nico, I don't think that they're ready to pay him again. So I've enjoyed Tank, and I hope he does come back and show us something more, but I'm with you. I think this is probably it for Tank Dell. All right, number 3, someone of importance will lose their job if the Texans miss the playoffs.
Miss the playoffs? I think multiple people lose their job.
You think multiple?
Yeah, I mean, with this defense, if you miss the playoffs, I think one. Now, assuming that you don't miss the playoffs because you just got ravaged by injuries and your defense didn't end up being, but assuming your defense stays somewhat healthy and you play good defense all year, if you miss the playoffs, it's because of your offense. And I think there's a chance Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud.
Do you think both of them?
Yeah. And if Nick goes, I would think that they would just clean. At some point, they got to quit blaming it on the one guy that you just give the OC title to, and the guys around them have to be a part of it as well. So, but yeah, I think there's a chance you lose multiple. Definitely, the answer is yes. Definitely, I think they lose one. That they lose. One person loses their job. I think there's multiple people if you lose.
See, I didn't think about that. I think definitely one. I think if this team doesn't make the playoffs, I think it would be hard pressed for them to then pay C.J. Stroud. I don't know that's not the route I would go, and I'd definitely love to. I would want. It would be hard to think this year, big time season, that they don't pay him right, and it's hard to see that the defense would be a reason that holds them back from not making it.
Well, that's why I said if it were injuries, obviously that's what would obviously hamper the defense. I mean, that may change the game a little bit, but I still think even if that's the case, I think somebody loses their job. You miss the playoffs this year, I think we're at offensively starting over again.
Yep. All right. A little 6 in 10 minutes. Speaking of that Texans defense, will this Texans defense be better than they were in 2025?
I'm going to say no. I think they're going to be very similar. Or maybe not as good. And I only say that because the one thing that we don't seem to take into consideration when we talk about this is how healthy they stayed. I think they would be, they would be destined to win a Super Bowl if they stay as healthy as they did last year.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to say I don't think they fall off, but I mean getting better. Hell, you're already the best in the league. I don't think they get any better. They're already one of, if not the best.
Well, it's tough, man. You add McDonald, if he can play to that level, that strengthens that middle part. Reed Blankenship, their secondary is nasty. I think I don't think they're a drop off. I still think they're a top 5 defense easily, but they have lost some guys. They've added Blankenship and added McDonald, but they've lost some of those depth pieces behind, Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and Barnett, who was vital. He had 5+ sacks last year, the past couple of years, and Danico Autry, who was a big piece, and some other spots. EJ Speed, they've already lost. That's some more depth stuff there. So I would say I think they're very close to this year, but I don't know if they take a step past this year. All right, C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud will have at least his second best season of his career in 2026.
Golly, man, I hate this offense so much. It's hard to even answer this question. I'm gonna say yeah. I'm going to say yeah. I mean, obviously last year I know they won 9 straight, and I know he didn't turn the ball over the way they wanted him to, but that wasn't the caliber quarterback that he's capable of playing. I think you look at half of his second year, you pick and choose, you can cherry pick games. I think some of them were pretty damn good. I think things just went south, with Bobby late in the season. So we're really just comparing it to this first year. Yeah, I would say CJ would really have to screw up this year for this to not be his second best season.
Yeah, and again, he has not had a train wreck.
No, that's what's hard to answer.
That's the other part. He's not it's not like
even
he's been
Bobby's
awful.
Last year wasn't a train wreck as far as CJ goes.
I mean, he just went from 5 interceptions to 12.
Yeah.
But he ain't Eli or Baker or something like that. No, I definitely think he will. I don't know, and you've said this. I don't know if he is going to hit that first season. That was really, really hard to do in many ways, and I don't know if this offense will allow it. But I do think we'll see a better CJ and a more confident CJ in this offense, and I think he'll be better than he has been the last couple of years. And again, he has not been bad except for those 2 playoff games. He's not been bad the last couple of years. All right, 6 in 10, Clint. Finally, this will be the best running game in the DeMeco Ryans era this year?
I'm going to say no. I think the Joe Mixon year. Joe was.
Nobody else could run it but Joe. But
yeah, I mean it was Joe doing a lot of it on his own outside the scheme, but damn, he was good, man. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna go with Joe Mixon's second year. I don't think it's gonna be. And I'm just saying. I guess I think it's gonna be more. Like, I think the group's going to be better. I just don't know if you got that dynamic dude like Joe that can make something out of nothing.
Yeah, I'm going to say it will be better. I think I think they're probably better equipped up front to run the football than they've ever had in DeMeco's era. And I think the combination of the two, Woody and Montgomery, is probably better than there's. I don't think. There ain't the drop-off that it was for Joe Mixon to Dameon Pierce and whoever else came after him, I think is much better this year. So I think this actually will be, and they are, as we feel like they're going to be super committed to running the football in a way that they probably weren't even that year with Bobby Slowick. So I think this will be their best year when it comes to running the football. All right, it's in honor of 610 Day right here. That was a little 6 in 10 minutes. And, we got it right under. I mean, right underneath.
Oh, did you have a timer going?
I had a timer going, baby.
I didn't see the timer.
We got in there right under.
I was trying to not be long-winded as I typically am.
You did a good job, man. You did a good job.
I probably have to practice that more often, huh?
Yeah, maybe. I think Lo would have a word.
She'd have a take on that.
She'd have a word on that. All right, coming up, I will throw this out to the people. And maybe some of you agree with me, and maybe you need to ask yourself the same question. Have I been too hard on Nick Caley? Have I been way too hard on Nick Caley? And if you've thought like I have you been too hard on Nick Caley? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that,
is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk. It may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in 1 hour down as we are live here on The Drive.
They fly by on the drive, don't they?
They do, man. A big hump day right here today. Stock up, stock down. Sorry about that. I don't know what that got me. Stock up, stock down. NBA Finals edition coming up next segment. Our guy, B. Scott, he will join us at 4:40 a little bit later on. So, I've been sitting here thinking this, fellas, and all hands on things. So if you can be honest on the text line, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well. I've been thinking about this, fellas. And I feel like maybe I've been too hard on Nick Caley. Maybe I have been a bit unfair with Nick Caley. Because, I mean, full disclosure. Hold on, so. I do not have very much confidence in Nick Caley as a plus offensive coordinator. That is where I stand, and completely to be completely transparent, a lot of it, Clint and Tyler, has started when it is a red flag to me when you roll up in here to a job, and this is your job, right? This OC. We've seen it, Clint. There have been guys who have become OCs that have gone on to be head coaches, and then we have seen guys who have become OCs and have a bad run, and they're doing leg day on Wednesdays because they never get another job again. We've seen people we've seen people get that job and never get an opportunity. And so when you walk out and you decide to allow someone to select the bulk of your coaching staff for you, and you're the OC, that is a red flag to me of like, oh, you can just kind of be run through. Like this isn't like nobody would take this job that if you fail, you may not get this opportunity again. They just go back to being a tight ends coach the rest of the way. You take the perfect, and then you don't get to select your own staff. That's probably where a lot of it starts for me. But, I mean, just overall, Clint, I just don't see a lot of creativity for him. I don't see him to have the ability to get the best out of his players from what we've seen or to adapt to doing what his players do best. It just, like I did a lot of how we talked about it a lot, how they handled Nico Collins was weird to me. Just a lot of the things they did. But if I am honest with everything, it's not like he had a walk in the park last year. We talked about it. He worked with a lot of guys probably for the first time on his coaching staff and had to get an understanding how they do business and how he does business. They had to learn each other. His tight end room, as he talked about last week, got ravaged early. Cade Stover and Brevin Jordan basically got hurt right at the beginning of the season. The Joe Mixon situation, I'm going to assume that he probably thought he was going to have Joe Mixon this year, and then that turned into Nick Chubb, who's a shell of himself, and a young rookie that he had to get to, and then ultimately the young rookie had to take over, and by the end of it, Gerard Jordan might have been the second best back on the team. He had an offensive line that they were playing musical chairs. He didn't choose that cheap-ass offensive line they went with. He was given that cheap offensive line that they were doing musical chairs with. They had guys positioned, had tackles playing guards, they had backups playing. That probably wasn't helpful. Christian Kirk was a complete miss. 2 for 20 hurt them, which means they had young wide receivers that he had to try to bring along. He didn't appear to have the greatest on-field relationship with his quarterback, not to mention his quarterback got knocked out for 3 games and he had to go with his backup. So it wasn't all easy, and maybe you were hearing some of that if you had the same thoughts. You feel like you've been a little unfair to Nick Caley, and maybe Nick Caley should get a mulligan, or we should look at Nick Caley a little bit differently because so many things happened in that first year that you could see how somebody couldn't show themselves to be their best with all of that happening.
No, look, I think 2 things can be true. I think everything you just laid out there is true, and good and bad. I'm okay with being critical of an NFL 1 of 32 offensive play callers. Nick Caserio has put him in a position both by the way he was hired as well as kind of handcuffing him with what he's going to do offensively. There's no doubt about that, but he chose to be in that role. Nick Caserio chose him. D'Amico let it happen, and he chose to come to a role where he's a plug-and-play offensive coordinator. He doesn't hire his own staff. And I think it's okay to be critical of that position at all times.
All of those things shouldn't, obviously he's affected by that. If we're just discussing why he is or isn't successful, then yeah, all those things matter. But just generally speaking, being critical of the play caller for the Houston Texans in any capacity, I think is fair game. Like, I don't feel one bit bad about talking about this is the easiest offense to defend in football. So for you, it's not even just all the stuff that I just talked about, the losing of the tight end to Joe Mixon. It's the offense in general. They'd have been better if they had those things, but you still think you would have had disappointment.
Everybody would be better if you had your best players healthy. I don't. That's a given. But I mean, it's just I have no problem being critical of Nick Caley. He took the position, and now I don't know about you. I don't know your heart. I don't know where you're coming from. You clearly feel bad about something over there. I don't feel one bit bad. I'm just evaluating the job the guy's doing and telling. I mean, the fact that the head coach got up there 2-3 days ago and said, "Man, a year ago in training camp we couldn't even get out of the huddle."
That's got to be on him too.
I mean, damn, you're an NFL. You're an NFL. This is a 10+ win team. You're an NFL offensive coordinator. What the hell are you doing? That ain't my words. That's the head coach's words, right? So, I don't have any problem at all being critical of Nick Caley. I think he was set up to fail? Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the other part.
Yeah.
That's the part is, they won games and we obviously know their defense carried them to the bulk of that. But it's like, man, that is a lot. That is a lot to roll through your first year calling plays, your first year designing plays, and coming up with things. That is a lot. And because again, like I said, I don't see it. I don't see it, but maybe that's a little unfair to try to see it after year one when you saw all of that.
But the reason you don't see it is because he chose to come in here and be a plug and play and not hire his staff, right? He chose to come in here, be a plug and play, not hire his staff, and go, hey man, we're gonna run this New England offense, and we're gonna bring in all these guys with New England experience to surround you with, and the product is maybe it's just the infancy stages of that New England offense. I'm not familiar with exactly what they were doing way back when the Belichick first took over, and I guess when Caserio and these guys were there. I'm not overly familiar with exactly what that looked like statistically, but I don't have no problem being critical of that situation. I think it's more than fair.
Text line, you feel like you've been too hard on Nick Caley, excuse me, not Nick Caserio. Nick Caley. Text line coming in, Clint. Hell no, I think Nick is the problem. You have not been too hard because what we saw them first was those first 7 to 10 weeks was terrible, and you all tried to warn us. Not too hard. Pause. Fair. But I think at this point they all, CJ, Caley, Jerry, should be held to the same level of criticism. Someone else texted in, he shouldn't have been hired in the first place. Someone texted in and said, yeah, I think you should give him at least another year in year 2 to see if his offense could take in that situation. And I think there's maybe a part of that.
We don't have no choice. We're going to have to give him another year. It ain't like we're deciding to hire and fire. We're going to see another year.
No, we are. And I got to be honest. I don't have a ton of confidence that I think it probably is better because I think they have some better parts and are more established on what they want to get to and what they want to be. But I don't have great confidence, Clint, that as soon as someone, and I can hear Bill Belichick saying this all the time, as soon as someone tries to make the Texans left-handed, make them get out of doing what it is that they want to do and they do best, I don't have, which happens in the league all the time. I don't have.
It's the number one goal for a defense when you play an offense.
I don't have a ton of confidence right now that Nick Caley can then adapt to. All right, they're making us left-handed, but we're still going to be able to survive and play well.
Yeah,
that is a message.
To me, the thing with Nick Caley is this: is if it doesn't work, who takes the brunt of that? Because I mean, people, you know, on the radio, people in the media, you can say what you want. I mean, this is Nick Casario's deal through and through. And if it doesn't work, you know, you can not sign CJ, right? Keep the offense around another year, and it just keeps on like you keep on just patchworking that thing. At some point, the main decision maker needs to face the music.
Yep.
And you know, hopefully it works, and we don't have any. It's irrelevant. It's a moot point. But yeah, it's Nick Caley has not been set up to do his thing and either succeed or fail on his own accord. He is not.
Nope.
Period.
Nope. Yep. That's what Frank said. Frank said, all of y'all are tripping. You cannot judge an offense when they're not giving them the tools to do the job.
Yeah, I mean, here's the deal: is I believe that they've consistently thought that they had the tools, and it just has. That's the scary part. I think they thought.
I agree.
I think they thought Kenyon Green was a tool. I think they thought Juice Scruggs was one of the tools. I think it's not like they didn't have the assets. I think they brought, you know, Shaq Mason in here to be something. They thought he was the guy. They brought Buddy in here last year to replace Laramie Tunsil. Well, I was talking about the left tackle Cam Robinson. And he could hold off a rookie, a second-round rookie, right? So they thought all these guys were – they thought CJ was the guy until the whole thing went south with Bobby Sloak, and they chose CJ over Bobby Sloak, and now it's Caley, and who you going to choose if that thing doesn't work? So, yeah, I mean, they thought Joe Mixon was the guy, and he was for a year, and then all of a sudden the wheels came off of that. And so at what point do you –
literally.
Like the tools, they're trying. They're just missing on a significant amount. You know, Tank Dell was the guy that they chose to make a big part of this offense, and I'm glad they did. But Tank, I mean, the entire NFL would have told you before that Tank Dell's going to have a hard time staying healthy in this league the way he's built. Right? They gambled on that. Didn't work. Worked briefly, but it didn't work long term. Didn't work long enough didn't work to a championship level. It didn't work long term. So I mean, it's, you know, they've had opportunities to go get some tools now.
By the way, another potential tool, and not to disappoint, I know you were disappointed you were there. Today's first-team offense, offensive line. Tyler?
Yeah?
Keelan Rutledge was on that first team.
The rookie,
baby. The rookie they moved up to get.
Big Red.
Yeah, he was running with the ones today. At left guard.
Gonna need him.
Yep. Ariante Ursery, Keelan Rutledge at left guard. Evan Brown was getting run at center. And then Evan Ingram and Trent Brown rounded out with Braden Smith, who is injured, and then obviously Wyatt Teller, who I think is going to be the guy there. But Clint, Keelan Rutledge, they ran Evan Brown center snaps with the ones over him.
Yeah, we're gonna cross train him, man. Cross train him. Position flex, baby.
He's got to get the run over Evan, right?
All right, then maybe you can sell me on Andrews. But dog, come on, man. He's got to get the run over.
Oh, yeah. I think, they can move him around all they want, but I think Jake's going to be the dude.
At least Keelan got some run with the one as a guard. Yeah, that's again, I hear what you're saying, Clint, and I'm just going to be patient and just believe in my heart that they did not move up 2 spots to go get him. For him to not be able to overtake Evan Brown and Jake Andrews. I'm just going to believe in my heart that it's just early.
Well, it's a fascinating it's a fascinating approach, guys. Is at what point did they decide, right, that with 2 of their top 3 picks, a first rounder and a second rounder, they're going to take offensive guys. One of them is a developmental player in Marlon Klein who's injured right now, and the other one is a guy that you ain't real sure if you're going to play guard or center. So that's I don't know. I think it's in a unit that needed to improve and is the quickest way for this team to improve. To the top 2 draft picks on that side of the ball, I don't believe are going to be on the field opening day, but could potentially be depth chart for a bit.
Yeah. All right, but he did run with the ones at guard. All right, coming up. As we do each and every Wednesday, a little stock up, stock down. Today, stock up, stock down, NBA Finals editions. You can play along with it. You can text in your stock up when it comes to the finals, players, fans, coaches, whatever, or your stock down as well as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Hey, look here. It takes just 1 second for a distracted driver that's
221-222-2222.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down. On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That is right, and happy 610 Day to you, Houston. Happy 610 Day. Every Wednesday, right around this time, here on Houston's #1 afternoon drive sports talk program, we do a little stock talk, stock up, stock down. Today, we are doing an NBA Finals edition. We are talking hoops. Knicks up 2-1 on the Spurs. Game 4 is tonight in New York at Madison Square Garden. Stock up, stock down. I like getting the negatives out of the way first. We're on the show, Hughley, coming to you. Stock down for these NBA Finals right now.
All right, a little stock down. You can send yours in, 713-572-4610, and look as sexy as you want to. Listeners. My stock down is the NBA officiating. No matter how you feel
and Mike Brown both feel this way.
Yeah. I know Mike. Yeah. No matter how you feel about it, whether you think Mike Brown is whining, whether you think Brunson is whining or Wemby is whining or whatever it is, Clint, they are way too much of the conversation right now. It is way too much of the conversation. Like, we're talking about, honest to God, it's Wemby, Brunson's play, and I think the officiating jumps before, like, Cat.
And then the celebrities right after that.
Celebrities, yes. Like, it is way too much of the conversation, and now everybody's scared S-list because Scott Foster is the lead official, and who knows what that – I mean, I'm telling you, Scott's in there, hey, we got to take control of this thing early. Let's go. Hope Tony Brothers is with him. But
we got to set the tone.
So, and I'll be honest with you, I think tonight's game potentially may look and be officiated completely different than it has been the first three games, which may take some time. And we talked about it earlier. I mean, somehow they went and looked at Wemby and thought, nah, that wasn't a flagrant. that wasn't. So, to me, stock down to the officiating because it's just way too much of the conversation.
There's stock down for Around the Show Hughley ahead of Game 4 in these NBA Finals. We're doing stock up, stock down here on the Drive. Stock down for you, Clint Stoerner, within these Finals.
New York City.
Woo-wee.
Just in general. I mean, I've seen alleged, but I've seen guys try to stop fools from tearing down street signs, and they jump him, and then continue to tear the city down. I've seen just a random dude, which I don't know why. Ron and I talked about this the other day, and I said I don't want no part of New York. It was more about the brash people, not necessarily the fear for my life. But who in the world would go to New York and go to a game and wear the opposing team's jersey and then walk down the street at night with all that going on in said jersey? But apparently New York is they're ripping jerseys off of Spurs fans that are walking down the street. The video I saw, they jumped a kid. Or the guy, I don't know how old he was.
Trash human beings, man.
Yeah, no, it's just stupid. Yeah, you should be able to wear your damn jersey.
Well, you should be able to wake up the next day and have all the street signs there. You should be able to wear your jersey and not get your jersey ripped off of you and not get your head kicked in. Wemby should be able to leave the hotel and not have some idiot screaming at him about how he's an F and B kind of deal. See, I did that there. Tyler saved you.
I like it.
I mean, it just, like I've said before, I ain't lost nothing in New York, boy.
Yeah.
No, that's just
so,
that.
Yeah,
no,
that's stock down. That
is
New York City.
That is they're taking Wemby's punk stuff and taking it whole to another level. That guy I watch, he's just literally walking down the street.
Yep. If you're a grown adult acting like that, you're just the trash of the earth. You're the scum of the earth.
Yeah, you are.
Awful human being. We're doing a little stock up, stock down here on the drive. Those were our stock downs from Clint and Ron. We're talking NBA Finals edition this week for Stock Talk. Back to you, Ron. Stock up for the NBA Finals.
All right, stock up for me. And my stock up is Mike Brown. Mike Brown, the New York Knicks coach. Houston Rockets, maybe you take a look at this. Hey, Rockets, keep your eyes open. You see what happened? They hadn't really changed much in their team. And what did they do? They changed their coach because their offense wasn't good enough. And, what are you looking here? Their offense is all of a sudden going crazy, and they then ran off 13 straight games. I think he was a guy that was thought of. LeBron drug him to the finals before. Oh, he did all right with the Kings but couldn't get out of the first round. He's a good assistant. And now we are seeing him take a New York Knicks team that I think people thought was good, but not a championship-level team. Nope. And they are 2 wins away. And a lot of people are calling him whining and everything about him going to the media with the officiating. I think ultimately it's potentially going to be a smart move that helps his team, because I do think we're going to see officiating changed in this series. But overall, I just think people are viewing Mike Brown differently at this point. You don't generally see this, Clint, as a coach. He seems to have been the missing piece for the Knicks right now. Again, Tillman Fertitta. I just saying, this seems very similar. Tom Thibodeau, Udoka, defensive-minded coaches. I mean, in 1 year, they're here.
Yeah, Udoka just might not be the guy here in Houston. That was Ron's stock up for these NBA Finals. Stock up for the Finals in your view, Clint Stoerner.
Well, I'm going to use one that may be actually kind of on the downslide, but I still think the stock is up, relatively speaking, to the finals starting. Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah.
I love when Ron calls him Carl. I just leaves it at that.
Just
I love
Carl.
it. Not Cat, not Karl Anthony
Carl.
Towns, just Carl. I love when he does that. But no, I think tonight's a monster night for him. I mean, he went from a spot of I think his stock being kind of just level, of booked clear from buying his stock, not because it sucked, but just because there wasn't a whole lot of movement. With these finals, I think the first 2 games that stock was climbing quicker than anybody's stock out there, and the last game it obviously fell a little bit. And this game is the one that matters. If Karl Anthony Towns is a no-show, if he's not a factor on one end of the floor or both in this game, his stock is going to hit that level. Spot where it was during the regular season, kind of where it's lived its whole life. So from a stock perspective, I'm going to go Karl Anthony Towns while I still can.
Yeah, listen, they were talking about, because Clint, he was still Tyler. I don't know if he's the betting favorite, but I did see
Brunson.
No, Cat. I did see somebody had a listing where he was still the favorite to win. I don't think he's the betting favorite, but this was another site that who they had listed to be the MVP. I think he was still potentially number 1. Clint, if he wins the MVP, which if he has another good game, by the way, Carl, you could join the team and join the series in the fourth quarter. By the way, Carl, in these 3 games, has not scored in the fourth quarter of any of the games.
Really?
Yes. By the way, that's an odd thing right there. You could join, but Karl Anthony Towns has got to has put himself. People are talking about he potentially could make the Hall of Fame off of what he has done in this. If he wins the MVP, then that probably really makes a lot of sense. But you're right. Stock up. Through 3 games, he has been the best center on the floor.
Yeah.
And Victor Wembanyama is in this series. So yeah, his stock is way up, but you're right. He has got to follow this up. He's got to do something on the other side. All right, breaking news coming out. I don't think this affects C.J. Stroud. It was a good question that Tyler just said in my ear. But Clint, Patrick Mahomes was the 13th highest paid quarterback in football 5 minutes ago. He is no longer that. He just got a new deal. Wait till you hear the numbers that he got on this deal. And like I said, I don't believe this affects C.J. Stroud at all. But it is crazy. That's coming up next.
Hi, ho, Kermit the Frog here.
We finally have a little more clarity on when
866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
Bundle Rooski. Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. I understandable Tyler whispered in my ear when he saw the new Mahomes contract, how does this affect CJ? It shouldn't very much to me. If you have not seen, as I said, Patrick Mahomes was making, I think, $42 million a year. I think he was like 13th or something like that in terms of QBs in the National Football League. Yeah, he was making $45 a year, and he was behind Deshaun Watson, Jalen Hurts. He was 12th in the league. Clint, this has just been announced by Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport. The new money for Patrick Mahomes' deal is worth $239 million, with the total value now at $504.75 million from 2026 to 2033, with the first 4 years being guaranteed at signing. Clint, all Tyler of the $504.75 million becomes guaranteed.
Love that money.
It all becomes guaranteed. I know we've seen that. I didn't know the whole thing. All 504 becomes guaranteed. Mahomes can earn up to $522.25 million through incentives and escalators beginning in 2027. When the new money begins, the deal will average $64 million per year, setting a new NFL record for average annual value. So he jumps Dak Prescott, who was at 60. He is now at $64 million a year.
Well, how you feel about it?
That's big money now.
Big money.
By the way, I don't think it affects CJ, and I this is not like CJ's not going to reset this.
No, I don't either. I was wondering more so maybe speculating on what CJ's got going on up in his brain right now with this news coming out.
He knows he's coming under this, but maybe this raises the value of the quarterback market. I don't know who else comes next. I mean, CJ and Bryce feel like they're the ones who are next when you start looking at draft class. I'm not in my mind. I can't think of who hasn't gotten paid yet. That's in that range, but I don't know who should jump him. Like I can't think of another quarterback that you would look at that you would say, yep, I think I'd go give him 65 annually.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know where I'm at with that. I hate that. I hate the way you're that. Next. Well, I just hate that you're next type deal. I mean, I think more teams get in trouble with that than succeed with it. But when we're talking about Pat Mahomes, I mean, look, it's whatever he gets, he absolutely deserves. And as long as you can tie yourself to Pat Mahomes, as long as he's continuing to play at a high level, which obviously you can nitpick, games and decisions and hell, you can even cherry pick last season and have some questions. But that dude's the best the game has to offer, and there's a clutch gene in there. There's an ability in there that's just second to none, and some of which we've never seen before. So. I have zero problems with Pat Mahomes becoming the highest paid quarterback by a mile, and he's setting the bar.
He's 31. He'll be 38, 33. You think he's still playing?
He's 31 right now, so we're looking at 36 more years, so 37, 38. Yeah.
He's still playing, yeah.
I mean, assuming, if he wants to. Now
everybody's not Tom.
If I were Pat and you go out, I mean, obviously right now he's trying to win. You make a run and win another one. I could see Pat going, I'm good.
Could you? I don't know, man. These guys are playing
to your 38.
He did just suffer his
got a different brand. His game, relatively speaking, is not going to age well.
He suffered. Well, we'll see. He suffered his first major injury. We'll see if that changes. But
he's going to like to play the way. Now he could obviously reinvent himself. That's a different story. But the way he plays the game right now, and the way he's become one of the greatest we've ever seen at the position, is that off script, off schedule stuff is going to be hard for an old man to do, and he does it a lot, man. And he's really good with it. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to do that. Can you reinvent yourself and be a more of a pocket passing quarterback? I know he can, but can he mentally play that way and live that way and win that way?
Did you think how much more, especially during these years, you think he played off schedule than Aaron did? Because Aaron's still rolling at 42, and Aaron is probably his comp, right? That's probably the closest.
I don't think the percentages you're talking about right now at the age.
I'm talking like because at 31, I wonder would you have said the same thing about Aaron? Like, what you think Aaron will play into his 40s?
I don't know. I could be completely off base here, but like just when I think about Pat Mahomes, the first thing I think of is the creativity, the freestyle, the off script, off schedule stuff, and then I immediately go to how clutch he has been, and then I start thinking about how much of that clutch was off script, off schedule. You know what I mean? Like it's just like and again, we've talked about this before. The interesting thing about Pat Mahomes is, and this is what makes Pat different. Pat chooses to play that way. Like you bring up Aaron. Like I don't think Aaron ever chose to. He was pretty good off script, off schedule, and was good enough athletically to go make plays with his feet. I don't think he consciously went into every game and chose to play off script, off schedule the way that Pat does. I've never seen a quarterback do that. The way that he plays the position, and that's why I laugh when I mean it doesn't happen so much anymore. Now Aaron Rodgers is the guy, but there was a period there where every quarterback trainer was trying to do Pat Mahomes type stuff, and I'm like, what are we doing? What the hell are y'all doing? So.
They're still doing it. We see the young cats that are.
Oh yeah, well that game has changed thanks to Pat with that loose arm and that arm slot and carrying the ball all over the place, and so now everybody thinks it's the best way for everybody to play. But he is. It'll be interesting, you know, when again because like I said, it changes his game completely when he says, "Okay, damn it, I'm gonna win from the pocket." Like his whole mindset changes relative to what we've seen him be great at, and I don't know if he wants to do that.
And but see, the other part about this is contract too, because people look at it. Because I mean, he's getting nobody in football's gotten a guarantee of $504 million. Yeah. I don't think we've seen that. But you think about that, like that's a whole lot of money, and it is. And how is that going to hurt? You know, their cap, the way his contract is, and the way his contract has been since he's signed for his big money in 2020. The length of his deal allows them to be able to move stuff around all the time.
Yep.
So this deal, 33, actually is going to help their cap situation year because they can always restructure Patrick Mahomes because he's got so many years back, which is a difference of Will getting 50 a year, but his is in a 3-year space.
Yep, and it can't move it.
It's not. It can't move as much as now. We got 7-8 years that you can kind of push it, and they've done that repeatedly over the past couple of years to try to get Chris when they had to sign Chris Jones again. They had to move his money back so they could do that. So this actually helps when you get long-term deals because clearly he has no desire to go anywhere else, and they're taking care of him.
Yeah. Until he's done, and you've got money stretched into the future, and you're having to pay Bobby Bonilla his ass. That's that's the deal. As long as he's active and playing, and you've got set your 5-6 years into the future. Yeah, they're pretty flexible with that. I got to believe that's exactly what they're. I mean, even the last contract he signed was the same mindset.
Yeah, no, it was deep. By the way, as I said, as Tyler said, I don't know. There's not a year that CJ could have that he could reset this, right? There ain't a year.
Zero.
Doesn't have the sample size.
Right, barring if he won the MVP in the Super Bowl, he would reset.
Yeah, okay. Right? Yep. Touche.
Right. If he did that, he'd I think, right?
Knock on wood.
Well, no, you're right. Will already be in there. Yeah.
But if he'd be,
but if he
close,
would
that would have to be
no, let's regroup this. They're gonna have to do something else. Because if he was a 24-year-old who won the Super Bowl and MVP, at that point he with Mulligetta, you got to give him whatever. Hell, if he just made it.
Yeah, I mean, if he wins the MVP and Super Bowl, I'd have no problem. Give him half NRG if you want.
And he'll take it. David Mulligetta will take it. After this offseason,
that'd be a hell of an ending to this roller coaster ride for the last 3 years.
Wouldn't it? Jesus, yeah. So again, if you missed it, Patrick Mahomes got a new deal today, and reset the market, $64 million a year, $504+ million guaranteed, all guaranteed. By the way, whoever that texter was yesterday, when we were talking about the stupidity of the Astros, who hit us with hey guys, who cares? The Astros won. Well, last night's game is why.
Last night they did.
Last night's game is why. When you keep and you continue to have habits of blunders and mistakes. Well, they had 3 errors last night, including, we got to get out of this. Tang is ready to get out of this, and one of your best defensive players, the ball's hit right up the middle, and he's standing at second base for an easy double play, and Jeremy Pena lets it get by him. And then, obviously, Paredes just had him a moment. And then Tang hit multiple people last night. It was just that's why you practice habits of just bad baseball. And this team does it a lot. So much so where when you look at other bad baseball teams, like the Angels, they tend to make mistakes.
Like lose a game with somebody tagging up on an infield fly?
Yes. Or
really happy.
The Astros getting picked off at first base when you've been pinch run. You're the pinch runner in a tie game. Need you to do that. That's why you can't keep practicing. Good God, man. Jeremy Pena, Jesus, gotta be kidding me. Last night I heard Dana today say, "Yeah, we had that error happen in the middle of the second inning, and it just felt like the wheels just fell off." God, dog, in a second.
It's not ideal.
Yeah, that's what we're dealing with here.
Damn,
one error and the wheels come off. 7-0 when I turn the TV on.
Went on about your evening, didn't you?
Yeah, in a hurry. Went to scanning that YouTube TV in a hurry.
I went to hockey. What you got coming up?
C.J. Stroud threw a pick 6 early in practice today, and we're going to talk about the QB, but more importantly, the cat that picked it off. We got to show him some love. We'll tell you who it was, and we'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I have drank the CJ Kool-Aid.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Kerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily is powered by Club Champion of Kingwood. Once again, Tyler, guess what? I still hadn't gone and picked up my clubs, so they realized that. And
damn, you still ain't picked up the. It's like it's the clubs, the boots.
I hadn't had time to get back up on that north side yet, man. And the couple of times I was up there, I totally forgot. But guess what? And boys said, "Hey man, we're gonna be in Baytown tomorrow, man. You want us to drop them clubs off to you?" They bring my clubs to me, Chief. Come on,
you gotta tip
I'm gonna meet them on North Main and I-10. Get my dang clubs, man. Come on now. Big shout out to them boys over there at Club Champion Kingwood. Appreciate y'all doing that for me. Not only getting me fitted, I can't wait to swing them things. That's what I'm going to use to whoop your ass, Tyler. That's what I'm going to use to whoop you, bub.
Stop. Yeah, I believe you.
Playing. Yeah. That's what's going to happen. But okay. Texans, OTAs. Right. Texans are out there at practice, and I was out there again this morning, boys, getting a little smelling that. I like to sniff things. I'm out there sniffing that.
Thought you were saying cocaine there for a second.
No. Just
getting
sniffing.
Myself some.
Yeah, no, I was sniffing that grass, that fresh cut grass. By the way, I don't know who the yard guy is out there. I don't know who the yard guy is over there at NRG Stadium. But, boy, that's a track now.
They keep it nice?
Oh, man, that stuff looks
beautiful
like
stripes.
It looks like a damn green on a golf course.
It's an art.
It is. It is that. And I'm sure it's a struggle, but it is beautiful. But I was out there. It smelled great. It's good to be out there amongst the fellas watching them play ball again. And I hate to bring it to the people, but there was a pick six thrown early in practice. D'Amico and my man Nick Cayley have got to be to the point where they both want to throw their arms up. But there was a pick thrown early in practice. It was a pick six, and boy, it was, depending on what angle you're watching it from, it was a beautiful thing. And we're going to talk about that interception. We're going to talk about a little bit about C.J. Stroud, but before we do that, Ron, I got to. Jalen Petrie constantly flashes at practice. And when I say he ran this route, I don't even know who CJ was throwing it to. It was one of those, you remember the interception in the New England game where it was kind of to his left off in the flats, kind of late, and it just bad to see. It was kind of one of those where I don't know why
he was undercut. Yeah,
I don't know why he even threw the ball from jump. But Jalen Petrie made a play on that football, made a play on that route, and did his job, executed his job in unbelievable fashion, which he does all the time. And it just got me to thinking, before we get on this offense and before we get on C.J. Stroud, I've got to recognize the greatness. Jalen Petrie, he gets lost in the defense because you've got Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and Stingley and Kamari Lassiter and everybody. So he gets lost in the names. But I'm going to tell you, Jalen Petrie's a guy that it shouldn't shock a soul. It should not shock a soul that watches this team closely, covers this team, if Jalen Petrie went out there and ended up being an all-pro. I didn't say Pro Bowl. I said all-pro.
There's a difference there.
That other, one of them's a popularity contest. One of them's you might slide on in that thing because 4 guys dropped out and one of them's playing in the Super Bowl.
This one, there's only 2 of them.
Ain't but 2 of them, baby, and it means you're one of the best in the game. And I'm gonna tell you, Jalen Petrie has the tools and is in the defense that could allow him to have that level of year. When you look at how they use him, this defense is not going to ask him to constantly cover wide receivers or even tight ends down the field 15 or 20 yards down the field, right? If it happens, it means it's a mistake. The reality of it is he's going to play around the line of scrimmage. He's going to be given the green light to jump routes because they know that the quarterbacks aren't going to hold the football because the pass rush is going to get there. He's going to jump routes. He's going to be in position to have a ton of tackles. And then on the flip side of that, he's as good rushing the passer as he is tackling and breaking on footballs. He has got a real chance, Ron. I just, as I'm watching practice, I'm thinking, do we not give Jalen Petrie from right here, City, Stafford to be exact, I believe, do we not give him the credit that he deserves? Do we not talk to him early, or talk about him early enough in the conversation of the great players on this defense? Because he damn sure deserves to be. I know I personally, when we get to talk about this defense, every time I rattle off the two corners and the two defensive ends first and foremost.
Yep.
And I don't know that
I think that's what everyone else does.
Yes.
And then Aziz behind it.
I don't know that Jalen Petrie shouldn't be in that top five. I don't know that Jalen Petrie shouldn't be, hey, man, we can't have this conversation unless he's in it. So, I don't know. Today was just a great example. Yesterday I went to practice, and he's jumping off the field because he's blitzing and he's pressuring the quarterback and he's in his face and he's jumping up blocking, trying to block balls. But today he's picked six, and it is it's impressive, man. It's impressive. He's got the makings of a guy that could end up being an all-pro on this defense, given what's going on around him.
Yeah, when you say all-pro, last year, the first team all-pro slot corner was Cooper DeJean with the Eagles. Yep. And then the second, which I've never looked at him like this, but I guess so, the second team all-defense, all-pro slot corner was Derwin James of the Chargers. So those were the two, and I don't feel like he's that. I think Cooper covers better, which is obviously the situation.
Yeah.
But as you said, I think D'Amico and Matt Burke have found a sweet spot of how they are deploying him and how, and he's got better in coverage. Let's be honest with that. He has got better in coverage, but I don't think we're going to see any more game on the line. Here you have at it with Adams.
Yeah, I just think you look at the surroundings. A big part of this is if you're not playing for a team that's in playoff contention, if you're not playing for a team that has one of the best defenses in football, at least the top defense in football, then you're probably not even going to be in the consideration, right? And you just look at what goes on around Jalen Petrie. It would take a hell of a season for anybody to be all pro. It takes a hell of a season. But when you look at what's going on around him, I could see him having a career year in the sacks category.
Mm-hmm.
I could see him having a career year in TFL category. I could see him having a career year in INT, forced fumble categories. And given that you play for a 10-plus win team, that's at least a playoff caliber team in everybody's eyes.
And your defense is thought
to be one of the best. Like I just that's the guy on this defense, and it's hard to find guys that can quote unquote improve or guys that are going to take this defense to the next level. But to me, he's the dude to look at and go, okay, can you be all pro? Can you stay healthy and be one of those caliber players? The play he made today on that throw CJ made, it was just it's smooth. I mean, great ball skills.
Well, that's the thing about he's always around the ball, and he's always causing turnovers or there to pick up turnovers because he's always around the ball. That interception he made against Mahomes where he tipped it, ran back on it,
crazy.
On national TV and stuff like that, that helps him. That game, he really stuck out. Because generally, as you said, you think about the Texans, you think about Hunter and Will Anderson, and Will Anderson first. And you think about Stingley, and now Lassiter's starting to come on, and then Azeez Al-Shires is starting to come on because D'Amico won't let him not be talked about.
Yeah.
But Jalen Petrie on Sunday Night Football against the Chiefs, he had the hit that one of the best hits of the season where he laid out Rashee Rice in the middle of the field, and then he had that interception and that pick. So, yeah, I think those kind of things help. The biggest issue for him when you start to talk about awards and accolades like that is he's like maybe the sixth person you think of.
A lot of names on his side
on
of the ball.
The defense.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, Kalen Bullock is somebody who I said it last year and I definitely feel it this year. He could lead the league in interceptions. He's that type of player, and that could be another one that comes ahead.
Well, it's I think it's going to take, because of what you just said, I think it's going to take some statistic where it's like you can't ignore it. Interception, sacks, fumble, whatever it is. There's going to be a year where one of those statistics is he's the leader in, and you can't help but talk about him. And so now all of a sudden it's Will Anderson, it's Derek Stingley Jr. and Jalen Petrie instead of the two defensive ends, the two corners, the safety, the middle linebacker. Right? Something's got to catapult him into that position for him to get that respect. But I think it's in him.
He's playing at that type of level.
There's no question. He seems to be getting better and playing faster, if you can believe it. Now let's go to the flip side of that, Ron. The C.J. Stroud interception. He also threw one. It looked like it was one. I'm not sure if Azeez Al-Shaair completed it or not. He definitely got up and threw the ball like he got an interception. I don't know if he was mad at himself throwing it or excited if he's throwing it, but nonetheless, it was an ill-advised throw. I don't know why CJ even threw this football. From a quarterback's perspective, when a nickel defender or a safety or any defender jumps a route the way that Jalen Petrie jumped the route from the word go, it wasn't like, Jalen Petrie was at the snap of the ball was running full speed to the flats, and he just undercut it. Usually when that happens as a quarterback, you see it happening, and it leaves a big void in the defense, and it gives you a chance to make a big throw in the seam or a big throw in the second level of the defense and get a chunk play. But instead, we end up with a pick six right there. And I'm not even concerned necessarily with that play, but I do, with every day that passes where there's more batted balls, near interceptions, balls that are thrown away, pick sixes, with every day that comes and goes like that, when you've got a defensive-minded head coach, it's got to be frustrating. It's got to be so hard for those guys right now to not say something or to not show some level of frustration with the struggles that are on the offensive side of the ball right now.
You've gotten to put your eyes on them now 2 days here, mandatory minicamp, the first 2 days.
Yeah.
And obviously the way you view things, your eyes are going to go towards the quarterbacks, right? That's kind of in the offense. It feels like you have not seen what you were hoping to see. What did you expect to see? What did you expect? Because it does not seem like you were. I don't believe you come away from the first 2 days of mandatory minicamp feeling good about CJ or the offense.
Well, I don't. Like I said yesterday, I don't feel good about the vibe I get watching this offense. All the way through. Now it all starts and stops with the quarterback, no matter where you're at. So we're going to talk about CJ a lot, but I don't like the vibe of the offense. It to me, Ron, when I watch it, you've been part of something that's struggling, and it just seems like everybody is just needing and wanting and waiting for something good to happen. That's the vibe I got today when I'm watching. Davis Mills completes a corner route down the sideline, and you'd have thought he threw a touchdown to win game 1, week 1 or something. It's one of those, like, this offense is at a spot where they need good things to happen so badly, and that's crazy to say in a damn mandatory minicamp. But DeMeco Ryans needs his quarterback and needs his offensive play caller and needs this offense to have some damn good days, man. Just have.
Everybody's saying they're having them.
Yeah, look, I'm not in the meeting room. I don't know. I can just tell you from my vantage point, it doesn't look like that's what's going on. It looks like there's more bad body language. There's more. Well, what happened? There's more coaches involved. It looks to me more like there is a crawl before you walk still in year 2 type of deal. And there's got to be a crazy level of frustration with that. So we'll see. I just hope that this is a very fragile. I think this is much more fragile than they've the situation I'm talking about. The quarterback, the play caller, the offense, the fit, the confidence hit that he took with last year's finish. I think it's just a very, very fragile situation with this offense right now. And so hopefully they can get through it. Hopefully training camp looks better. Hopefully it with more time on task, as Nick Caley says, hopefully that things get better. The reality of it is, though, you watch it just sure enough don't sound like D'Amico's calling them dogs off.
No, clearly I don't think he operates that way.
Well, no, he's not. I mean, it's I mean, like I told you, Jalen Petry's timing up blitzes left and right out there now. He is another day while I was out there too, though, Ron. I'm gonna tell you, we talk a lot about Jalen Noel. I think everybody out there gets the point that we believe Jalen Noel has got a real chance to be something special if they'll give him an opportunity. I'm gonna tell you, there's something. I said it yesterday, and it happened again today. There's something different about Cade Stover. I can't wait for you to see the Texans practice and tell me if I'm crazy. I fully went. I was with you of the thought of like the odd man out is going to be Cade Stover.
Yeah.
I mean, the heavy-footed kind of tweener. Are you going to, last year the head coach was talking about, boy, you're really coming out of your routes at the top of your break. And I'm thinking, what the hell? I mean, we're pros. Let's get beyond. Like, he looks good, man. I'll tell you this, from a twitch and speed and quickness perspective, he is significantly closer to Brevin Jordan than he is the rest of the group.
You said that. You said in and out of his breaks and his speed, his straight line speed, because he was looked at as, the guy that could be an inline tight end that maybe could be an above average receiver, but you're saying
more of a wide tight end. I'm telling you, I'm anxious for you to get out there and see him and just tell me if I'm crazy. Watch them run routes, the quarterback's on air, and they're in and out of his breaks. Like, I don't ever remember. Like, it's hard to believe that this guy is the same player that last year D'Amico Ryans was talking about. Yeah, man, he's really coming out of his breaks.
Coming in and out of his breaks.
This guy's one that, and not only is he doing that, you look at it and you go, damn, that is impressive for a dude that's that size. So we'll see, man. But he looked good again today. Jalen Noel looked good, and got a little Evan Brown at center with Keelan Rutledge at guard. Looks like they're going to rotate those guys through for a while. Let's see how long that interior offensive line rotation happens.
Yeah, that's fun. That's fun. All right, as we continue his updates, his boots were on the ground out there. As Clint's been out there, the Jays on the ground. Excuse me. As Clint was out there the last 2 days. As these guys are getting ready for mandatory minicamp and getting ready for a little break, and then it is full on as things get started with training camp. Got some updates for you. Some updates with the Astros, and I think these are two good positive updates. Two good positive updates for the Astros, and another update in the finals. Something big that could have been big in the finals, but the league made a different decision. Were they right? Were they wrong? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, let me tell you a little bit about DraftKings Sports. It's live now. It's live in all 50 states. And yes, that means
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, baby. 610 Day as it is. We had a little fun earlier today, a little 6 and 10 earlier today, and that's right. Like it with the big voice guys, honest. The Houston sports leader right here. We appreciate you jumping in. Coming up at about 4:40, our guy B. Scott, he will join us, jumping in with us, get his thoughts. He's been talking to the Texans all week and been at OTAs. We'll get his thoughts, and shout out to my man, and he's doing hard work. He did Payne and Pendergast this morning, so he's already been hard at work. He was in for Seth Payne today. So shout out to B. Scott coming out in and joining.
Was Seth out today too?
No, not Seth.
Sean.
Yeah, it was those two fellas. Really enjoyed something funny Seth said earlier, saying, "Hey." They all start talking about when Derek Stingley started talking about Reed Blankenship, and he said Reed Blankenship, yeah, man, he fits in. He's not he wasn't weird or nothing. And Seth took that as, oh, I got you. Fits in with the group. You know what that means? Is Reed is cool. Reed is down. Is what he talked about. But B. Scott coming up here in just a bit. Want to pass along some information. I think this is good. Last night, listen, I don't know, Tyler, I didn't see what Yainer Diaz did last night in Sugar Land. But
no one really did anything, so that should answer it for you.
Well,
fill in the blank. No one did jack.
Well, not the Astros. The Astros didn't do jack, but the Sugar Land had a come from behind victory last night.
Again, nobody did jack.
Well, Christian Javier did jack. He had a rehab start, and I wonder what they're thinking with him, Clint, because I think so many people with his start of the season, because we hadn't seen him since he walked off the mound in Colorado. The start of his season, like, go on, move on. I'll be honest, I'm ready to see Christian Javier over Mike Burrows right now. I'd take a look at that. But last night, rehab start, he went 3 no hit, no runs, 3 Ks, no walks. As he went for Sugar Land last night. That's a good sign. That is easily the best we have seen from Christian Javier in his rehab starts. Had one with Corpus as well. I think a couple with the hooks, and then goes 3 innings and gives up nothing. Had some swing and misses, which is something that was a part of his game that we didn't see a lot of. While he was up with the big league club. But I am really intrigued to see what the thought process with him. We saw Tang get lit up yesterday. Obviously, the error didn't help, but he was still getting hit hard. Mike's his days have got to be numbered. And by the way, Dana Brown earlier today, he talked on the flagship. He said Mike Burrows could be someone they look at moving out of the rotation when they get a lot of people healthy again, and Christian Javier is getting healthy. So I wonder, has he become a starter again for this group?
Well, you want to talk about a shot in the arm, man. If you can get Christian Javier back and he's more of who he was, prior to 2026 when he was healthy than the last time we saw him earlier this year. I mean, if he's a guy that gets back into form and can actually show some promise week to week and can do things like, 3 perfect frames with 3 strikeouts and no walks kind of deal. I mean, that would be a big time shot in the arm for this team from a starting pitcher perspective. So, as I've said before, I told you over the last couple of weeks, over the last month or so, I'll be honest with you, Javier been off my radar when we've talked about We've talked about the starting pitching, but if he can come around and again get back to a version of his old self, hello,
anywhere close, right now.
It's one thing to not be as good as you once were. It's another thing to appear to have zero confidence, not be able to throw strikes, and just get barreled up consistently. That's beyond just. Hey man, it's a rough outing. Like he was on his way to just getting absolutely. I mean, his confidence absolutely shattered.
He would get a lot of swings and misses. That was traditionally with him, and you saw none of that at all. So Christian Javier is coming back. I think the bigger news, as Dana Brown earlier today, he was on the Astros flagship, and he said that after Hunter Brown has a rehab start, so get your tickets. If you want to go see Hunter Brown tonight, you could probably go out to Sugar Land right now. He's pitching tonight. You can probably get back and see most of the Astros tonight. But Hunter Brown, he gets the ball tonight, and Dana Brown on the flagship said that this feels like this will be his last rehab start, and he could join the big league club next week. And
my boy Hunter Brown.
That's the big gun. That is the one that really changes this team. And to me, we easily it's time we can move Mike Burrow out and Mike Burrow's out and put him in, and obviously your ace is back, and him and Spencer at the lineup. That is huge news. Hopefully everything goes well tonight in Sugar Land, so Hunter Brown can be back with the big club.
Then he's starting to round out, baby. Get these guys healthy. Quit losing to the Angels double digits. Damn near.
Yeah, 10.
What did it end up? 10-1?
10-1.
Almost got me. 9 to work.
Yeah, they cannot lose tonight. They got to go ahead. They got to go ahead and win this series. They've got to win. I don't care where the games are being played. They've got to win series against the Angels, especially when the Angels are trying like hell to give them away. Oh, Reed Detmers tonight, huh? Pete Lambert, big Pete Lambert, got the ball tonight. So,
think a kid's any relation to Ty? No, Detmer.
Ty Detmer? No, I don't think the Detmers are spelt the same.
Cousins.
Distant.
I don't think the Detmers are spelled the same.
Detmer?
Is that? Oh, I thought Ty might have had it. I thought Ty might have had an I in there somewhere.
No, I'm pretty sure it's Detmer. I'm pretty sure.
Well, one of them is Detmer, and he is Detmers.
Oh,
he's got an S on
there. Put an
there.
OS on there. I thought that was just you're talking.
No, yeah, I do like to add S. I would go Pete Lamberts. Pete Lamberts is what I will. All right, coming up, our guy B. Scott, he is going to join the drive as he normally does. We'll get his thoughts on the finals. We'll get his thoughts on what he has seen from mandatory minicamp this week. All of that with B. Scott.
faster quotes, start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating a year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is Wednesday, 4:40. B. Scott's in the building, double duty today. He had to get up early. Just tell the truth. You got to be here at 6. You got the show starts at 6. What time you roll up here?
About 5:48. About 5:48. But I had the show planned, all communicated, did everything that I needed to. I'm going to be honest. I did mean to get here at 5. But I dealt with some things in the morning, but I was able to get here just in time for when them lights went on.
Yeah, I didn't think you were a 3:30, 4 o'clock.
I got up at 4. Or at least that was the plan.
I feel like Ben being here.
I got up at 4, or at least that was the plan.
Yeah.
I feel like Ben being here like at 3.
Yeah.
Just rolling.
Ben rolls in about 5 o'clock.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, about 5 o'clock. That's normally when he rolls in. A normal time to roll in is about 5 o'clock. I think Sean gets here around 5 o'clock. So that's the time I was trying to get here.
Don't you feel like those kind of work hours, you get old quick, they age you quick?
Not if you're living right. You just got to adjust your life. You know,
I mean, it's a whole lot.
Now, if you watching all that damn baseball like I tried to do the previous night, I can see that if it ages you a little bit.
Baseball will get you.
Yeah. So I'm glad I don't do that every night. I'd have to make some real decisions. Like I stuck with the game, even though it was not competitive after the second inning, just because I watched the Astros. But if I had to do that every night, I wouldn't have done that. I would have definitely had to box score that thing.
All right, I know you're going to be up the game tonight, and I do want to get your thoughts on mandatory minicamp. You've said that I've heard you talking to a lot of the people who spoke this week, so I do want to get your thoughts on that. But the league announced today that no further action will be done to Victor Wembanyama after he shoved the back of the neck
mushed,
to the ground.
Big face on the big face
of Brunson, and then turned and laughed at him. They did not upgrade that to a flagrant, which would have given him his third, which means he would be one away. And I'm when one away, it could be. I heard Nick Wright talking about this on his show yesterday. It could be a closeout where his foot gets underneath him. That's an accidental flagrant. It could be a block shot if he came down, hit him in the head. That could be
way more things are flagrant today than in the game that we grew up watching.
Which could have him suspended. Do you think the league made the right decision with not upgrading that clear flagrant foul to a flagrant?
So you remember back when he did this thing to Naz Reid earlier in the playoffs, and he didn't get suspended after that. He was fined. He was thrown out of the game, but there was no further action after that. I was actually okay with that. I was like, hey, he got thrown out the game. There's the punishment there. I don't need to be overly punitive or just giving punishment for the sake of punishment and make myself feel tough.
You got to hold that fine.
I'm good on that. I was actually just fine with that. This here is a different story because there was no whatsoever.
None at all.
And at the very least, I don't have to even be technical about it, but it's a flagrant, it's a technical, it's something foul. Like it's something more than what it was. And for them to not at least retroactively do that, to me, does give more life to the idea that they're protecting the superstar, which I think we all know. We're not naive. We're not little kids here. We understand that. But I think they could have at least justified it with the Naz Reid thing when he actually did get ejected. I don't know how you look at the tape of that and say, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Who else would they have let do that?
Listen, Clint, can the answer be both? Can it be they got it wrong and they got it right?
Yeah. No, I think any way you slice it, they got it right. I mean, you can't risk this series. I mean, you lose. I mean, that is you can't risk. Not over that. The Naz Reid thing. I think you could have penalized him. To me, you could have done anything with it you wanted to, and you get no pushback from me. This one is different. I mean, it was disrespectful. I don't know if it was flagrant. I mean, it was for me personally, and I'm sure by the rules, it is flagrant.
Sure.
I mean, but just for me, but
this is a league that does a 2-minute report and at least tries to be more so than other leagues, tries to be more accountable for missed calls, and they do retroactively go back and look at this type of stuff. And they are very much a letter of the law. I don't really like it. I hate how it slows the game down. I hate how it represents the game, that every little thing we got to go to the monitor and see if it's a flagrant. I don't like it. But this would have been a flagrant in modern basketball. 20, 30 years ago, it would have just been a shove. We would have moved on.
Right.
But I feel like guys have gotten flagrants, like you were mentioning, being in somebody's landing spot, right? Like
flagrant, yeah.
Guys get flagrants.
The one that Brunson got, was it Brunson or Josh?
Brunson? Yeah, Brunson did get one. That's exactly right.
My wife looked at me and said, "What the hell did he do?"
It's that Kobe rule.
He gets 3 more. He gets suspended.
Yeah. So look, I've seen guys get flagrants for a lot less. And so it did surprise me that they didn't at least do that. And to y'all point about like not messing up the whole star power thing of it, he does have one more left. And so you could have had your cake and ate it too. Like you could have gave him the flagrant now and then had some kind of stern conversation with him, similar to how they did when he ghosted the media one time, right? Like, hey, here's a warning. Look, man, we really need you to not pick up this next flagrant. And then tell your refs, hey, unless it's something like that again, that's it. Let's try to look the other way and turn the other cheek.
Part. It wasn't like he did it to Jordan Clarkson, but he did it to the other star.
Yeah.
He did it to the other star.
Well, it's just so obvious and in broad daylight. That's the smallest guy on the court typically, Jalen Brunson, and Wemby is arguably one of the taller players we've ever seen.
What's switching over to the Texans? I know you've been out at mandatory minicamp all week. What's the vibe, the feel you get from this group? Because D'Amico seems to be really excited about his team. Like more as he's talked about, this is the best OTAs we've had. This is the furthest along we've had. What's the vibes you get after being out there?
Well, they're really talking up the offense, which I find interesting because there's not a lot to learn about. And Clint, you correct me if you think I'm wrong on this, but there's not a whole lot. And I heard you breaking down some of what you saw in practice today and yesterday. But there's not a whole lot to learn about this offense and how this offense is going to either improve or regress until they actually get the big boys out there, till they actually put on the pads. Just because we're not talking about an air raid. We're not even talking about the previous system that they were in. It's going to require them to bow up in a way and on a level that they just have not done so in the past. And so, I do like seeing all of these guys together. Like you roll up on Wyatt Teller and roll up on Keelan Rutledge, who is having to take his rookie learning curve right now in minicamp. But that's a big son gun. Obviously, Ariante Ursery, we already know what's going on. So you see all these guys. Braden Smith, big old boy.
He's put together now.
And so you're like, man, if these guys can just move a little bit. We know some of these veterans that they brought in got the technique and all of those types of things. They've been there and done that. If they can still just move well enough, they are massive. And we've seen their movies before. We know what they do. And then Keelan Rutledge, that's the big question mark. To your point, the thing that I'm watching, I'm most curious about. And again, they don't have the pads on. They're not out there hitting. But watching Keelan Rutledge sort of go through it a little bit and sort of figure it out, now is the time. Because I think similar to you, Ron, of like, this guy needs to be your center, right? You kind of move mountains to go get him.
I don't care how long it takes.
Center is let's just be real, a need for you. Like Jake Andrews can go in there and do the job, but you would like to get better at that position. So he needs to work out, and it's been interesting watching him not necessarily get the first team reps, but me at least has gotten more reps because he's getting first and second team reps, right? They know he needs the most practice, and it seems like they are giving him that.
Yeah, you're spot on. I mean, there's this team, whether we like it or not, whether it works or not, this team is built to, on the offensive side, to first and foremost put the pads on and move the line of scrimmage and run the football, and everything else is predicated off of that, the ability to do that. And so it's that's why I like it. Like I try to stick to the communication piece, the leadership piece, the who's standing out in the offensive skill group, and who's being able to separate, who looks good coming out in and out of their breaks. By the way, you've been out there. What's your thoughts on Cade Stover?
Yeah, man. So for one, the first thing that stood out to me,
him, man.
Before I really noticed the body transformation that you talked about, I was just thrown off by him wearing number 8. This is why it's funny.
I didn't know who it was.
Well, so he's wearing number 8, and I joked around. Before I saw him running or doing anything, I joked around to one of the other media members and said, Kay Stover don't really give single-digit number energy. Like, that don't really feel like his style, right? Yeah. Farmer boy, work with his hands.
And 87 fit right.
Yeah, 87 felt like more like him. So I was like, what is he on? What is this single-digit stuff? And then to your point, I noticed some of the same things, just moving. I don't know about how close to Brevin Jordan. I know you're seeing that, but definitely moving better than he has in the past. Yeah. A guy that's been injured. And I'm fixated on the tight end position, right? I'm not like trying to overly hype it or like oversell it or anything, but I'm just intrigued by it because they just didn't have no tight ends by the time of it. And now, like, Brevin Jordan is out there, fingers crossed 2 years in a row, catastrophic injuries. He looks good. So fingers crossed, he's a factor. Kay Stover looks more fleet of foot. He could be a factor. There was one play they ran where I'm like, man, back in the day, this would have been a jumbo package. But they got Kay Stover and Brevin Jordan lined up next to each other for a run play.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, what time is it? Like, what we doing now? We actually running tight end sets instead of having to not go out there and put a 6 offensive lineman out there to really road grade, but just to survive, to hold on for dear life. So I'm hoping that that's a lot different. That's one of the things that stood out to me. I do want to point out, too, speaking of tight ends, something that Dalton Schultz said at the end of his press conference yesterday that stood out to me was like, this whole thing about I asked him about the offensive line, what's different? Or, what's different about going up, being around these guys versus in previous years. And he kind of gave the other end of the whole Will Anderson is wrecking practice thing. Like they had in the first week, they're pulling back the offensive lineman, saying, hey, you don't got to get to the next level like that. You don't got to go try to clear safety like that. And if that's true, I've always said that I would like to see, I'm ready for the offensive line and the offense in general to mimic the energy that you get from the defense. Like the whole the catchphrase, swarm, whatever. Yeah. Like, okay, let's do that on offense. Where is that at? And we haven't seen it. The way they talking, at least, is that they might have it on offense.
I'm ready for Will to grow up.
He knows one speed, man.
No, he doesn't.
He knows one speed.
No, he's lying.
Nah, either on the sideline or I'm coming for your head.
We got one group telling them, hey guys, hey man, don't shut up, man. Don't go to the second level. No.
I think he's trying to make a point, trying to make an impression, trying to let you know.
Trying to get some PT, man.
Put his stamp on the practice.
You've done it, boss.
Let the boys practice, man.
That reminds me of, I remember when I got the job here. You remember it was COVID. We were doing shows in our basements. We were still doing shows at the house, and I was still going in working nights at my other job. And Courtney said, "Ron, stop. You've done it. We're good. You don't need to keep going in every morning. You don't need to keep going in at night and then coming back and no, we're good. Will, we got it. You got $50 million a year, boss. We got it. We got your impression. This is not going to slow you down. We don't need you in a shadow drill to take an inside hard move on people. We don't need you. Like, I mean, hey, Blake Fisher's embarrassed enough. We don't need you kicking his ass in helmets and jerseys and shorts.
And to be fair, like, and to the point of him getting that money, Will probably needs the least practice, right? Like he's practicing on his own. He's gifted. He's built of all the right stuff. He probably don't even really need to be out there anyway. If you're gonna wreck practice, go ahead and
love everything about it.
Go do something else.
Just stop. You got another speed. I know you do.
He's that guy.
I know you do. You got another speed. I do. 5 o'clock fire coming up. That's our guy B. Scott with us each and every Wednesday. 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you updated latest. Maybe pitching help starting to really, really show itself for the Astros as Javier and Hunter Brown updates to be known coming up on the other side. Also, the Astros acquire a new infielder from the Tampa Bay Rays. We'll let you know about that as we get you ready for the final game of this series against the Angels. Game 4 tonight, and a record-setting deal in the NFL, the most money we've ever seen from an NFL player. We'll let you know all of that coming up next.
Hey, look, all my Parks and Rec directors, private sports.
experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
The Drive is live.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is, it is 610 days. Shout out to you all, loyal 610 listeners. And if you're new to us, welcome in. Stay with us and come back tomorrow. But we appreciate you all joining us here. Shout out to B. Scott, who was just with us. The latest is we'll get you ready for the Astros as the rubber match tonight to see if they can win this series against the Angels a little bit later on. We'll get you ready for that. But, Clint, some updates, some news. Christian Javier, he made a rehab start last night in Sugar Land. It's his second rehab outing, and he went 3 innings, no hits, no earned runs, and 3 Ks and no walks. And just by the line, obviously we didn't see him. He struggled up here with his. Didn't miss a lot of bats. He walked hitters. And I think you said this earlier, confidence seemed to maybe be a thing with him. I don't know if when he left, Clint, we thought, yeah, he's going to have a clear spot when he comes back. But the way things have gone potentially with Mike Burrows, and we'll see how they feel about Tang. Tang had a rough outing last night. They had some quality starts going there until those two came about it. He may have a chance to get himself put right back into this rotation once he's able to come back.
Not only might have a chance to put himself back in the rotation, hell, if he pitches like that again in Sugar Land, he's going to have a chance to jump. They're going to Kamari Lassiter his ass. He'll be a plug and play. Yeah. I mean, look, there's no doubt the ceiling that Christian Javier has, the sample size that he, that we've seen from him already. If he can somehow hit stride and get back to even close to the last C.J. Stroud, the last Christian Javier that we saw, then not only is he plug and play, hell, he can help this rotation in a big way. I mean, Mike Burrows is an afterthought at that point in time. Like I've not even thought about until this last outing where he appears to be rolling. I haven't even taken Christian Javier into consideration when thinking about what this rotation is going to be down the stretch. Now with this kind of thing, knowing he's turning the corner like this or coming into his own like this or ramping up, whatever he has done from a rehab perspective, that's a huge plus if he can. I mean, he can help us immediately.
Yeah, and the other one who we know will help this team immediately is Hunter Brown. And Dana Brown on the Astros flagship this morning said that Hunter Brown, after he makes his start tonight, he'll be on the mound tonight at Sugar Land. Could be his last start, and expects that he is potentially going to be back with the big league club next week. So that is the key. We had been talking about him and Joshua Ronald Hader are the two big guns for them. They got Hader back, they got Altuve back as well, and now it looks like, barring any kind of setback after tonight, his next start after tonight will be in the big leagues. That's the biggest news. And then at that point, it's like it's on now. This is the team. You got everybody back now. Now can you start to make your run when you have your ace, your guy every 15?
When you talk about winning series, it's a lot easier when you got Hunter Brown, or theoretically, it's a lot easier when you got Hunter Brown that everybody's got to try to face at least one of those games. And so, we'll see. I mean, get everybody healthy and get on a roll, because now's the time, and you got to decide what you're going to be at the trade deadline.
Yep. Before we get to tonight's matchup, the Astros did make a move. They've acquired Reynel Delgado from the Rays for cash considerations. That was announced earlier today. He is 26, slot of 253, 23, 62 in AAA.
He can play all 4 infield spots. He's done so in the minors, mostly second and third, but he will report immediately to AAA Sugarland. So they did make a move there. Tonight, big Pete Lambert, who is ERA 3.5, still trying to continue this run. And he has been, oddly enough, Clint, you could argue maybe the third most reliable starter they have had, the second most reliable starter they have had, behind Spencer Arrighetti. I think Imai is starting to come on here late, but Peter Lambert, he's been doing this for a pretty good sample size, and he has definitely found a way to me to stay himself into the lineup.
Yeah, look, I mean, anytime you get a guy like this that kind of comes out of left field and I mean, pitches well above expectations.
Yeah.
And gets to a point where he's got 10 starts, and you start – I mean, at some point you got to think this is for real, at least for the time being. I'm not saying that all of a sudden you're going to –
It's for real enough in this
I mean, it's definitely – right. It's definitely for real enough that he's going to be part of this rotation for this season. So hopefully he can keep rolling and be that 4th or 5th guy in this rotation when everybody gets healthy.
Lineups aren't out yet. We don't have those West Coast. Hopefully we get them before the end of the show, and we'll pass those along to you.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Game 4 tonight. We've talked about it a bit. In New York, Game 4, Madison Square Garden. The Spurs are looking to tie the series, and then we'd really have a series. The Knicks are a 1.5 favorite tonight. Hopefully we will start to see Tyler adjust himself to basketball on best bets after last night's performance. He is 8-2, 8-2 in his last 10 basketball bets. So be on the lookout for that in the next segment. I know, Clint, you are one that is pulling for the Spurs. You've made that very clear. The Spurs, in your opinion, they will win tonight if what happens?
Ooh, wow. I definitely think they win if these referees don't get the physicality under control. As I've said before, I think that's –
You think that helps them?
I think that's advantage Spurs. They beat the hell out of Brunson, and I'm not even referring to Wemby doing it. I'm talking about their perimeter defenders that have done it. I think that's advantage Spurs. So I definitely think that they win if they continue to allow them to play physical. But look, I mean, if Wemby is a bigger factor than Cat in this game, then I think the Spurs win. Cat's got to. Yeah, he should be. Cat's got to play out of his mind in order for him to be the better, be the better big man in this game, which we've seen.
All pray for Wemby.
Well, we've seen him do that 2 of the 3. It's not like it's impossible, but I think the Spurs even this thing up 2-2 tonight.
Yeah, and that doesn't necessarily mean going blow for blow with him in points or something like that, because Wemby's going to take more shots. But as you said, the first 2 games, it was clear that Carl outplayed him overall.
He's impacting the game in a different way.
Yeah. I mean, Carl was averaging 19.5 on 15 fewer shot attempts, and Wemby was up, in the mid-20s with way more shot attempts than him. And I'll take the Knicks. The Knicks, I think they win tonight. And along the same lines is if the offense tonight runs more through Carl and OG than it does Brunson. That they've got to, not to say you won't run it through Brunson, but they have got to get back to what they were doing that kind of changed things for them and that started this huge run. I think the last 2 games, they got away with it in game 2. They didn't last in last game. But they became a lot more Brunson-centric. You get down the stretch, and he was doing so much, having to do so much, and guys weren't in the game. I would imagine this thing kicks off with the ball going to Carl, especially if the Spurs continue with that adjustment of not putting Wemby on him and trying to find a way to get him to take advantage of the size element. By the
the way, do you think we see some retaliation
Absolutely.
tonight by the Knicks on Wemby?
Absolutely. Unless the refs make it a point. Like if the refs respond the way that Mike Brown wants them to respond, and it's obvious from jump, then no, I don't think you do. But if they allow the physicality to take place and allow them to beat each other up the way they have, I think they get carried away against Wemby simply because of what they had to watch the last 48 hours of what happened to their star.
So, yeah, I think it's maybe just one real.
It's going to happen no matter what.
I think they're going to play Wemby the way they've been playing. But I think there's somebody who has got to be thinking they're going to take one real shot at him. And I'm with you, Clint. That person could get ejected. There is no way that the officials are not on high alert at the last 48 hours. Not just on how the game's being called, but high alert on some sort of a payback situation. And I know the Knicks are probably losing their minds because this feels like one of those situations in baseball where somebody on a team has hit somebody and it felt like it's on purpose, and then the umpire comes from behind the plate and says, we're issuing warnings, and the next time somebody else gets hit, they're getting thrown out, and the other team who hadn't gotten a chance to retaliate yet is pissed off because they're going to get – because this is a situation. I feel like Mitchell Robinson has had to sit here and listen to how much of kind of a bad team was that didn't get up there and take care of this.
Mm-hmm.
I just hope Mitchell doesn't go too far with it. I hope you can't just go across the back of his neck and just drill.
Yeah.
So I just that's concern. That's the concern because Scott Foster and company is going to be looking for the retaliation, and I hope nobody gets thrown out. I hope they keep the same energy of we're gonna not throw Wemby out to do it with others.
Well, the NBA probably wants to deter as much as they can anything happening post-game with fans like we saw.
Yeah.
So they probably want as little violence as possible on the court.
I think they want a little violence.
Yeah. Just a touch of violence.
I just don't think Adam Silver wants the malice in the palace again. That's where he'd like to stop short. Yeah. I just think that. But I don't think he'd mind a good strong shoving match tonight.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, big contract news in the NFL. Clint, the Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes signed a brand new deal. He got new money. They added 2 years, and now his contract will run through 2033. He got a brand new contract in which he will get $504+ million, and it is guaranteed. All $504 million is guaranteed. He has the ability to earn up to $522+ million in incentives and escalators that would begin in 2027. His deal now moves him to an all-time NFL record in terms of average value, and that is at $64 million, jumps over Dak Prescott from the Cowboys, who was sitting at $60 million. No real surprise. I think most people probably believe him or Josh Allen should be the highest paid quarterbacks in the league. Maybe Lamar, you throw that in there with what they've accomplished and what they've done. Those have been the best. This is one where I feel like it should go very much like it did the last time he signed a new deal. Remember, Deshaun came after it. I'd be hard pressed for somebody else to jump him. Like it feels like whoever you got somebody coming next. I cannot think of anybody down the line. Like maybe Jaden Daniels, whenever he comes up, what he has done, but to go like that $64 million per should probably be.
Should probably be the ceiling for a while, I would think. But look, I mean, tip the cap to the Chiefs and Pat Mahomes for getting another contract that is the most difficult contract to understand, comprehend, wrap your head around. But everybody's okay with it because it's Pat Mahomes. I don't know how they kind of forecast this kind of thing, but whatever they got going on with Pat Mahomes, they give him these monster deals over a long term. They can move the money around. They make it work. They bring in players. They keep players. They retain their superstars. I tip my cap for not just Pat for the play, and well deserved, by the way. If anybody's going to make that kind of money in this league, it needs to be Pat Mahomes. But tip the cap to the team also for being able to put it all together and make it all make sense.
We do agree that if CJ has the type of year in which, all right, the Texans say, you know what, we want to pay him. We want to commit to him. It still won't be a situation where he resets the market like we maybe thought he would when he had his rookie season, right? There's like even if they pay him, he's not resetting the market.
God, I wouldn't think so. This organization?
I mean, they did Will.
Yeah, but I mean, this is.
I'm just saying, I like he would if they brought him back. I'm just saying, they brought him back. It's not going to be a situation where they reset the market.
No, I wouldn't think so. I hope he plays well enough to where they consider it, but I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, just they'll bring him back, but not at. He's not going 64, 5 or 65.
Hell, just make it 65 at that point.
At that point, yeah, give him that extra 500. Where are you going with that? All right, coming up, T Mill's best bets. He has been rolling on basketball. The NBA Finals, he is crushed. Ignore the other stuff. But the NBA Finals, he has crushed. So stay tuned for that as he's going to try to continue to be on that roll. And I thought about it, Clint, and I think maybe I'm being a little hard on Nick Cayley. Maybe I'm being hard on the OC. We'll discuss that.
Fellas, I don't need y'all to ignore anything, right? I mean, as you age,
Where? Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's best bets coming up as, again, he has been crushing it when it comes to the NBA Finals. He was a perfect 3 for 3 on Monday, a perfect 4 for 4 after Game 1. He is 8-2, folks, 8-2 when it comes to basketball. Now, he was 0 for 3 last night.
Why does he keep mentioning that?
Damn.
That's the first time I have mentioned it. That's the first. I have not mentioned what you did last night.
Get out of the rearview mirror, man.
I've not mentioned what you did last night.
You did it right. You did him right.
I'm just simply saying he was
8 of 10 NBA bets he's hit.
He was. I just want to
come on, folks.
Be clear. 0 for 3 last night, though, means nothing. When basketball and the finals are here,
let's go.
That's when he brings it. And he's brought it here.
You see how when he does his little breakdown here for his bets, T-Mill's best bets, you see he doesn't, like when Wednesday's wagers, like he doesn't go into the rearview mirror and say, hey, I'm 80% on these NBA picks, but if you want to look back yesterday, I was 0 for 3. You see how he doesn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the full picture. I've got the Tuesday results a little higher.
If he don't want you to talk about it, you need to erase.
He said it was an S bag. It was an S bag last night, 0 for 3. Trust it. Christian Walker had been swinging the bat so well.
Yeah, what the hell?
You picked the wrong night. Tonight's the night. Tonight's the night for the Stros, man. They're scoring double digits.
I'm not betting Seawalk.
Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that lineup first. You never know who might be out.
Seawalk, is he even in it?
Who knows, man? He might feel like it's a day off.
Might as well not have been last night.
Yeah. Yeah, that's coming up. And I'm right, it's NBA Finals centric. Yeah. I got to be honest. We talked about this earlier in the show in the 2 o'clock hour. I don't know that I felt this. I am going for the Knicks.
You're rooting for the Knicks?
Hell yeah.
I think it just hit me.
Screw them Spurs.
What happened there?
This Victor Wembanyama situation, I'm not liking.
Oh, mine's just the in-state rival thing.
I know it's that. I know that's for you. It was he reminded me, go with me here. Tyler might have a better shot than
pulled my belt tight. I'm with you. I'm riding.
Than Clint. Well, Clint may. Clint's seen the movie happen. You remember Little Giants?
Yeah.
Well, I saw it 20 years ago.
Do you remember when Spike took that cheap shot at JR?
Yeah.
And then put JR for the game, and then Icebox had to go put on her jersey and stay with her pom-poms, then put on leg pads. And he said, is that a cheerleader going out there? And old Ed O'Neill said, no, that's my niece, Becky, and she's pissed. But do you remember when Spike took that cheap shot and then he started walking and he had that smile like, yeah, I got it. And his dad was doing the same thing over there. And then Ed come over there, Kevin O'Shea had to come over there and say, hey, we don't play that way. Not that way. Now, he wasn't going to kick Spike off the field.
Oh, no.
He was still going to use Spike because he needed Spike to win the game. But he said, we ain't going to do it like that. That's the feel I got from Victor after he pushed him in the head and then he did that smile. I saw Spike. And Spike is one of my biggest hated villains in movie history.
Well, that may have been what
Spike
saved
up there with O-Dog.
That may have been what saved Wemby.
You think so? The smile was like that really took it over the top.
Come on, little man,
get
the hell out! Brunson was trying to get in his jersey with him. Get the hell off of me, man.
And it shoved him in. I think it's a combination of that, and he seems to in a way get away with has been getting away with all of this stuff. And I don't know if he's reached the status to just get away with all this stuff yet.
If we had a game going on the playground, who at Sports Radio 610 would you mush?
Ben.
It's a fair answer.
Why?
I'd go with Colin.
Why does Ben get off the
first one? I'm just saying that's the equivalent of what I think Wemby did. No, it's
Creighton
or it's mid C or
Seabass is up there too.
Mid C, like that's the equivalent. Like he sought out the smallest guy. I cannot believe he did that to Naz Reid, and it is not right for Naz Reid at every time. Like I can't believe Naz did just get ejected like repeatedly when he came back on there, and they didn't suspend him. That's my thing. It is elbow to Naz Reid. He didn't get fined.
Well,
I think Hart got fined.
That was all joking aside. That one is in a whole different league.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
What he did to Brunson ain't that serious.
I'm just saying, but now we got a pattern of.
Oh yeah, okay.
But like he's done that and didn't. My biggest thing is, I would almost be all right if he had been penalized, like properly down the line. But he did that. He didn't even get fined for that. Man, that was the part. And didn't get suspended. He skipped the media press conference because he was mad that his team lost and didn't want to talk to him, and didn't get fined in Game 5 for that because he was a first-time offender. He's done this number here. I am. I don't want
young fella's trying to find himself.
I don't want Mitchell Robinson to injure him because I don't want that. But I do want to see him flying. I don't know. He's rubbing me the wrong way.
You want to see him flying through the air?
I do. Like sliding on the ground. The way that
I want to see him turn into a rag doll.
I mean, I believe it was with that long-legged sucker.
I believe it was Julius Randle. He came down to the three-point line in that series with Minnesota. I was watching the ball. The ball got swung to the corner, and Wemby came flying on the ground for the three-point line all the way to the out of bounds. To the camera. Like I think I want to see one of those. One of those. I don't want to see Alvarado's the one I'm concerned about. I think Alvarado would potentially undercut him. Did you hear what he said after the game? He's the smallest guy on their team. The only one that Brunson's
he's their enforcer, isn't he?
He came out there and said, "Yeah, man, it feels like he's got away with it, but yeah, he got away with one. But that's the last time he will." I don't want Alvarado to undercut him when he's going up for a dunk. I feel like he's got that in him. But
heard it make you land on the back of his head.
I don't want him land on his head. But I do want him to come down the lane for one of those, and I want Mitchell Robinson to just lay him out. Just lay him. Draymond said he doesn't care if it was a finals game or not. Had he done that to Steph, he would have got ejected.
You don't have to tell us that, Draymond. I think we all.
I'm glad you said that, Tyler. You know, some people will say stuff like, "No, I'd have whipped his ass. Had he done that to me, I'd have whipped his." I believe Draymond.
I'd have pulled a spine.
Draymond. I think Draymond would have got ejected.
He would have. He's saying he would have.
He said if Wemby did that to Steph, he would have gotten ejected. Yeah. He doesn't care if it was the finals or a regular season game, and I totally believe it.
That to me. That's the bigger story in what we watched. Like getting mushed is like, I mean, hell, he got mushed. It was what it was. The fact that not one Nick until after the game had a.
I hear you. I do think there's something to it, as me and Tyler said earlier, that a bunch of people reviewed that footage and thought, that's a common foul.
How?
That they all looked at each other and just said.
Adam Silver that's his alien buddy.
That's a basketball play. That's a basketball play.
Let me mush you, Tyler. Let me mush you, and we'll send it to Parker and let him review it.
Tyler, not mush me.
What'd you say, Tyler? They went in there with headbands over their eyes and what?
Yeah. Like, what? How? Like,
it's clean to me. motivated from not just how the season ended, but, bro, this was a dude that some people thought was going to be the league MVP 2 seasons ago.
Yeah.
And now people think he's as good as Bryce again.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay, things people love.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Someone did just text in and say, yeah, Draymond did choke and drag Rudy Gobert. Yep. Doesn't really matter the size or the height for Draymond. He's going to go over and go here and handle business. I think that was just somebody pulling Klay Thompson's shirt, and he went over there and just jumped up and grabbed Rudy around the neck and drug him.
It's the thing about psychos. You just never know when they're going to snap.
God, they have – I'm telling you, they have gassed up Mitchell Robinson, Tyler. I am –
unleaded.
I'm just concerned for Mitchell. Is this going to be just a technical, or is this going to be a flagrant 2 where he's ejected?
Tonight with Oakley.
well, James Dolan's got to allow him to be able to walk in the building first. He won't let Charles in.
He's banned.
But, by the way, the lineup is out. We'll get to T. Mill's best bets coming up here soon. He has been killing NBA bets, but the lineup is out. As I told you all, Clint's out here talking about double digits. You might want to wait till you see that lineup. And today, Altuve's leading off because Jeremy Payne is out. I can't wait for this. Altuve leads off playing second. Alvarez is in the DH spot. Christian Walker, then Paredes, Cam Smith batting fifth. Jake Myers in center. I did not know Shea Whitcomb could play shortstop, but he is a shortstop tonight. In left field, Bryce Matthews and Christian Vasquez is catching tonight. Has he played shortstop at the major league level? I'm just guessing. He is.
I'm not sure.
I don't.
He's never had 3 errors at shortstop, though.
No, he has not. I was going to say he ain't got that many starts now. I don't remember a lot of shortstops, but Shea's playing short, and if Joe believes he can play short, we'll just trust Joe knows what he's doing. So that is the lineup. Sorry, that is I can't say that with a straight face. That is the lineup tonight for the Astros as they look to avoid losing a series to one of the worst teams in baseball. That is quite literally the worst record in the American League. Stay tuned. By the way, I just watched Mike Trout yesterday strike out from Tang on a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Just don't know what's happening. He finally did. I did not know he was in an 0 for 22 also. And he got an opposite field CNI single that got through in his second at-bat.
That's a bit of a rough patch. You better break out of it and take advantage before he has to go to the IL.
We don't need him breaking out tonight.
Coming up behind us. God, man.
I mean, it's coming.
Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They will have wide receiver Justin Watson. He's going to make the team, you think?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Go watch some receivers out there.
Well, Nico and Tank aren't out there.
Tank's not on the radar. I'm telling you.
Nico's not out there, rather.
Nico, he's out there. He's just not doing anything, which I question why he's even out there. But I guess he has to be, right? It's mandatory. But Justin is absolutely making the team.
Yeah. Texans wide receiver Justin Watson, he'll be on as they look at the show on a little 610 day. So Texans All Access coming up right behind us. And then Area 45, another one tonight as Patrick Creighton and Amy Lawrence have it with our guy Colin, a.k.a. Mid-C, a.k.a. Seabass, a.k.a. Hey. He's on the ones and twos there.
He has never done that. He's never even attempted it. He would feel comfortable if you asked him, say, hey, man, give me a hey. I guarantee you he'd feel uncomfortable doing it.
Kick his ass, Seabass.
Now that he'll do.
He might do that with a story attached. But no, they've got it coming up after Texans All Access. We are live and local right here, 7 to 11, so stay tuned right here. I want to hear from D'Amico here in just a bit on Keelan Rutledge because today, Clint, we watched it. We heard from yesterday. You saw it yourself with your own eyes being at mandatory minicamp that Keelan Rutledge was running second team center yesterday as camp broke out. Today, he was not with the second team. He was with the first team, but he was not at center either. And hell, I'd almost feel better if Andrews was at center while he was over there at left guard. Nope, it was Evan Brown
who was the starting with the ones today. Now, obviously, this does not mean that he won't start, but this was D'Amico Ryans the other day as camp started, talking about his young rookie. They moved up in the draft to go get a guy I have said needs to start or somebody needs to answer for it.
Keelan's done a great job. Keelan's moved around from guard to center. He's done a great job with both. Really great communicator as a young player, aggressive, intense, just like the tape you saw at Georgia Tech. So it's looked great so far. In OTAs, I'm excited to see him as another guy. With all the rookies, I'm just excited to put pads on in training camp and truly compete, get the opportunity to play in some preseason games.
All right, that's him talking about multiple positions. That's him talking about playing guard and center. And I know yesterday you said you think it's a long shot for him to be the starting center on this team in week 1. I don't know if I was ready to go there with you. Like I said, I'm just going to wait this out. They moved up in the draft to go get him. They identified him. They wanted him. They gave up assets, even more assets than just the first-round pick to go get him.
Mm-hmm.
And the person that would be in front of him, or persons apparently, after today, would be Jake Andrews and Evan Brown. He should win that battle. But now listening to you and listening to that, and now day 2, they're even seeking Evan Brown to get center reps ahead of him. I don't want to believe that is accurate, but I think it is at least now on the table. Like, I thought they would do whatever it took. Listen, Kenyon Green did not earn any reason to be the starter. They didn't even bring in competition for Kenyon Green. He just got his spot, and I felt a lot of it was because of where he was drafted.
Right.
I just felt like, and I still to a certain extent feel like he will find his way to that center spot. But I think what you were saying yesterday is at least a little bit more on the table.
Yeah, I think it is. I don't want to put too much stock into and Minicamp. Clearly, they don't put a ton of stock into it. But the way that I view it is really simple. Is we've seen them give the plug and play treatment to players that they knew that they were going to play in that position, that they were convinced were that guy, and we've seen them do that immediately with players. If you were that convinced about your first round pick, then I would think that you would plug and play him at center. The other part of it is you hear this organization constantly talking. It's fair, it's right, it's accurate, but you hear them constantly talk about time on task, right? There's nothing more important. There's nothing more important for this team. Well, really, there's nothing more important in the game of football on the offensive side than confidently being able to snap the football. Just snap the football, right? And get as many reps, time on task as you can with CJ, right? Not only is he the guy you're going to snap to, that's the cadence, that's the voice you're going to hear all the time. So it would make sense to have that quote-unquote time on task with him. And then you get to the communication piece that they constantly talk about. The main 2 communicators on the offensive side is that center and that quarterback. Again, back to time on task of where those 2 guys – we hear Azeez Al-Shaair spoke to the media today, and he spoke to the importance of Reed Blankenship behind him and how he can communicate. He said even when he's wrong and I've got to correct him, he's communicating with a sense of urgency so we can get it figured out. Like that is the quote-unquote time on task that everybody's talking about. It's very important and beneficial and productive on the offensive side of the football with the 2 most important guys. It seems to be position flex over that time on task. I say all that to say that's what leads me to believe that I think this is the safe route is the guy that already knows the offense in front of C.J. Stroud, coordinating the better pieces that you put on the offensive line and getting them in the right spot.
Listen, you would know better than any of us. You think to you, for him, if you're like, all right, he's going to be our guy at center, it is hugely important to you that he gets as many of these reps that he possibly can. That's what it seems like you're saying. Like you don't like, because Clint, yes, theoretically he could work some guard and some second team center and still, gain some experience at the position and still play it. But you think for him
to be ready, he has got to get him with him.
I go back to what I've always said is, can he win a position and be the starting center no matter how they approach it? Yes. What is the most beneficial route to him being the starting center at any point in time this coming season? The most beneficial route is that he gets as many snaps with the ones between the two guards that are going to be the guards, hearing C.J. Stroud's voice so that they can communicate back and forth. Azeez Al-Shaair isn't talking about the new safety and how he communicates, and Reed Blankenship, how he communicates and all this with Henry To'oTo'o. He's talking about how he communicates with him, right? So, I mean, the most beneficial, most productive